Yeah, make sure you get sound check. What? Some of them are ours, some of them, yeah. One is mine for sure. One is mine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. That was a lot. Just tell me. Hey, sit down.
One of them is mine.
Relax. We are going to start in roughly 9 minutes. No fault to anybody, so technical difficulties. We're going to go through some ceremonies, but I want to make sure that you guys know we're running about 9 minutes behind. Speak up. We're running 9 minutes behind. After this, we're going to take a seat, stretch out. You guys hang out. I will use this opportunity to let you guys know if you're outside, there are 7 vendors outside. We want you to go outside and hang. We're starting in 9 minutes. Thank you.
You guys good? No, that one's mine. Ooh, ooh. Okay.
Thank you.
They're good t-shirts. I think there's some.
Listen.
Oh, no?
Some people think.
It's not on purpose, it's like just me, I'm just like
Okay.
climatized to
All right. And there's always those things that you just always play right away? Yeah.
Unfortunately, some people think.
Oh, yeah. We got two. Yeah. That's hot. That's permanent. That's hot.
You guys good?
Yeah, we're good.
Check, check.
So you're going first.
Yes.
I'm just gonna introduce you as buzzer over.
Okay.
Huh?
All right, yeah, that works.
What?
Yeah, that works. Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, I think it's time to start a competition, right? Hey, so we're live on YouTube and we're live now. What I'm going to do, the June 19th, to quote Dave Chappelle, it is a celebration. So, I'll make this quick. I want you guys to look over there. I want you to pay attention to our man Aldrin as he starts us off.
Thank you. Get a little more guitar. We good? All right.
I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like the river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living but I'm afraid to die. I don't know what's out there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Obviously, we're running a little bit behind, and I want to make sure we run on time. So, usually in these comps, what we did last year I told a story about my father. This year, I'm going to tell you guys a story about my mother. My mother was a nurse who worked overnight, or night shifts, you would say, from 4 to midnight every night. She worked a mile away from home, so she would walk home every night. One night, while walking home, she was about 12 years old, she felt somebody behind her, trailing her. She didn't scream, she didn't yell, that wasn't my mother's way. She stopped walking, waited for the assailant to come after her, and when he reached for her neck, she swung as wildly as she could, striking the assailant 3 times. Luckily, all that came away was the assailant took away her necklace. So when my mom got home, she wakes me up and tells me the story, and I'm 12 years old, so I say, "Mom, why'd you hit him 3 times?" She said, "I tried to hit him 4 times, but the punk ass ran away." When I asked again why, she told me something. She said, "No matter what happens, no one can take your dignity away from you. No matter what." I said, that makes sense. Fast forward to today. Last year we had a great event. It was awesome. And I can't lie to you, I was like, great event, thanks Invictus Boston Invitational, see you next year, I'm never gonna do this again. I thought about it. But then we decided to do it. And after a year went on, I thought about giving it up. I can't lie to you. I was gonna look at Rashard, I was gonna look at Nico, I was gonna ask, I was like, you guys have to take over because I can't do this. Heck, I almost gave up about 15 minutes ago. And then I thought about what my mom said. She says, no matter what you do it with dignity and do it your way. So, I'm going to do this with dignity, but I'm still going to do it my way. I promised the crowd a giveaway of 1 piece of Noble, a Noble gift card. I kind of lied. Chief Keef, this is for you. I have multiple Noble gift cards. They're all worth $50 a piece. I know this is a little weird. Do you guys mind if I make it rain? Hey, we just made it rain at the Invictus Boston Invitational. I told you I was going to do it, Chief Keef. Hey, this is how this is going to go down, okay? We're going to have one more musical element, and there's a reason for that. And we're going to get after it. Cool? If you think about why we're here and what we're doing, the reason we're here, what we're doing today on June 19th, is that we all can hang out and think thoughts of freedom, and I think that's badass. Hey, Heat 1 starts at 11:30. Take us away, please.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind,
Hello, hello. Ladies and gentlemen, how are we doing today? Let's make some noise for our athletes. And it's good to be... You guys still hear me? It is good to be back. We're going to start with our first events in about 7 minutes, 11:30. Heat 1 will be up soon. Hang tight. We're going to get rocking and rolling very shortly, everybody. Let's make some noise for Mr. Prince and that opening ceremony and our musical guests.
We can talk a little bit about some of the athletes here. Okay.
Mic check.
Testing, 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 testing. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, ready for our first workout today. We have workout named Miseducation of Lumber Hill. Proper athletes now. With 24 double unders on the drop rope, followed by 6 single arm doubles press. In the remaining time, they're going to sit on that echo bike and get as many calories as they can. 4 minutes on, no minutes off. Who wants to meet our athletes?
Can hardly see lane 1.
Sound check, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing.
Sound check. Yeah.
All right, let's meet our athletes in this first heat here.
We're going to want to eat this mic. So
Okay.
when you want it,
Oh.
right in front of your face. And
Now, from Boston, jab, sit.
you guys look great.
From Invictus,
Looking live now as soon as you're done with this announcement. Is that
Yeah, well, we
That's
can
fine.
talk during the
Yeah.
workout. We'll announce our next.
Yeah.
we have Devers from CrossFit 617, ready to get fab. In lane 5, Keith Aria coming from Rap House Fitness, right here. Next to him in lane 6, we have Trey House coming all the way down from Charlotte, North Carolina.
All right, let's get it.
All right, we are live at the 2021 Invictus Boston Invitational. Justin right here. I'm here with Jesse Coleman. How we doing, Jesse?
We are good, Justin. This is gonna be so fun.
We have event 1 coming up right now. So
Lane 7,
we have event 1 coming up. Heads up, Birdsey.
Burn, we're live right now.
That's our, hey, this is
This
our
is
our
Burn,
main
you
man.
guys. This is
Our
the
main man,
man.
Burn K. Pritz here. So today, let's
took my
talking
notes.
about the field. We have event 1 coming up.
Yep.
We have some stellar athletes here. Just looking at the men's side
Yeah.
and some of the later heats, we have Devin O'Neill, definitely a favorite to do well here. Devin Brown taking second in the qualifier. In this first heat, we have some stellar athletes.
We do,
If
but we
were-
also have Trey, who it is actually his first competition.
Trey's first competition.
Yes.
He's here in this heat. And on the women's side, Amy Morton taking first in the qualifier, Haley Hunter second. That's going to be a tight battle, but let's not forget Amanda Goodman.
Yeah, Amanda Goodman is a potential games athlete.
I mean, she's been there many, many years. In this first heat, we're looking at Jag Singh in lane 1, Jake Aisi in lane 2. He's an Invictus Boston native.
Yeah.
Lane 3, we have Fabrice, so he competed last year. Pete Loria in lane 5, Trey House in lane 6, Arnold Sevilla in lane 7, Diego Aldana in lane 8, and that'll round out our first heat of men's competition here. About to
we
get
got
started.
a solid first heat here. They're getting ready.
5 seconds here. And these guys are taking it away.
And they are off. So event number 1 is going to be 3 rounds. Every 4 minutes, they will complete 24 drag rope double unders, 6 single arm double presses, and then max calories on that Echo bike.
So honestly, that Echo bike here, it's all about the bike. It's about going hard, but also pacing and recovering, because we're looking at 3 rounds of work. You're not
Yeah.
going to be able to sprint every bike. And this
Exactly.
drag rope is already getting the heart rate elevated. Everybody's moving on to the devil presses now.
Yep, they're moving up. And then in that 3rd round, you're going to see these athletes walk on their hands. They will be doing a handstand walk.
So right now, it's a pretty even battle. We have Diego going back to the bike already. It's followed
we
by
got-
Jake Aisi.
They are on the bike. We only have 1 athlete left. Now they're going to pedal away, try and get these calories one at a time.
Nice. Everybody basically back on the bike right now, working through that first set of calories.
Yeah, and they still got about 2 minutes left on this bike here.
That's not the amount of time you want to see on the clock when you're on the bike.
No, not at all. These bikes are secretly spicy.
The
harder
Echo bike
you go-
too. Well, versus the assault bike, the Echo bike slows
Yeah.
down a little faster.
Oh, yes.
Right when you hit that
The,
wall.
the Echo bike, it's like a bigger fan, and it hurts. So all these athletes just pedaling away right now.
We're already seeing some pain faces, which is
Yeah.
pretty early on here in round 1.
You know, it's definitely going to be interesting to see the strategy that these athletes take, especially heat 1 compared to that last heat. You know, if the first ones kind of go a little softer and then, ramp it up near the end, we're going to see the differences between the strategies here, these athletes.
No, absolutely. The tough part about an event like this is it's tough to gauge your pace off of the field, right? You don't
Yeah.
necessarily know where anybody else is at.
Right.
You can pace the first part and try to get to the bike quickly, but
Right.
once you're there,
It's kind of tough. You got to just kind of, submit to that pain and just go hard. The crowd here is trying to help them out, get a little bit more wild. but they still have a decent amount of time left on that bike.
Yeah, another 40 seconds. I mean, with one of these, this is a good workout because you just have to kind of play your own game, right?
You really
have to know your pace and just settle in.
Yeah. So they're gonna hang on. So this drag rope, though, have you ever used that drag rope? I mean, it is
have
tough.
I ever? That thing is not easy.
It honestly feels like an echo bike in the air. I mean, it's a lot of effort, and it's like that thing is thick through the air. It's hard to pump through.
This is a nasty combination because you have the drag rope, which is going to kind of burn those shoulders and get that heart rate jacked up early, going onto the dumbbell for the devil press, and then you have to use your whole body really to push that bike. It's not just legs, it's legs and arms.
A lot of lungs here. They're almost done. They got about a minute left.
That is a long time to be on the bike.
This is a very long time on the bike here. We see lane 5 is just pedaling away there, coming down the final lanes. Arnold and Trey are pumping away over there.
These guys are moving. Pete's moving well. It looks like Arnold Sevilla's got a pretty aggressive pace on the bike right now.
Arnold is cruising down there.
These guys are moving quickly.
Now, Arnold actually podiumed last year, so Arnold has some experience in this competition.
He did. So he took 3rd place last year. Really solid performance on that event, or on all events on that competition. So he's looking to rinse and repeat this year, end up on the podium again.
Yeah, solid group of athletes this year. Definitely a lot of competition. But this one is just a grinder. This one you got to just fight for each and every calorie here. Just hang on.
Absolutely. Transitioning now back to that drag rope and moving back onto the rope. These guys getting back into the event.
This is really where the workout starts to get tough. So your legs, your lungs, everything is fatigued here. And you got to whip this rope around as fast as you can. And it is tough.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if people are able to sustain that pace through rounds 2 and 3, or if we start to see people fall apart on the rope.
I mean, it is 24, but, you know, we might see some smaller sets as we move forward, just as this fatigue starts to set in.
For sure. We got Jag tripping up a little bit. Jake taking a strategic break.
Yep.
Pete looking good, getting back to that dumbbell.
Yeah, lane 5 already down. Pete is on his devil presses. Oh, another athlete moving on to the devil's presses.
That's Trey House doing pretty well for first major competition.
I mean, you got to think, if it's his first competition, he's just running on adrenaline, just having fun.
Absolutely.
Just excited to compete, you know?
Absolutely. Jake taking another strategic break, trying to finish these drag rope dubs, get onto that dumbbell. Pete making his way back to the bike.
There we go. Pete is now headed to the bike. All right, Pete is going to start pedaling away on this bike.
You get rewarded with more time to do calories.
I don't know if that's really a reward, but I guess it is. All right, we got another athlete. We have Trey on the bike now.
Fabrice finishing up his devil press. We got Jag working through his devil press. Jake trying to work through those drag rope double unders.
Arnold trying to get on his bike, had to lower his seat there for a second. All right, these athletes, so notice how they're kind of taking the bike with a different approach this time, knowing that double under is coming with that drag rope. You know, it's a little bit more challenging when you're already fatigued.
Absolutely. I think everybody had to kind of set the tone early. A little adrenaline's pumping. It's heat 1, event 1. People moving a little quick through that first round. And now you're going to start to see that pacing strategy play in a little bit here.
Yeah, that first round has definitely come out hot and just see if you can hang on. And then from there, it's like, I almost want to say damage control, but just trying to fight for each and every rep here.
100%. You want to make sure you can hang on. You want to make sure you're not falling behind too far. But these guys are looking like they're pushing that second round bike. Definitely a little slower than round 1.
Yeah, definitely a little slower than round 1. So they got about, let's see, 2.5 minutes. So they're 2.5 minutes in.
Looking through another 90 seconds on the bike here through this round of the bike. You know, like I said, tough to pace yourself, tough to see where people are.
Definitely want to catch your breath on this bike, though. I mean, you're going to want to move fast and then just get to the bike and maybe just take a few minutes to recover, you know, on that first couple of breaths there, and then just hammer away at it.
Jake with that pain face. That drag rope definitely was tough for him in this round, so it'll be interesting to see what happens in round 3.
Definitely a lot easier just starting at the drag rope versus going right from the air bike into the drag rope.
So you mentioned earlier, round 3, there's a little bit of a twist. We have another element being added, right?
Correct, round 3, we're actually going to see a skill of handstand walking. So the athletes are going to handstand walk to and from the bike after they do the devil's presses. So that's going to be interesting to see how these athletes handle a higher skill while under fatigue, especially those shoulders. You got to think it adds up. Your shoulders get on fire from that drag rope.
100%. That drag rope, that devil press,
Yeah.
pushing on the echo bike, going into the handstand walk, that's going to be a challenge for these athletes for sure.
Yes, definitely. Athletes are finishing up here. They got about 20 seconds to go.
20 more seconds.
And we'll see. Some are choosing to slow down, actually, preparing for that drag rope, not using their arms. Trey in lane 6.
I'll tell you, Pete Loria's been very well composed this whole workout. He looks like he's in control even though he's tired. Moving into round 3.
All right, here they go. On to that handstand walk. Yeah.
Trey House.
Yes. Wow.
I'm actually very impressed with Trey in this workout.
Me
He's
too.
coming in here doing CrossFit, but not a ton of competition experience.
Yeah.
He's looked like a seasoned veteran in this workout so far.
You know, I really think he's just kind of taking it and running with it. He's like, you know what, I'm doing well, I'm just going to hang on. And that's kind of the fun part about being a rookie in a competition. You know, you kind of you're just so excited. You don't really have much of a strategy. You just kind of go for it.
Just testing your body, seeing what it can
Yeah. So he's definitely pushing the limit here. We have some athletes already on their devil's presses. A couple of athletes struggling, you know, going from that handstand walk into that drag rope. Your shoulders are definitely going to be a little fatigued. That lactic acid really sets in on those shoulders, and then you go to do those drag ropes. It's a little bit tougher.
do. Oh, 100%. So obviously seeing people struggling through the drag rope, but the devil press is the same game. Pete Loria looking good. You got Arnold Sevilla pushing the pace. Trey House looking to get back to that handstand walk. Now Pete's already on his last handstand back to the bike.
Pete is on his last handstand walk here. Pete really making a statement in this round 1 as well.
The crowd is electric in here right now.
The crowd is going crazy for Trey and for Pete here. They are going to just pedal away now. I think it's time to just send it home. They don't have anything left. They got to just go for it in these last couple of minutes.
Absolutely. This is the worst part where you know you have to go hard and nothing in your body wants to do it.
Yeah. Couple athletes finishing up on this handstand walk.
Yep. Fabrice finishing that last handstand walk back to the bike.
Jay
we have Jag on the drag rope.
Jay is still on that drag rope. Oh! We got some athletes fighting for this handstand walk here. Now, I gotta say, this is what is so awesome about CrossFit.
Jake Aisi finishing that handstand walk.
Watching athletes like this.
There we go.
Do these skills and the crowd just being behind them. I mean, there's just a level of respect for everybody out here. Everyone knows how hard this is.
100%. We've all been there in a workout where you weren't able to do something. You get the crowd behind you, the people behind you, and that's exactly what got Jake that handstand walk on that round.
So we're going to see Jake here trying to get these drag ropes in. Now the rest of the group is pedaling away. We got, I believe we have Jay in the first heat here in the first lane. He is still pedaling away, and he is trying to he's going to actually go into his next handstand walk here. So let's see if he can get through this handstand walk, get back to that bike, and get some calories here.
Absolutely. Arnold Sevilla finishing his devil press down towards the end. He's looking to get back to that handstand walk as well.
Athletes really starting to feel that lactic acid set in on that bike. Legs and lungs must just be feeling it. Even your shoulders, honestly. This kind of just hits everything.
100%. You can see the bike pace definitely a lot slower now than at the beginning of the workout.
Yeah, so like I said, it'll be really interesting to watch these other heats go and see, how this first heat went with some of the bikes. I talked to some of the athletes to see if they tested out these workouts. A couple did, and they said it definitely hurt, but they were looking forward to the crowd.
Absolutely. Jag working through his last handstand walk here.
Jay is still working on that handstand walk. So the athlete has to cross that line all the way in order for that rep to count. Otherwise, they have to go back. So both hands need to cross that line.
Arnold Sevilla working through that handstand as well.
2, 1, and time. Wow, what a start.
We're going to be looking to tabulate those scores, figure out how many calories these athletes performed.
Yeah.
Those scorecards are getting up to our judges table soon, so we'll be able to update you guys on that leaderboard here in a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how many calories they were able to get each round, and maybe see the drop off. You know, some of them had a strategy like, hey, I'm going to stick with this, or maybe I'm going to go out hot in this first round, and then I'm going to try and just hang on to this pace.
Absolutely. It'll be interesting to see also, having watched that first heat, how the subsequent heats do, how athletes maybe change their strategy after watching what happened to people's shoulders on the drag rope and the handstand walks, right? There's a lot going on there.
Yeah, I think a lot of athletes were a little surprised to go into that drag rope after that assault bike and just see that there was a lot of fatigue that had set in from those first 3 minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Is this loud enough? Yeah, it is.
So we got heat 2. Heat 2 is getting ready.
We're getting a lot of love at the broadcast table right
we
now.
really are. Well, actually, let's be clear. Justin is getting a lot of love.
We are both.
I'm just kidding.
We are
We're
both
getting
a lot
some
of love. So we have Heat 2 coming up. Just run through this.
Heat
We have
2.
Nico Milton, who's an Invictus Boston member. We have Sam Carmola. So Sam Carmola actually won the front squat in the qualifier.
Yeah, he did.
I believe he hit a 390 3-rep max front squat after that workout during the qualifier.
That is strong.
We have Rashad Barksdale, who I believe just made a recent purchase.
He did. I believe he said he just purchased 4 chickens.
4 chickens for Rashad Barksdale. Not 1, not 2, not 3.
But 4 chickens. He also
Scott
made a comment to make sure I wore my Jordans today. So
and did you
I
do that, or did you not?
I did wear my Jordans. So we're getting the results are coming in slowly over here.
Scores coming in now. We'll be able to update you guys shortly. In lane 4, we're going to have Scott Tybert, another Invictus Boston athlete.
A lot of Invictus in this
A lot of Invictus representation. I'm glad that we were able to get our members to do our own competition. That's always good, you know?
You know, it really is. But to be honest, I don't think a lot of people realize that, you know, the typical CrossFit gym is just your everyday kind of people. And it's almost, you know, it's almost like a gift to find that competitive edge in some gyms, which has been really cool to hear about that at Invictus, that you guys have that.
For sure. We have Blake Sama coming up in lane 5. Blake is a really solid competitor, so he's got experience on the big stage at Wadapalooza and some of those other competitions. He's done very well in the Open in the past. So he's a guy, I don't want to call him a dark horse, but definitely somebody to watch in this workout, especially with the Echo bike.
Yeah. It's definitely going to see some of the bigger, stronger athletes on this Echo bike can just pedal away, and that's going to be a huge strength. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them kind of held back on some of the other stuff like the drag rope and maybe took a little bit of time there just so that they could hammer away at that bike. Absolutely. Looking at people like Rashad Barksdale, who's got a lot of power, it'll be interesting to see what he does on this workout. But rounding out this heat, we have Marcus Wallace, Darren Kane, and Tanner Durstein. All great athletes. Tanner's a guy, he's another Invictus Boston guy, a smaller athlete. Man, we should just name this the Invictus Heat at this point, I think.
The Invictus Heat right now happening. Everybody going head to head. But Tanner, definitely somebody who I think is going to be skilled on the handstand walk, good with the drag rope, good on the dumbbell, but he's going to have to be strategic on the bike because he's not going to have as much power as some of these other athletes.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's funny, we had the athletes fill out a little bit of information for us, and Tanner, a fun fact from him is that he actually didn't give us any information.
No
except
information.
For his stats. So we'll have to see if there's anything fun about Tanner later.
What are some of his stats? What do we got here?
Well, let's see. We got a 1-rep max snatch of, I believe, a 205 snatch.
Solid.
Clean and jerk 265. Stronger back squat at 385.
Okay, solid.
Yeah, and then his 1K row is 3 minutes and 31 seconds. So we'll see if he can maybe break that today.
Absolutely.
With that 1K row. I think that's going to be pretty fun to see if athletes can break that.
100%.
It's a pretty standard thing across the board, and I feel like a lot of times we test it for like a qualifier, but you know, it's pretty rare that you actually get to do that in a competition. Where you have the opportunity to, you know, hit that PR, kind of like a big lift. It's the same sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a different twist on that, right? It's like we're not doing a 1-rep max snatch or a clean and jerk, but you're testing a benchmark that you probably know that a lot of the athletes reported. So it'll actually be interesting to see how they perform in relation to some of the times that they've given us. I know we have some fat on the men's side. There's at least one person sub 3 on the 1K, which is a huge time.
Sub 3 is Devin O'Neill is a sub 3, and then I believe Oh, that's the same person. He's in here twice.
Yeah, 2 entries. Some people didn't give us any information.
Oh.
Devin, we love you. You gave us all the information.
Malonza. Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Malonza.
Malonza was actually a 259.
Okay. So that could be a head-to-head showdown coming up later.
3, 2,
This heat's starting off.
and go.
All right, so heading in to heat number 2. Athlete's going to try and get through this drag rope.
And then over to that bike.
I'm already seeing a little bit faster of a pace here.
100%. There's definitely an intensity to this heat.
Yeah.
A lot of people moving this rope quite fast. I think we're going to get people on the bike quickly here, and we'll just see what happens with pacing.
I mean, it really does come down to the bike. Even if you get there a little bit later, it's crazy how fast you can make up calories on the bike when you just hammer away at it.
Well, especially in the later rounds, right? If you can hold it back just a little bit here in round 1, we're going to see some big scores in rounds 2 and 3.
Yeah, definitely.
Tanner right behind them.
So we already have a couple athletes on the bike. We have Tanner on the bike. We have, I believe, Blake is on the bike. All right, now all of our athletes are onto the bike.
3 minutes on this bike.
Yeah, they're pedaling away. You know what's going to be interesting is after this set, when they go back to that drag rope, we're going to see how much this affects them, because I have a feeling a lot of heats are going to do this. They're going to go out really hard on this air bike, and then they're going to get to that drag rope and realize how fatigued they really are.
100%. I also think a lot of people probably practice this workout with an assault bike, which definitely feels different with this combination of movements.
Yeah, I mean, just from my personal experience, assault bike, the assault bike hurts, but the air bike, it's almost like a tricky kind of pain. Like you are pedaling like harder, but it just feels like you're just not going as hard, and it really sets in that fatigue very fast.
For sure.
Okay.
21 calories.
So athletes are pedaling away here. They got about 2 minutes left. As you can see, they're already starting to slow down.
2 minutes to go.
Some of them got on that bike and they went out really hot there. So let's look at some more of these fun facts.
Find that pace, keep pushing on this bike.
So we got Tanner with a man bun all the way down in lane 8. That's a style we're starting to see a lot more in CrossFit, I'm noticing.
90 seconds.
These guys working hard right now, pushing through here. Got about 90 seconds left in this first round on the bike.
Yeah, Justin, I was saying as you were away that the athletes are already starting to slow down, and I think it's kind of interesting. Some of them might be taking an approach of go hard, recover for maybe 20 to 30 seconds, and then going hard again. Because I definitely noticed the pace drop off between a few of them, and now we're starting to see the pace kind of pick up just a little bit more, but nothing to what when they first got on that bike, they were pedaling away hard.
For sure. I mean, I guess that's a good strategy for some of these power athletes to use that power, try to recover a little bit, get those short bursts of work. That's definitely an approach that works for some people on these bikes.
Yeah, definitely. I think you really just got to focus on your breathing and not panicking, because this is one of those workouts, your heart rate is just going to be up, and you just got to be comfortable with a high heart rate. And just focusing on that breathing, trying to get that recovery as much as you can on the bike, even though you're trying to pedal away.
3, 2, 1, round 2.
And
all right,
round 2 kicking
round
off.
2. All right, so let's see some athletes making that drag rope look easy.
Definitely some hesitation to pick up that rope right now.
They definitely were like, I don't know if I'm ready to pick this up quite yet. I mean, look at how high some of them are jumping. I mean, Rashad over there is jumping super high. Easy clearance there for that rope. Good technique with the wrists.
Rashad Barksdale already on those devil press. Tanner on the devil press as well.
Tanner's on the devil's press. Couple of athletes more now on the devil's press. I believe we just have one athlete. Nico is still on his drag rope. We have an athlete already back to the bike.
I believe that's Blake Sama.
Yeah. Tanner is now on the bike as well.
So that's a good strategy, right? These are guys neither of them have a ton of top. I don't want to say they don't have a ton of top end power, but definitely not as much as some of these athletes.
Yeah.
But they're pushing through the other movements to get to that bike sooner and get a little bit more time to do work.
Oh yeah, definitely. We have some athletes that have a ton of experience, and like I said, even in that first heat, we saw some athletes, this is their first competition, which has got to be tough. That first competition is exciting, but it's also a lot of nerves and a lot of figuring out what you're good at and what you're not.
Absolutely. It's a good experience for a first competition, though. Trying to move this like
Yeah.
bike pace definitely a little slower in this round.
Yeah. We got Nico over here. He is now headed to the bike.
Nico making his way back. A lot of these athletes now just settling into that pace, settling into that rhythm like we talked about, trying to find out where they're at, you know?
Yeah, very similar to the first heat where we saw them go very speedy, just kind of out hot, and then now they're kind of settling into a pace here. And maybe that is their strategy, you know, maybe they do want to just try and knock out as much as they can while they're fresh in that first round. But I think that's where we're going to see some of those athletes that are a little bit stronger be able to push a little bit more on that bike and just push through that pain.
Rashad Barksdale got some power, but right now looking like he's struggling a little
Yeah.
bit. Scott next to him, same thing. Those are two guys who love the bike, but right now they're hurting on this workout.
I got to say I'm impressed with Tanner. He is just pedaling away back there. Tanner and Darren are both just going. You can tell they're feeling it, but they're not stopping. They're keeping that pace.
That may play out as a really good strategy here. They're getting to the bike quickly. Tanner was one of the top guys on the bike, back to the bike in this round.
Yeah.
He's going to do well on the handstand walk coming up, as is
definitely
Blake.
is.
I think we're going to see some great scores from those guys.
Yeah, and then Blake is actually doing really well. Blake is the one who was first to the bike in both of the rounds. So we'll see if this handstand walk makes a difference at all for him. But I got a feeling he's going to hang on to that lead.
These guys have about 1 more minute in this round, and then we're going back to that third round with the handstand walk, which we saw before.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be interesting to see that handstand walk skill. As we saw, some athletes struggled with that in the beginning. So we'll see how this heat goes with the handstand walks, if their skills are a little bit better and they can get up on their hands and just get through it.
Absolutely.
It's definitely a little bit harder to kick up and go into that handstand walk when you are fatigued, you know, trying to breathe upside down. A lot of athletes actually tend to hold their breath, and that's one of the tricks is being able to breathe while you're doing that handstand walk.
Especially when you're coming from the bike, being able to breathe on that movement is going to be hugely important.
Yeah, and just being able to kick up while you're fatigued, it's definitely going to help.
These guys going back to the handstand walk in about 5 seconds here.
3, 2, 1, round 3.
So let's see who kicks right up. Blake is right up right away into that handstand walk.
Tanner
is
flying on that handstand walk.
Is first to the dumbbell. Tanner behind him, Marcus behind him.
Right into that drag rope.
The whole back half of the room right now, lanes 4 through 8, really crushing it on that handstand walk.
They're really in a competition side by side. I feel like that is really helping them push a little more.
So Sam Carmola in lane 2, obviously really strong front squat.
Yeah.
He's actually a really solid gymnast. He crushed that handstand walk as well, got back to the drag rope pretty quickly.
Yeah, that definitely makes a difference. So athletes trying to get through on this drag rope. Right now we got a couple of athletes starting that devil's press. I believe the back half of the room has moved towards that devil's press. We have one athlete, Samuel, already on that devil's press.
Blake Sama also on the devil press, looking to be 3 for 3 on getting back to the bike first here.
Yeah, let's see if he gets back to that bike soon.
Tanner also working through that devil press in lane 8 at the end.
Walking back, we have Blake going back. Tanner about to be walking back. You know, I gotta say, I hate to see the athletes fall, but I love that they're pushing themselves and they're just trying to get up and get that handstand walk in.
Absolutely. Especially in a competition, you gotta test your limits, you have to push it.
Yeah, that's the only way you're ever gonna know your limits is if you push them.
Some other guys finishing up the devil press here.
We got Nico and Rashad on that devil's press. Scott as well.
Nico going for his last handstand walk here.
Here we go, Nico on that handstand walk. Samuel back on that bike now. you can hear the crowd just going crazy. I love it when they get up on those hands.
These guys are kicking up, and the crowd is trying to will them across the line.
They really are. I mean, they need it. You need the crowd, especially on this last bike. It is just brutal. Everything hurts. You're fatigued, but you just got to pound away at that bike and just pedal hard.
These guys are going to need all of that crowd noise for this last minute and 30 seconds coming up here.
Some of them are just going head down and just going hard. I think that's the way you got to do it. Head down, just grind it out. Tanner, Samuel, all on the bike. We have a couple of athletes still on that handstand walk.
I believe that's Darren Kane working through the handstand walk right now.
Crowd is really rooting for him. But again, you have to get those hands across that line. The judges are going to be very particular. There is a lot of money on the line for today's competition.
Absolutely.
And we really take pride in measuring those standards. So we're really trying to make sure every athlete gets all the way across on that line with both hands.
With any competition like this, you really want to make sure that those judging standards are consistent. They're doing the best job they can to make sure that happens.
Yeah, definitely.
45 seconds.
So some athletes pedaling away here. They're almost through.
We're coming up on about 35 seconds left on this bike.
Oh.
Across. 30 seconds.
The crowd helping him get over that line back on that drag rope.
They definitely did. Now he's going to try and get through this drag rope as best as he can.
Definitely a sense of urgency now. He's pushing through that rope at a pretty fast pace. He's looking comfortable, just trying to get it done.
Definitely. We got about 10 seconds here. 5 seconds. Let's see them hammer away at that bike.
2, 1, and time.
And time.
Another stellar heat of men's action.
Let's make some noise.
That was a fun heat to watch.
We have 2 more heat of men's competition coming up. The last heat is going to be some of the top qualifiers from the competition.
Yep.
But in our next heat, this should be pretty interesting. We also have results from that first heat of work coming up shortly that we'll be posting up for you guys.
Yeah, we should have some information on that soon. But let's just talk about, the general information about this competition. We had a total of 49 women and 56 men that did the online qualifier, which is pretty awesome, considering this was actually back in March, when some gyms might have actually still been closed down, athletes working out in masks, all adversities that they all had to face. So just awesome to see that we had that many athletes come and compete. And then to have athletes here today that got some invites. Again, just super awesome to see that in the community.
For sure. Where there's a will, there's a way, right?
Exactly.
These guys wanted to be here. They wanted to qualify for this competition. They found a way to make it happen, and we have a stellar field of athletes here today on both sides, male and female, competing today.
Yeah, we definitely do, and we're going to get to see how strong some of these athletes are a little bit later when they do the heavy hitters workout. But I can tell you right now, especially the females, the field is stacked. We have some strong females to see. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of power cleans, honestly, not that many squat cleans when we get to those heavier weights.
100%. These women have all posted crazy strength numbers. So we'll be reading some of those stats to you guys a little later on. The female side especially, these women are strong.
They definitely are. So we got Heat 3 coming up. We got Andrew Guzman, Mike Sikomani, Alexander Hutchins, Amir. These are some tough
We got some tough names in this heat.
That was one thing we didn't have them fill out, was information on how to say their names.
So in this heat, real quick, so in lane 1, we got Andrew Guzman. This is a guy with an engine, so in Open WOD 21.2, everybody's least favorite workout, he posted a 14:19, which is pretty fast.
That's extremely fast. Wow.
So he's going to have an engine. He's going to be doing well on this. Mike
That'll
is
be fun
from
to watch on this workout, especially.
Mike from CrossFit The Swamp, so kind of a local guy. We got Alex Hutchins. Amir is another Invictus Boston native here.
There we go. We
So
love that.
We love it. Fun thing about Amir, so Amir is super strong, really strong, clean, strong squat. but he's been working a lot on his engine, a lot of rowing, a lot of biking, so it'll be interesting to see how that pays off here.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to see how that pays off here. And again, looking back at the strategy, we saw it in the second heat as well, where athletes go out so hard on that bike, and then they go back to that drag rope. But I will say, I think the second heat did a little bit better job of just going and just picking up that rope, and then just breaking it up into smaller sets.
100%. It looked like there was a little bit more strategy being employed in that second heat, and I think we'll see that even more so as we go.
Definitely.
Because we're starting to get into heats with some of the top qualifiers, some of the top athletes. Even just looking at this heat list, right? Jimmy in lane 8, he was actually 4th in the qualifier, so really solid performance there. And we're going to have some interesting mixes of athletes coming up here in these next heats, so definitely keep an eye out. Jordan Zerba, I believe over at CrossFit Wicked, pretty solid athlete here. Or actually, Jordan might be, my apologies, Jordan. I believe Jordan is from the Ocean State CrossFit.
Wow.
They just have a team qualifier for the
They
games.
did. They're female on their team. She broke the record for the females' highest clean and jerk in competition. I believe 265.
265, yeah, that's right, for Christine Middleton. She's, talk about strong.
She is crazy strong. So we got Devin going up here. I actually competed against Devin like about a year ago in September. So I know Devin. What's crazy is Devin is definitely a strong athlete, but I remember him. There was a run in one of the events that we did, and he was trucking away. He definitely has an engine, and he's very strong. So that is going to be very fun to watch him on this workout.
I think we're going to start to see some fireworks in these next couple heats for sure.
Oh, we definitely are. So we got Andrew in lane 1. He's actually a father of twins.
Oh, wow, okay.
We got double trouble right there.
He's pretty busy when he's not training for competition.
I'm sure he knows what it's like to just keep going when you're tired.
Absolutely. Yeah, he may not have gotten any sleep this week going into this competition. If he's got twins.
You never know with parents. He actually talked about one of his competitions. He was the Center Park Whoop champ.
Okay. Wow.
And then top 10% in the Open, which means he qualified for quarterfinals, which was very fun to see. I think that CrossFit did a good job this year, including the community. 10% is actually a decent number for the amount of athletes in the Open, I think. So it's definitely very fun to see all these athletes get a chance at a little bit higher of a competition.
For sure. And I think what you're going to find, or what I found just looking at some of these athletes for today, is of the athletes who qualified for quarterfinals, a lot of them had a much better performance in the quarterfinals versus the Open. So we have some athletes have some high skills,
I mean, who was going to expect wall walks in the Open? I'm not going to lie. I didn't do the Open this year, but I was definitely happy that I didn't have to do wall walks. But I will say they have been in training a lot for a lot of athletes. And today we're going to get to see them do handstand walks, this group, so that'll be fun.
We are. We got Heat 3 about to kick off here of men. We have scores in for Heats 1 and 2 for those who are following on the leaderboard. Those calories are updated. We'll pop that on the stream here in a little bit. But for those following along at home, those scores are in. And I'm going to pull that up now so we can
10 seconds on the clock.
These athletes are about to start. The 10-second countdown has started. As you can see, they all have to start with one hand on that bike, and then they run, pick up that drag rope.
24 drag rope dubs, 6 single arms double press.
So again, these athletes just trucking away at these drag ropes.
Heavy. We're going to see some big numbers.
So right now, as of the first 2 heats, Blake Sama in first place. Not a surprise after seeing him get back to the bike
definitely
first.
not surprised with that one.
Pete Loria from that first heat also in second, doing a really good job. And Tanner Durstein, third place. So in that last heat, that strategy of getting to the bike first, hanging on to that steady pace paid off.
I definitely think that was a good strategy for him.
100%. And actually, Sam Carmola currently in fourth, and Fabrice rounding out your top 5. So I don't want to say it's a surprising ranking, but it was based on how some people were attacking the bike. We never really knew where people were going to end up there.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see some of the scores based on some of the strategies that we've seen so far. So we're going to take a look at what is happening right now on the floor. We have a couple athletes already on the bike. Actually, I believe all the athletes are now on the bike. They're pedaling away, as you can see. These guys actually look a little bit more consistent on the bike, I would say. They're a little bit smoother. Some athletes in lane number 3, Alexander's taking a little bit harder than some of the other ones. But I would say they look a little bit slower than our first couple of heats.
Absolutely. Something that Amir just did was he looked up and just checked the clock overhead to see how much time was left. And I think you're going to see a lot of these athletes they're going to be pacing themselves based on the available time. And it looks like that's happening consistently across the board in this heat.
Yeah, definitely. I think all the athletes that some athletes tested this and they have those numbers. They know what to expect of themselves, which is going to be super fun to see and watch. So again, I really am interested to see this third heat and then the fourth heat that we have. The strategies of this bike.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm excited to see Devin O'Neill on the bike. I want to see what that guy's going to do. He's got basically a 5-minute mile at like 220 pounds body weight.
Yeah.
Great engine that guy can move. So seeing him in the next heat is going to be exciting. But these guys right now are just staying steady, cruising right now.
It may not be the most fun thing to watch people bike, but you got to give some respect to the amount of pain that they're going to go through in this workout.
I'm actually impressed by how composed everybody in this heat is looking right now.
I think that comes from just competition experience and understanding your pain tolerance. I think as an athlete, you have to know that pain tolerance and you have to understand, okay, like I'm going to be hurting, but am I going to be able to disassociate with that pain and just focus on that breathing and staying calm? Some of those well-known athletes like Matt Fraser and Tia Claire Toomey, half the time you look at them and they don't have an expression on their face. Some athletes have that anger, that pain, and some athletes are just very composed.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that experience come into play in this heat and definitely in the heat coming up.
45 seconds, so round 2.
About 45 seconds until these guys are going back to that drag rope. So round 2, they're going to be walking, and in round 3, they're going to be going back into that handstand walk, the same as the previous heats.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. I'm excited to see these athletes take this next set and just see how the drag rope goes. Because I have a feeling some of them are going to be able to go unbroken, and then they're going to just crush through those single arm presses and just get back to that bike.
Absolutely. I got a chance to meet Devin Johnson yesterday, really good dude. I'm excited to see him through this whole competition, really stellar athlete, and also really nice guy. We just chatted a little bit yesterday. He stopped into the gym just to see how he's feeling, and he's definitely ready for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, you actually probably got a sneak peek of some of the athletes. From what I heard, a lot of them have been dropping into Invictus, which has been really cool. I know the athletes thought that was very neat that they got to work out there.
Absolutely. These guys now back to that drag rope. That composure is paying off. These guys are moving through this second round.
I'm definitely thinking that was the better way to go. I think in the beginning it might seem like a good idea to go hard. Wow, we already have an athlete on these single arm devil's presses down there. I believe that is Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan moving.
Jordan is cruising.
Well, when you're surrounded by athletes at a gym like Ocean State where there's just that competitive environment, a lot of that rubs off on you. So he's going to have that experience, that composure. But I think there's a definite shift going into this heat and coming into the last heat where you can just feel that experience, and a lot of these athletes are much more cool, calm, and collected. Not to say that they're going to do better or worse, but they're just composure is there. The approach is a little different.
Yeah.
It's a different WOD for these guys.
Yeah, and again, that comes into experience. If you're a new athlete and the guy next to you is just hammering away at the bike, you're going to think, I need to go with the same pace rather than just, staying in your own lane, following that strategy. And again, working out with athletes that are just crazy fit like at Ocean State. You definitely have to learn how to just stay in your own lane sometimes, and I think that pays off in competition.
100%. I think one of the most valuable skills that you can learn as an athlete is...
Justin just getting so much love over here.
People just keep coming in. But one of the best skills you can learn as an athlete is how to run your own race.
Yeah.
And there are almost every scenario in CrossFit as a sport, is
Yep.
about running your own race
It
and
is.
sticking to your game plan. And if you deviate from that game plan, you get into trouble. So, I have a close relationship with Justin Kotler, who's coaching a lot of games athletes
yes.
through the West Coast
He
Classic
sure
this week.
is. Carrie Pierce's coach and Tola's coach as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we've been talking a lot about just competitive mindset, and his thing is you have to be able to get rid of the highs and the lows. You have to be able to keep a
love
level
that.
head, run your own race.
Yeah.
And I think that these athletes are starting to really do that in this heat, and it'll be interesting to see that for the rest of today.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring that up because we've noticed in the CrossFit world, all these athletes have now moved and are training in almost training camp style. We have the comp train crew, we have the Invictus crew, we have the underdog athletics group, we got training think tank, and it's interesting to see all these athletes now moving so that they can be competitive with each other throughout the year, and it's definitely we're gonna see a different type of games this year, I think, because of that.
100%. A lot of these athletes very mindful of the time right now, so just to go back to that pacing, a lot of looks at the clock, trying to figure out what we have left. We have about a minute before we get into that third round with the handstand walks, and I actually am interested to see the handstand walk with this heat of guys after these first couple rounds.
I think it'll be interesting. I think it's really going to get competitive on these handstand walks. So they're just going away. They got a little bit less than a minute left on this bike.
Starting to see some heavy breathing for sure,
Yeah.
but everybody still
very
looks
composed.
very
I would
controlled.
say still very composed.
100%, still very, very
You
controlled.
can see some athletes are taking an approach of leaning into the bike a little bit more, using those arms. And then you can see some are trying to lean back and just focus on breathing a little bit more.
I definitely don't know if I'd want to lean into those handles going into this third round on the handstand walk.
Yeah,
but
I would definitely try and get my shoulders ready for that handstand walk.
got about
almost
15
done.
seconds. 15 seconds until we're on that handstand walk in round 3.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1,
And we're off for the handstand walk starting round
All right.
3. Everybody
Wow,
kicking
pretty
right
much
up.
right up. You'll see some athletes, there's a couple athletes, I believe, that just didn't kick right up. Lane number 4, Amir, held back a little bit before he kicked up. But most of those athletes just went right into it. Jordan, I believe, is already on his drag rope. And a couple other athletes in the back there.
Yeah, keep an eye on lanes 6 through 8, the last 3 lanes. We got Jordan, who's been doing well, Devin Johnson, and Jimmy, who placed really well in the qualifier. So these are all solid athletes.
Yeah, definitely, and we're definitely starting to see that talent and that work ethic is starting to come out right now for sure. This round is definitely the toughest round, going in with fatigued everything, and then that handstand walk kind of, takes your breath away for a second there.
100%. Making good work of these drag rope double unders. Devil press already done. Handstand walk starting for some athletes here. That's Ross on the handstand walk. Almost there.
Almost there. Walk
what
backwards.
a save.
Wow. That was impressive, I got to say. In lane number 6, so we had, I believe that was Ross.
So Jordan going
Sorry,
back
that
to
was
the
Jordan.
bike.
I believe that was Jordan.
Devin, we got Jimmy back on the bike. So Ross with that valiant finish on the handstand walk, but as soon as he got on the bike, Jimmy was right back behind him in lane 8.
Right back in there.
I'm excited to see what Jimmy's score is after this workout in lane 8. He's been powering through this workout so far.
Yeah, Jimmy has, and I think Devin also back there has been very consistent. He looks like he's got a good pace going on the bike for sure.
Absolutely. Devin just kind of scanning the room, taking a look at the crowd, seeing where people are at.
Again, we're seeing that back half of the room has a little bit more composure, but they're also moving at a pretty fast pace, I would say.
2 minutes in, 2 to go.
Yeah, it looks like these guys are starting to pick it up now in this last round.
I mean, they got about 2 minutes, so they're in their heads. They're probably saying, 2 minutes of pain. Let's just go. Dig deep here.
Amir working through that handstand walk.
Let's make some noise. Let's go, Amir.
One of the things you don't want to do is kick up too quickly, right? Especially if your shoulders are fatigued. Amir kicked up a little fast on that second attempt there, and he had to shake things out and start over again.
You definitely have to know yourself on this skill because handstand walks, it's tricky, If you're not comfortable upside down when you're uncomfortable, then it's not going to go well. You really got to make sure that you're ready to kick up and go when you kick up into that handstand walk.
Well, especially with the breathing that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
If you're out of breath, if you're not able to catch your breath, it's going to affect your ability to stabilize when you're upside down.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we see that with like rope climbs. We see that with open water swimming. You know, there's certain things that we do in CrossFit that are just skill-wise, but also it's just a comfort of dealing with that pain and being uncomfortable, but just pushing yourself through it.
We're in the last minute here, so this is where we're going to start to see people pick up the pace a little bit.
Definitely starting to pick up the pace here. I think some athletes might hang on a little bit longer, and then we're gonna see some hard pedaling in a second or two. Devin and I believe Jimmy down there just pedaling away Jordan as well.
Look at Alex Hutchins here in lane 3, picking up that pace.
Yeah, look at him. He's actually been holding that consistent pace a lot of the time.
The crowd getting these guys going.
There's that crowd again. You can always count on the crowd to get you through.
10 seconds.
Here we go. Yeah, we're definitely seeing them pedal hard now. Last 3 seconds now. Athletes are really hammering away at that.
And there we go.
Wow. That was impressive, I gotta say.
Yeah, Heat 3 of the men really showing up.
Yeah, I definitely think we saw a different strategy here, though, and it definitely paid off. We're going to have to look at the scores when it comes back, but it just looked like it went a little bit better, and they were able to push so much more at the end versus we saw in those other heats. They weren't really digging that deep in the end. It felt like they were just kind of hanging on to whatever was left in the tank.
100%. I feel like the pace at the beginning of the last couple heats was a little fast, especially for how much work there was.
Definitely.
And we were able to see that composure here. So Heat 4 coming up
Heat
now.
4, oh, this is going to be fun.
This is going to get exciting. So Josh Beaker, who I believe won the qualifier.
Yeah,
You have
Josh.
Devin O'Neill. You have Devin Brown, who was another.
Yep.
Actually, Devin Brown might have won. I'm going to pull up this qualifier leaderboard here real quick. So Devin Brown took second in the qualifier. So Josh Beaker took first. Devin Brown in second for the qualifier.
Yep.
Jimmy, who was just in this last heat, was fourth. And we have Devin O'Neill, who's obviously a solid competitor, a lot of experience at a high level.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Eamon Coyne was going to be with us. He just qualified for the games as a Masters athlete, but he was unfortunately not feeling well today. He's a little sick, wasn't able to compete. So that would have definitely added a little mix to this,
I think
this
so.
heat.
And we got a Beverly local in this one, Kenny Pierce. Good friend of mine, actually. I'm super excited to watch him. I know he is great at handstand walks, but what's going to be interesting is we have some athletes that are great at the bike, so he's probably going to try and kick up right away on that handstand walk, use that to his advantage.
Yeah. Well, we saw that work out well for Blake and Tanner in the last heat, right? They both end up at the top of the leaderboard there.
Man.
I got a chance to meet Malonzo Hayes at Invictus yesterday, and he's a 230-pound man who is doing the most graceful bar muscle-ups I've ever seen.
That's impressive. It comes down to a lot of technique right there, honestly.
So I have a feeling he's not going to mind the handstand walk, and I also have a feeling he's going to eat this bike.
Yeah, I mean, look at the guys in this heat. Some of them are just gigantic in size. We got a mullet with all the American flag. I believe that is Josh Beaker.
Josh Beaker with the mullet.
Look at that outfit.
We should have a CrossFit Games for just best mullet right now, I feel like, amongst the men.
He's really competing with Justin Medeiros right there. We're starting to see the mullet become a hair trend. Same with the crop tops. That is another trend we're starting to see.
I'm just going to sit here and say that those are some very fast drag rope dubs by Devin O'Neill.
I was thinking the exact same thing. I was going to say those were very fast. So if he can hold that pace, I mean, he's going to do really well getting back to that bike, especially after the bike. We'll see how that goes in this heat as well.
For sure. And I know we've talked about him a lot today, but he's an athlete that a lot of people have been following. He's had some great events. He actually did really well in the Open despite having COVID like in the middle of the Open.
Oh, wow. He had COVID during the Open. That is impressive.
Was able to still qualify for quarterfinals. Really solid performance. With him, he's had some events in the past that have been really, really good. He's had some standout finishes like at the Mid-Atlantic, but there have also been some holes in his game that he's still good at, but things where he's definitely weaker. But I do feel like these events today play to his strengths, and so it'll be interesting to see him kind of get after it on the floor.
Definitely. So these athletes getting ready, just setting everything, making sure ropes are set. You know, there's definitely a technique as well to how you lay your rope. You want to be able to get back in, pick up that rope, and just go. You don't want to have to untangle it. That placement matters, you know, transitions.
Well, in these heats, you're going to start to see all of those little things come into play.
Yeah.
All of these little techniques and strategies that these athletes have, the experience will show.
Yeah, definitely the experience is going to show in this heat.
One other thing, actually, about Josh Beeker, aside from having a fantastic mullet, he is getting married in December. So,
oh my gosh.
Good for you, Josh.
That is so exciting. We love that.
Let's go, boys.
Josh Beeker has a 3:30 1K row time posted, so it'll be interesting to see what happens on that 1K row later
Gotta
on.
feel like he's going to be able to beat that. So athletes are on up to this rope now. Man, he is going fast on those drag ropes.
Yeah, Devin keeping that speed on the drag rope. Josh Beeker looking good. All of these guys right now in this heat looking strong, looking composed.
Kenny looking very composed, already onto the single arm devil's presses. And I did talk to Kenny before. He said he tested these workouts. So he's going in with experience and knowledge of how he's going to feel and his scores on this workout. We're seeing a blistering pace right now, though. These athletes are cruising. Devin O'Neill already back to the bike.
Devin Brown powering through these and sprinting back to the bike,
Wow.
actually.
Look at these, like already, everyone is back to that bike.
40 seconds in, that may be our fastest first round.
Devin Brown is an impressive athlete. I was following him during the qualifier. He's right next to Devin O'Neill in lane 3. Those are definitely two people you're going to want to watch in this heat. He's got a great pace on the bike right now, but he performed really well across the board in the qualifier, putting up some great scores, coming in second to Josh Beeker. But honestly, I felt like a lot of his performances were very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to see, again, this last heat here, they're already looking more composed, but their pace is a little bit faster than I would say than we saw in the last heat. Also, very composed, but again, they're moving. They got some experience on their belt. They're comfortable, you know, being uncomfortable and being in that pain.
I want to keep an eye on Malonza Hayes here at the end. One thing I want him to do in this heat that I think is important is I want him to play his own game like we were just talking about. I think he started to push that early work a little bit fast, and now he's settling into his rhythm on the bike. So I just want to see him stay comfortable and find out where he should be, because obviously he's a powerful guy. I think he's going to make up ground on the bike if he can stay composed.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're going to see that in this heat is, you know, these athletes are a little bit more skilled, a little bit more experienced, so it's going to be stay in your own lane and fight hard. And I think it's going to be hard, too, when you see those athletes next to you going a little bit faster. Like Devin O'Neill was just cruising on the drag rope. And again, on the bike right now, we're just seeing them all settling into a pace here. And hopefully they should be increasing that pace as they go.
Devin Brown still looking really solid on that bike right now. These guys have another 90 seconds before this next round.
Yeah, definitely keeping that chest up, focusing on that breathing, big pulling, using their arms as much as they can, as well as their legs.
Your guy Kenny Pierce looking good over there.
Kenny is just looking awesome over there. I know he's got a whole crew in the stands cheering him on.
Josh Beeker's hair getting blown ever so gracefully by the bike.
Josh is actually on the prompter right now. I can see it. Yeah, we got a couple of fans in front, but that's okay. We got our little prompter right here.
Yeah, these guys looking solid right now.
They
Another
really
minute left in this first round. Everybody looks like they're in control, and like you said, I think they're in control at an even faster pace than the last heat.
Yeah, and I think, again, that just comes with experience and the longer that you've been doing CrossFit, you know. These guys look like they have that experience. They're used to being uncomfortable. They're used to being in that pain. Josh actually just looking like he just picked up the pace a little bit. I really like that.
He's just hanging out. He looks like he's taking a casual bike ride through the neighborhood.
He really does. I think he's just, you know, he's ready for the 4th of July, I think.
Well, hey, for a guy who won the qualifier, he's obviously got an engine.
Yeah, he definitely does.
And there was a bike workout in the qualifier as well, so we got to see a little bit about how comfortable these guys are on that bike.
Yeah, we definitely did.
15 seconds until we transition into this second round. I'll be interested to see if Devin O'Neill keeps that drag rope pace going into round 2.
So yeah, keep an eye on Devin O'Neill over here in lane 2. He was cruising on that drag rope.
Round 2.
Running back to the rope.
Let's see it. Oh, failed his first one, okay.
Now we're settling in. Now we're settling in here.
Kenny looks very composed. He is just cruising through on those. Josh as well.
So Josh looks really smooth. Devin Brown looks like he's doing a little bit more work, but he's able to power through this set.
Definitely lifting his legs a little bit more of a jump, I would say. Josh already on his double press.
Josh showing why he won the qualifier right now.
Yeah, he really is. Josh is just making his name known.
So one thing these guys are doing is they're doing that straight pull from the ground on the devil press. So if you've ever done single arm devil presses, a lot of people will utilize kind of like a dumbbell swing to come out of the bottom. But these guys are all strong enough that they're just grabbing that dumbbell and pulling.
Yeah, and we're definitely starting to see that in CrossFit. You know, a 50-pound dumbbell is nothing for these guys anymore. A 50-pound dumbbell has become the new women's RX weight.
Yes.
So it's more so. We saw 100-pound dumbbells in some of the some of the semifinals in the past. So I'm assuming these guys, you know, maybe some of them even practice with a heavier dumbbell.
I'll tell you, Josh Beaker keeping that pace on the bike, looking good.
So definitely interesting to see that pace in the round 2. I honestly think that they're doing a good job so far, staying steady and working well on that pace.
Coming up on 90 seconds in.
So again, just focusing on that breathing, trying to get as much of a little bit of a recovery as you can in this event.
These boys are loving the bike. Especially this one.
I have water. They're good though. Thank you.
All right. Kenny looking good
Kenny
over there.
is cruising. Kenny's actually a former Division I football player.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, so that is about all the information he gave us, and luckily I have some insight on him. I know that he is basically 100% made of caffeine. He loves coffee.
Okay.
So,
who doesn't?
Yeah, I know. I run on coffee. I feel that 100%.
Right now I'm only about 40% coffee and I'm upset about it.
I don't know. I've already had, I had some Zevia this morning, so I think I had that and then I had another coffee. So I'm probably at about like 60%.
Well, I don't know about coffee, but if you're looking for a recovery drink, FitAid, one of our sponsors today.
FitAid, you're right. Some of our sponsors. Let's talk about some of those guys.
Well, Legends Apparel providing
Which
all
I'm
of our
repping,
you are
actually,
repping
yeah.
actually providing all of our volunteers with some stellar shirts, super comfortable.
Yeah, I was like, wow, this is actually really comfortable.
We got Noble footwear sponsor, and Byrne was tossing gift cards into the crowd earlier.
Byrne was making it rain earlier with those gift cards.
We also have Element 26 making belts, grips, gear, all that kind of stuff. Spikeball actually gave Spikeball kits to people who were winning workouts during the qualifier.
They
so
sure
that's
did.
cool. And if you want a little FitAid, if you need something else after your workout, Ascent, one of our other sponsors.
Yeah, Ascent, we love them.
And let's not forget RX Smart Gear providing drag ropes for all the athletes today for this competition.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Some of the athletes actually bought the drag rope ahead of time so they could have experience using it. And honestly, I think that was the way to go. I think it's kind of a tool that you could definitely use in a lot of workouts. And just have that experience when you go to step up and use that rope for the first time.
100%.
Definitely different than using a double under, typical double under rope there.
It certainly is. 20 seconds here until we're in that handstand walk. We'll see these guys kick up, and I think we're going to see a sprint into that handstand.
I think we are. I think it's going to be, as fast as possible. This is going to be fun to watch.
Get ready, guys,
Some
for those watching at home.
Hands off the bike, getting ready. Josh hammering away.
And here we go.
Let's go. They're going to kick right up. Kenny is up. Devin is up.
Some
people faster on their hands than their feet, it looks like.
Yeah. Kenny already into that drag rope as well as Malonzo.
This heat is pretty evenly matched for everything at the beginning of these rounds.
Yeah. Josh looking really comfortable. Oh, he just actually missed a set. There we go. Back. Devin O'Neill has actually kept his speed pretty well on the drag rope.
Absolutely.
Kenny already on his single arm presses.
I'm actually very impressed with Kenny in this round. He attacked that handstand walk.
Yeah, I mean, he knows himself. He knows that he needs to get up and be fast on this so that he can get to the bike, because having more time on the bike is going to benefit him more than going against some of these bigger athletes.
I mean, this last round is brutal. We've seen this all day. These guys are going to get back on the bike with way too much time.
Yeah, definitely.
Kenny back on the bike.
Kenny's already back to the bike. This is awesome.
1 minute in.
I told you this was going to be a fast one. Kenny is just cruising right now.
Devin O'Neill, that followed by Josh.
Josh just got in. We'll hop on that bike. Devin O'Neill looks like he's about to hammer on the bike for a little bit. So again, we'll see if any athletes take that strategy where they go hard on the bike and then they hold back a little bit and then push on the end. Josh looks like he's about just going in right now. Same with Devin.
Josh has lost the headband. The hair is flowing.
Wow.
I'll say Josh has kept an impressive pace this whole workout. So he's not a guy who's kind of sprinted the beginning.
Yeah,
But what
definitely.
he's done is he's gotten to the bike fast and he's held that pace.
Yeah, he's definitely been very consistent. I think that's what we're seeing from him is some experience here, knowing himself pretty well and being able to hold that pace.
Yeah, definitely acting like a seasoned competitor.
Devin Brown, all of our boys are on the bike, 2 whole minutes to go.
So 2 minutes, wow, 2 minutes. I honestly feel bad for them because I can't believe it's only been 2 minutes. They have 2 minutes left on this bike. This is where it just starts to hurt and you're either gonna dig deeper or you're gonna hold back. And you know, it's just, you just have to know that it's gonna be a painful 2 minutes.
Absolutely. All of these athletes showing a little bit of pain. Devin Brown pushing, but you can tell that it's hard. These guys are not going to let up in this last heat here. But, you know, to talk about Josh, so obviously you look at him next to some of these guys, and he doesn't necessarily look as big or as powerful, but he's
Josh is actually smiling right now. He looks like he's just having fun.
Loving life right now. But Josh coming in with an almost 400-pound back squat and a 290 clean and jerk, so definitely strong, or stronger than you might think.
Yeah, definitely stronger than you might assume just looking at him.
That hair flowing, pushing that bike.
Yeah,
These guys have 1 more minute left in this final heat.
And Devin O'Neill, I'm looking at his stats. He's been to the MAC, Filthy 150, and Wadapalooza. So he definitely has some experience from these bigger competitions. Wow, the crowd is going wild.
Everybody's loving this last heat right now.
Yeah, they are letting them know.
40 seconds left on this bike for these last heat of gentlemen.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see these scores roll in. But again, Josh, Devin all hammering away at the bike. We're starting to see Kenny picking up his pace a little bit. Josh just digging in, just loving it right now. Devin looking very calm, but pushing pretty hard, I can just tell.
Yeah, he's picking up that pace now. 10
seconds. Crowd is really helping these guys out. Almost there, 3 seconds. Time. Wow. That was fun to watch. These athletes really pushed themselves on this last heat here.
All of our men, a round of applause.
All right. So we're going to be tabulating scores. Going into that last heat, Devin Johnson and Jimmy were tied for calories on that bike with 142 across those 3 rounds.
That's pretty crazy.
That's a lot of bike.
That's a lot of calories.
Jordan obviously did really well. He was sitting in 3rd, followed by Ross, followed by Blake Sama. So that's rounding out your top 5 after the last heat. Now, obviously, that'll get updated following this heat, but we'll have some updated numbers for you here in a second.
Yeah, but I definitely think these guys pushed pretty consistent and pretty hard. Even we saw it in that last heat. They were consistent. They pushed a little bit more, but this heat was even more consistent. They had a little bit faster of a pace. I'm wondering even honestly about the watts that they were holding in between each set. Definitely helps to know those numbers in a workout like this.
For sure. You know, we saw that consistent pacing seem to pay off. We saw it with Josh. We saw it with some of these other guys. You know, Blake Sama was consistent. He's able to stay in that top, top gentleman here. But we'll get that leaderboard updated. You know, we're coming into the women's competition now, the women's side of things. We have some stellar athletes. You know, some really impressive numbers across the board for some of these ladies coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Some of these ladies have some very high listed numbers. Let's just take a look at some of these stats. So on the females, I'm seeing we got Nicole with a 300-pound back squat.
Wow.
I mean, oh my gosh, some of these numbers are so high. Marie Collar, 325 on the back squat. Anastasia 305. Okay, most of these ladies have at least a 300-pound back squat.
I believe Kit Lamb, who's in this next heat, does as well.
One of them is, I believe, a power lifter. So her numbers, I know, are just way up there. If that is her main sport, she just
This
recently
crowd
competed.
going crazy for these ladies right now. So in this next heat, lane 1, we're going to have Tiffany Bishop. Lane 2, Tay Examon. We're going to have Kiana in lane 3, Kit Lamb in lane 4, Mel Langersini in lane 5. So Mel is an Invictus athlete. Kit Lamb used to be a member at our gym as well. Star, who's an Invictus Boston athlete, she's our in-house power lifter in lane
Love
7.
that.
And Tanya Dennis rounding out this first heat of ladies in
And we
lane
got
8.
Tiffany, I believe Tiffany Ballinger. She is a former gymnast and dancer, so I'm assuming that means she's going to be good on those handstand walks. And we saw earlier that actually made a difference for some athletes. It made them get a little bit of an edge to get to that bike a little bit sooner and get to the dumbbell and the drag rope a little bit quicker.
100%. We're going to be right back here in a few moments with the women's competition. Thanks for tuning in so far.
Good job. That was fun.
Make sure we got our ropes
I need to
ready,
stand.
our dumbbells ready.
Okay.
Bike is all
I
adjusted.
know, I was like, are we still on or not? I think so. I saw that go. Oh, now the guy has the dog. The dog in the front. The girl that was wearing the dog in the front, I think her boyfriend's wearing it now.
She's competing in this heat.
That's awesome. Good?
Our first heat of ladies are up.
Oh gosh.
Same workout, 24 double unders, 6 single arm doubles presses at 35 pounds, followed by that max cal on the bike.
It's hard to see the lanes on some of
I just started counting.
yeah. Well, it's hard. I like can't count like when people are standing, and then I'm like, this is so fun.
Judges, judges, thumbs up if your athlete is ready to go. 10 seconds on the clock. Let's go, ladies. 5, 3, 2, 1, and we're up.
And starting with our ladies here, running to that rope.
All right, I gotta say, I am loving lane 1. Tiffany Bishop, her shoes are awesome. Orange is my favorite color, so I gotta say, I'm kind of rooting for her in this first one.
All our ladies going strong on this rope.
Some of these ladies, or really all these ladies, looking like they've at least practiced these drag rope double unders
Definitely.
before.
Some ladies moving on already to that single arm devil's press. I think it's going to be interesting, to see the pace strategies of the females compared to the males. Some males, it's a little bit easier for them to just pound away at the bike, whereas some of these ladies are going to be smarter and more strategic about how they go into this bike. But I will say that 35-pound dumbbell is light. It's definitely light for some of these ladies, and they are just going to snatch that thing up like it's nothing.
Oh, especially for this heat. We were just talking about all these 300-plus pound back squats that these ladies have. I don't think anybody's worried about that dumbbell right now.
Not at all. It's just like a quick get this done and then get to that bike.
A bunch of ladies making their way back to the bike. Basically, everybody is back on the bike in this heat right now.
Over a minute in. Same thing here.
We have results from the first workout in officially that we'll update you guys with soon for the men's side of things.
Oh, I'm excited to see these.
definitely some big numbers coming in on that bike.
Yeah, definitely want to see how Josh and some of the bigger athletes compared to the smaller athletes that were just pounding away on that bike. Some of them, didn't look like they were working that hard, but it's just easy when you have, a bigger frame to just pound away on that bike.
Absolutely. So already we're seeing, to your point, I feel like some good pacing across the board from these ladies.
Yeah.
It looks like everybody here is kind of running their race right now and being where they need to be.
And again, like we saw before, seeing that first heat compared to that final heat, the difference between the two. That first heat, we saw them go so hard out, and I think honestly the ladies might have even paid attention to that and seen the difference between all the heats, maybe even some of their friends competing and gotten some of the inside scoop on how to go about the strategy here.
100%. I think that first heat or first two heats of gentlemen really showed everybody what can happen if you go too hard in round one.
Yes, I mean it's kind of like when you're going to a CrossFit class and you see the class before you and they just kind of give you that head nod like, man, that was a hard workout.
Absolutely.
So these ladies, about 90 seconds left on the bike here.
Ladies doing well with this. I know we have some fun facts about some of these ladies. We got to pull some of this up here.
Yeah, we definitely do.
Let's make some noise for these ladies in heat one.
Tiffany is easily scared, but she loves horror movies. But she also has been to Granite Games on an RX team that got second place, which is pretty impressive. So she definitely has some experience there.
No, for sure. Definitely that competition experience already playing out here.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about Star, who's on the screen right now. So
Right.
she is a solid powerlifter. She actually won the last powerlifting meet that she did. She took first place. She's got over a 400-pound deadlift. Some really impressive numbers.
Yeah, extremely impressive from her. We were talking to her actually a little bit earlier, and she was telling us about some of her training. And I know that for sure when we watch that heavy hitters WOD, she is definitely going to just power those numbers for sure.
Absolutely.
20 seconds.
Kiana, I believe, has she is bilingual. She is English and Spanish certified. Sorry, she does English and Spanish. So, we got about 10 seconds left for this bike.
Going into round two now. We'll see how these ladies fare with that drag rope in the second round.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a little bit of a slower pace here, but let's see if this pays off on that drag rope. I definitely think they might have been strategizing there a little bit and just purposely pulling back on that bike.
I'll tell you, Tiffany Bishop looking great here in lane one on that drag rope so far. And right next to her, Tay is already on that dumbbell.
And in the back, looking extremely consistent, Starl and Tanya already moving on to that single arm doubles press.
We have Kit Lamb working through that jump rope. We have Kiana working through that jump rope right now, trying to get back on that dumbbell. Star with that big deadlift making quick work of this dumbbell double press.
Yeah, and we're seeing a different technique from Starl. She's actually using that hip hinge to get that dumbbell up, which, might be smart. Save your back a little bit. Not so much for right now, but definitely later on today. If you make it to that final, you got a lot of work left.
100%. One thing about Star, I know she's a little worried about the handstand walk in this workout, but I know she's going to try to push through these first two rounds on the bike and then see what happens on that handstand.
Yeah, that is a strategy in itself, knowing that you are, have a weakness coming up and purposely pushing hard because you don't know if you're even going to get to that third round on the bike.
Absolutely. These ladies looking good. Kit working through that devil press. Same with Kiana, trying to get back to that bike now in this second round. Kit making her way back to the bike now. Kiana working through the devil press. All the other ladies are on that bike pushing through.
Now I gotta say, Kiana is a certified athletic trainer, which personally my older sister is an athletic trainer, so I relate to that. She's definitely seen a ton of injuries, and it's kind of an advantage almost to have that experience. We see this a lot in CrossFit where there's doctors and physical therapists, chiropractors, to have that knowledge of just the body and the function, taking care of yourself as an athlete. So definitely an advantage on her part, I would say, for her overall health. And it is also her first competition.
Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah. she's got a ton of stats here. Collegiate volleyball at Bridgewater State University, and she is just excited to be here today.
One thing about Tanya Dennis down at the end in lane 8, so she works at Phoenix Multisport, which is a really cool organization, kind of all over the country, but they have a CrossFit facility here in Boston where they're working with recovering addicts and using fitness as a way to help them overcome that addiction.
Wow, that's amazing. I love hearing about that, and I think that's where the community of CrossFit is just so important. And Byrne talked about this last night, how part of the goal of this competition is to meet people from all over. There's athletes that flew in from Ohio, California, Maryland, all these different places, and it's cool knowing, hey, I can go to this gym one day and I can go see that person I met at this Invictus Invitational. I mean, even in Massachusetts, I go over to Invictus sometimes for a workout. I have friends, literally across the street that open a gym, and it's not, as competitive as it is, that community aspect is just unbeatable.
Absolutely. We have these ladies now definitely struggling through round 2 on the bike.
Yeah.
That Echo bike catches up to you quick. We're seeing a lot of the same thing we saw with the men earlier.
Starl's looking pretty confident on that bike, though. I think she knows she's just going to push it here before that handstand walk.
To me, that shows maturity as a competitor beyond like your skill set, right?
Oh, definitely.
Being able to kind of strategize to your strengths, know that you have to push early, and then trying to just see what happens on this last round.
Yeah. Got about 5 seconds to go, and then they will kick up and do handstand walks.
And here we are. Let's see some handstands.
Handstand walks. Let's see. Oh, right up in there was Taylor. Tiffany.
Tiffany looking good.
I gotta say, I think it's the shoes. I honestly think it's the shoes. I'm really digging those.
I am digging those as well. Hey, you got to make a statement, right?
You definitely do. I mean, Josh definitely made a statement in his outfit and on the floor.
Mel Langersini finishing up the handstand walk here in round 3.
So as we can see, Starl is struggling a little bit on those handstand walks. So again, that was probably why she pushed those first few rounds a little bit. We're going to hope that she can get across that line. Maybe even just getting in a couple. Again, it's a very hard skill.
100%. One thing about this workout that's important that we didn't really touch on earlier is the handstand walk is definitely going to create separation on the leaderboard. If you have the skill and you can do it, you get a whole other round of calories. But even athletes that we saw struggle with the movement, even if they could do it, you have that much less time to work in the last round.
Yeah, exactly. It's technically a buy-in, and it's so funny because when I'm coaching, I always tell my athletes, a buy-in is kind of like, your entrance, but your score doesn't really count until you get to that first part on the bike here. I guess that's where your calories really matter.
Tay just finishing up her handstand walk in lane 2. Mel working through those devil press right now down in lane 5.
So again, athletes moving through on these devil's presses. I don't believe anyone is back to the bike yet.
I know that Kit Lamb there in lane 4 has been working on handstands for a while, but under fatigue, it's a different ballgame.
It is, and that's something, again, you have to learn the skill not under fatigue, and then you have to practice it under fatigue, and that's a big thing that competition will teach you, is what do I need to work on under fatigue?
I will say, Tiffany Bishop is eating this workout alive right now.
And she's got a crowd behind her. I got to say, they are right in front of us, and they are really helping her through this workout. I'm excited to watch her. I believe this is her, is this her first competition, I believe?
That's a great question.
Here we go.
No, that was Tay. My bad. That was Tay.
Tiffany back on the bike.
So Tiffany right here is just cruising through, taking the lead right now.
Tay is looking good as well. She's going for that last handstand.
Again, the crowd just getting behind everybody. So Tiffany is actually a former gymnast and dancer, so that makes sense why the handstand walks were not an issue for her.
I was going to say her handstand walks were rather graceful.
Yeah. And that's funny because sometimes, gymnasts we're taught to be so proper, and we're not taught to have bad form. So it's kind of funny because when you're very proper, it's hard to go fast. So it's almost like you have to unlearn some of these habits. And we see that in the CrossFit Games at those bigger competitions, the athletes that are, trying to be perfect form versus the legs all over the place, and you're kind of just falling and catching yourself on that sprint.
Also want to point out that Tanya Dennis just finishing her first handstand walk, so she was able to get over the line.
That's awesome.
Working through her drag rope right now.
We love that.
Short time here with the ladies, 10 more seconds here. So we're definitely seeing more of a skill separation on the ladies field.
Yeah, definitely. 3 seconds.
2, 1,
and that'll do it for Heat 1 of the ladies.
Heat 1, that'll do it.
Let's make some noise.
So just to update everybody on the men's side, the leaderboard is updated, so if you go on the competition corner site, you can check that leaderboard. But for the men, Devin O'Neill taking first, not a surprise there, but taking it by 23 calories, so 186 calories total for Devin O'Neill in that workout, almost 200.
That is like 40 more than we saw in the last heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh Beaker second with 163 calories. And your guy, Kenny, in third.
Yeah, Kenny.
142nd. But what I will say, Melanza Hayes coming in at 145. I'm actually very impressed because he was kind of the silent killer in that heat.
I was going to say, because we were focusing so much on Josh and Devin and Kenny, and we noticed Melanza was kind of, at one point he did figure it out to just kind of go in his own lane. And I think he knew he has a lot of power, and just riding that bike for him doesn't take as much effort as it does for some of these other athletes.
100%, and he looked in control the whole time. He played his game. We talked about it, right? Hey, he's got to play his game. He's got to find his pace.
Definitely.
He was right there in the mix on the jump rope, on the devil press, on the handstand walk.
Yeah.
Powerful guy, 230 pounds, able to generate some speed on that bike. And then rounding out your top five.
This is where it pays to be a little bit heavier, I got to say.
Oh, these guys are going to love this next workout. But rounding out your top five, we have a tie between Devin Johnson and Jimmy Zamsky at 142 calories apiece. So
now,
a solid top five.
Where did Josh, I believe, he ended up crushing it. Josh was second, which was, it's funny because we were just talking about size. And he really just put his head down and he just pumped it so hard. Kenny.
Hey, Kenny's sitting in third right now, buddy.
You're third. I was hyping it up the whole time.
We just got to have Kenny come by the table here.
We sure did.
We have Heat 2 a woman. Heat 2 a woman. Cam getting the crowd pumped up here.
I think Heat 2 must have some big names in it, or they got a lot of friends.
The crowd, I'll tell you what, the crowd is definitely into it today, so they're helping these athletes out.
Honestly, it is so nice to be back in person competitions. It's, I'm happy we were able to do online competitions, but again, just in person, there is just so much that is so different, and one of those things is the crowd.
For sure. This is actually a solid heat of women.
Yeah, we got a good amount of people
here. A lot
here.
of athletes. So Joanna was in the competition last year. She did pretty well. Olga is somebody, Olga Axelrod, some solid stats, like decently strong, decent finishes in the open. We have Victoria Fontaine. Aurora in lane 4 competed last year, doing very well. She's just kind of an experienced competitor. She's somebody who's going to be consistent across the board and have some solid finishes. April Drolet in lane 5, for Lindsay Melanson in lane 6. So she was on a team that did a Granite Games qualifier. They actually won an event locally.
Wow, that's awesome.
So definitely some competition experience at a high level. We have Juliana in lane 7 and Amanda Berta rounding out this heat in lane 8.
Yeah, definitely. And like I said, we're going to witness each heat kind of take a different approach. And these females already witnessed the guys go, so they might, have learned from what they did or didn't do well in those heats and then pull from that. We saw the bike pace a little bit slower, and by the end it was like hard for them to kind of push through. So I'm interested to see as we get through these next heats if they're really going to push hard on the bike at the end there, if they really have enough left in the tank, and if they can even get to the bike on that last round.
And these ladies are off. Heat 1 starting on that drag rope. Solid group of competitors here. I'll be interested to see how the handstand walk affects this group like it did the last group.
Yeah, definitely. Wondering if we have any gymnasts in this heat or anyone that is just better at these higher skills.
In lane 1, Joanna is a Boston local from Boston Iron and Grit, CrossFit Boston Iron and Grit. So she's no stranger to competition. Like I said, she competed last year. She rounded out the women's field in 9th place. So has that experience at this event, was here last year throwing down, here again this year.
Yeah, again, having that experience really makes a difference. These ladies already onto the Devil's Press.
And in lane 8 is the first one back to her bike.
Some already onto the bike, lane number Lane number 2 on the bike. Lane number 1.
I believe that's
So
Olga in lane 2.
and Olga, yeah.
So fun fact about Olga, she has 3 hairless cats.
You know, I don't understand hairless cats, I gotta be honest, but again, that is a fun fact, so.
Hey, more power to you.
Yeah.
So aside from having some hairless cats, she's also got some decent numbers, 270-pound back squat, 170-pound clean and jerk, 130-pound snatch, and she's got a sub 4-minute 1K row listed, so she's going to be somebody to watch today.
Yeah, I definitely am excited to watch the 1K row, knowing that we have these stats, seeing if any of these athletes can beat that. It's just so different in that competition experience and environment. So we see a little bit of a different technique down a couple lanes in the back. We're seeing in the pink shoes, I believe that is Lindsay.
Yep, that's Lindsay.
Yep, Lindsay, and she's actually standing up occasionally to pedal away on the bike, but she looks like she's really pushing hard. Whereas in, I believe, lane 4, we're seeing Ara. She just looks like she's at a very consistent stay in her own lane pace. So I'm assuming has some experience right there.
Well, we saw that with the gentleman early. In the sense that so Aurora is one of the smaller females, right? Not necessarily as powerful as some of the other athletes. So she's trying to get to the bike and stay consistent. We saw that strategy with Tanner and a little bit with Blake and some of the smaller guys in the field. Now, Lindsay, definitely a stronger athlete. She's a CrossFit Southie, born and bred kind of girl. One of her other teammates, Mariah, is competing here coming up. So solid women's field.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're pretty lucky that we have a lot of local competitors, but we also have people from all over, which is really exciting. We'll see that in a little bit in the later heats. I met a female that was from Long Island, New York, who came from Cincinnati. So she is training at Cornerstone, and she is a freaky strong athlete from what I have been told and what I have seen on her social media.
So April in this heat is a Rack House Fitness athlete. So she's from this gym that we're hosting the event at today. So that's got to be cool.
That's got to be pretty cool.
Getting to do it at your home gym.
Your friends and your family can come watch you.
And actually, Juliana in lane 7, same thing. So they are both April and Juliana, both athletes here at Rack House Fitness.
Yeah, Rack House Fitness, this is actually my second time being here, but it is a very nice gym, very clean, very open, in Woburn, Massachusetts. We are not at Invictus today. It would have been a little bit too small, and I already said to Justin, I am so glad I didn't have to find parking.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
About 10 seconds, these athletes are about to stop and go into round 2.
Going back to that drag rope right now with these ladies here in our second heat of women's competition.
All right, they're heading into. Thank you.
These ladies still looking good on that drag rope, still looking composed.
Who's going to be first?
So we're seeing some athletes look a little bit more consistent on these drag ropes, and then we're seeing some struggle a little bit with that fatigue setting in.
Press in lane 8, Aurora in lane 4, Olga in lane 2, Johanna in lane 1, all of the dumbbell.
So Juliana looking good on that drag rope. I think it's safe to say the Rack House athletes probably practiced this movement a little bit before the competition.
I got a feeling they probably had some experience moving through some of these events. Again, everything was released on time. Everything was released early, so if they wanted to, unless they didn't have the drag rope, which I will say makes a difference.
For sure.
then they did not practice it. But again, I know a lot of these athletes did want to know their scores ahead of time.
That was cool to see, especially on Instagram, social media, people practicing these workouts, practicing the jump rope, sharing some of their results. There was a lot of build-up coming into this event of the community just kind of coming together and trying these things out.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. So some of these athletes back on the bike. We got lane 1, Johanna and Olga, both on the bike. April also on the bike.
And Lindsay in lane 6. Kind of a repeat of our first heat here, or first round rather, with everybody getting back to the bike around the same time.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's go, ladies.
So again, I'm pretty happy watching lane 4, Aura. She is doing a really good job of staying consistent, and you can just tell by the look of her face. She is just looking down, just doing her own thing, not getting distracted by her, and she was one of the first back to the bike.
Yeah, and that's very important, is being able to play your game, right? We saw it with the men, we're going to see it with the women. You just have to stay in control, run your race. And one of the things that I think we're going to see in the women's field, that handstand walk skill definitely proving to be a barrier.
Yeah.
So going into this third round here in 90 seconds, I want to see how these women are going to handle this skill and how these early rounds are going to impact that handstand walk.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you don't have a handstand walk and you can't get back to the bike, you're missing out on about 2 minutes of just bike time. And I'm sorry, like, I don't know, doesn't matter how good of a biker you are, you cannot make up for that 2 minutes of just a whole round missing. So
No.
definitely an advantage to be a good handstand walker in the females specifically.
Yeah, it seems to be a bigger differentiator in our female field today than with our males. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
So these athletes got a little bit less than a minute, about 45 seconds left, and then we're going to see them kick up onto those hands into that handstand walk.
Let's go, make some noise!
The crowd is already getting excited, getting behind them.
30 seconds.
We're starting to see them pick up a little bit more. All right, about 20 seconds left. Pedaling pretty hard here. We got some athletes going a little bit harder than others. Lindsay looks like she's pretty consistent there on that pace, pushing pretty hard down there. Amanda as well, just grinding. You're starting to see the pain, fatigue. Some athletes choosing to actually just calm down so that they can go right into that handstand walk.
Absolutely. Handstand walk, wow. Amanda kicking right up, as is Lindsay.
Who's getting there first? Who's getting there?
Aurora working through that
and
handstand
Amanda
walk as
right
well.
up there.
Aurora right behind her.
So Amanda Berger at the end and Aurora finishing that handstand walk. Same with Lindsay, doing well.
Yeah, very. They looked very comfortable. They looked like they knew they were capable of it, and they just kicked right up. And Aurora actually let go of the handles a little bit before so that she could just kick right up. And I think she just wanted to shake it out a little bit.
I'll be honest, I love Olga Axelrod in this heat. She just fought through a hard handstand walk, but you can tell that she's a competitor. She's pushing herself here in this workout.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree that, you know, she's a fun competitor to watch. As you can tell, she's very smart about how she's approaching this workout.
She did well in those first 2 rounds. The fact that she's already on that drag rope is good. It means that she's not going to be too far behind on this last bike. I'm excited to see how she performs here in this heat today.
Yeah, me as well. We have Johanna, who's still on her drag rope up here, but she's looking pretty content, actually chipping away at those, and then a couple athletes on those single arm devil presses.
Olga on the devil press. That's my girl in this heat, I'm telling you right now.
Yep, you're right. She is just crushing it. I think she's about to kick up for that handstand walk, actually.
We got a few ladies who are shaking out the shoulders before this second handstand walk back right now.
You know, and again, that is smart, knowing yourself enough to know, hey, I just pushed pretty hard. I will not be able to kick up until I'm ready. And now we see her just cruising through on that handstand walk, easily ready to just get back on that bike. I think we're going to see a pretty good score from her, from what I've seen so far.
Absolutely.
Victoria in lane 3.
Johanna has moved on to those single arm devil's presses. And we see Amanda all the way back there. She is now on the bike as well. I'm telling you, these bright shoes must help people.
It's all about the shoes we're learning right now in the
really
female
is.
field.
I'm a little biased towards the shoes, I will say. The brighter, the better. 90 seconds to go.
Feet down for Olga on the way back. Johanna getting ready to.
This will conclude our second heat of ladies.
Here we go,
Second
ladies,
heat
here
of
we go.
ladies.
Who's
So
going
we're
back to the
seeing
bike?
again
We're almost there.
some struggles with the handstand walk, but these ladies are not giving up, and I love that. They are not gonna stop until they get through this as best as they can. Again, these ladies have to make sure their hands cross all the way over that line, otherwise it is a no rep, and they have to go back up into that handstand and get back over that line fully.
Olga is back to the bike.
All
1
right.
minute left here.
Look at her go, standing up and pumping it out. And then we have Olga, I believe. Yeah, Olga is just grinding hard on that bike right now. Head down, going. So there's two different techniques right there. Standing up and going, and then just head down, pounding away at it. Amanda going hard.
Johanna is back.
Lindsay as well.
30 more seconds. but
30 seconds here for these ladies.
Victoria Fontaine getting that crowd behind her, finishing that handstand walk there, getting to that drag rope.
20 seconds.
20 seconds, almost there.
And you know, that might be a huge thing for her, getting through that handstand walk. And that's something it's so important to remember that there's a milestone right there, you know, getting that handstand walk under fatigue. It is a challenge. It is definitely a hard skill.
100%. And that's time for
And
Heat 2 of our
time.
ladies.
Let's make some noise for our ladies in Heat 2.
Wow. That was fun to watch.
Work.
The ladies not disappointing.
No, they're really not. Again, they really fought hard there. I'm excited to see these scores of these this next crew. You see what I got on? Told you I'd wear it today. Good job so far. As you can see, it is a packed house in here. And there's even more people outside. I know there's some people outside grilling, getting some food.
We got
There's
everybody in the
beer.
house.
I mean, they got it all. Me and Justin got Lays.
We do have Lays. Going into this next heat, in lane 2, we have Ashley Trendell. It's actually her 30th birthday today,
What?
according to the form that we
Should
have.
Sing happy birthday.
We have everybody coming by the table right now.
Yeah, we got a lot of fans all of a sudden on the table.
So what we're definitely seeing with the ladies so far, the handstand walk is a
Yeah.
skill barrier.
It
It'll be
definitely
interesting to
is.
see in these second two heats how that affects these last group of competitors. We have two exciting heats of women coming up, some solid finishers. We have some fireworks for sure coming up in our last heat today. But, you know, a good mix of competitors so far. In lane 8 coming up, we have Colette Casey. She is a great competitor who had some kids and is now like repping the moms and still fit, still crushing
Yeah.
it.
She said she took some time to have some babies, but now she is back.
She's back.
So
She's
I'm
ready.
excited to watch that. And then we have some great hair in this heat as well. I mean, look at that pink hair.
So in this heat, we have Nicole Constantine in lane 1.
Yep.
She's the head coach at CrossFit One Nation Needham. She just got her L3. We have Ashley Trendell in lane 2, Erin Duggan in lane 3, Anastasia Lowe in lane 4, Crystal Mayer in lane 5, Sarah Sullivan in lane 6. We have Kim Seeley in lane 7, who I got a chance to meet and hang out with a little bit at the gym. Really nice girl, doing some gymnastics practice yesterday, so maybe the handstand walk will go well.
I mean, especially for the athletes that flew in, it is nice that they had the opportunity to go to Invictus, see the space, meet some of you guys, and, you know, just get in some practice of some of this stuff, because it's definitely hard, especially if you flew here or drove. Getting your legs back under you and just getting settled so that you can get ready to compete today, because definitely not an easy first workout to just kind of spike that heart rate, get that
Not at
lactic
all.
acid going in those legs.
nice to be able to get off the plane and shake out the legs a little bit on a bike, roll out,
Yeah,
move around.
definitely.
So it was nice to be able to meet some of these athletes for sure. And rounding out this heat in lane 8, who we were just talking about, Colette Casey, has a couple kids ready to throw down today. And I'm excited to see her in this heat. I think she's going to do really well.
I think you're right. I think she has some experience, and I really like watching those athletes that have the experience and seeing their strategies throughout this workout. As we've seen, some of the athletes went super hard and then kind of tailored it back. Some went a little bit slower, but again, different strategies that we've seen throughout this. And watching that handstand walk, because as we're seeing for the females, it really makes a difference. If you can't get back to that bike, you are really missing, a bunch of calories that you could potentially be getting.
Absolutely. Somebody I want to point out in lane 6 here is Sarah Sullivan. So she has her private pilot's license, actually.
No
so
way.
That's kind of badass.
That is very cool.
And on top of that, she has done well in a number of CrossFit competitions. Not only is she flying planes, but she took first in a Turkey Challenge in 2017 and a first place in her weight class at the Rocky Mountain Strength Games in 2020. So fairly strong.
Impressive. That is very impressive.
10 seconds on the clock.
And I'm assuming that if she's a pilot, she's got very good attention to detail. So, we might see a very good strategy and, must be good at staying in her own lane and just focusing on herself, sticking to that strategy, as we've seen that work really well for certain athletes, especially on the male side. Wow, lane number 1.
Lane 1, Nicole, repping for Boston.
Yeah, look at that. They're jumping very high, whipping that rope around pretty fast. Very confident on the rope here.
We're seeing the same thing we saw with the men. I'm just seeing a lot more confidence in this heat, starting with the ladies.
Yeah, I was going to say same thing. We're seeing confidence. We're seeing that they're just ready to go out there and fight. They know it's going to be hard, and they're just ready to go.
A number of ladies working through the double press. Let's see who gets back to the bike first. Colette
on the bike, followed by
There we go. She is on.
Erin Duggan, second on the bike, and now all of these ladies are back on that Echo bike today, working through calories.
So again, some ladies looking up, paying attention to that clock. All of them sub 1 minute. So, they got 3 minutes on this bike now.
Like I said, Kim Seeley popped by the gym the last couple days to just move and groove. She was on the bike yesterday shaking things out, so definitely has some practice. Coming in from Florida, I believe, for this competition, so talking about people traveling.
Yeah.
And I believe she's actually originally from Barbados, she was telling me when we were chatting at the gym.
Wow, that is very cool. I'm looking at Anastasia. She said that in her free time, she likes to build Star Wars Lego sets. And most recently, she built a Yoda, which was over 1,000 pieces. I don't know about you, but that's a lot of patience.
That is a lot of pieces. I'm not building any kind of Legos with 1,000 pieces.
Yeah, no thanks.
All of these ladies looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I'm already noticing a lot of a difference between Heat 1 and Heat 2 here. And then this third heat, again, a lot more consistent on this bike. Lane number 8, we're seeing Colette. She is looking like she's actually pedaling pretty hard. But again, you got to remember, some of these athletes naturally already have more power. So it might look like some of them aren't pedaling that hard, but their watts are actually a little bit higher than some of the athletes that might be pedaling a little bit harder.
For sure. And I don't want to take anything away from Colette. She's a great competitor. I'm going to just assume that this is part of the strategy. Maybe she's trying to push hard early, get herself out ahead, because she has a lot of experience. And so I think that she's probably got a good sense of her pace.
Yeah, I definitely think she knows herself. And I think that her goal right now looks like she's just trying to build up these calories. And again, we'll see once the handstand walk comes if that skill separates anybody in this field.
Let's make some noise.
Everybody looking good. Anastasia's got some long limbs, got some power on that bike. It'll be interesting to see how she does on these calories as well.
Colette really the pace up.
So these ladies pedaling away, they have about 45 seconds to go.
This first heat definitely looking pretty steady, pretty even so far.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they go sub 1 minute again, because they all did in this first round.
Then things get interesting in round 3 with the handstand walk.
I'm telling you, round 3 is really a separator.
Let's go, ladies. Let's go. Keep that pace.
So we got about 40 seconds to go.
Let's make some noise.
Going into their second round. So we'll see how they go into. I'm assuming they're going to go right into that drag rope and they're going to just pick it up and go.
It'll be interesting to see if people start running back to that rope like they were doing in the earlier heats of the gentlemen.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. Some of them might just run and try and get to that rope as soon as they can.
And here we go, transitioning back. Yep, some people jogging back to the rope.
Back to the rope.
Jogging, looking very consistent. Again, Nicole in lane number 1 is just making those drag rope double unders look super easy.
She's got that Devin O'Neill speed on the rope right now.
She does. Her and Devin O'Neill probably have like the fastest double under times. She did just trip up, but again, that could be part of her strategy to just go and see how many she can get.
I'll tell you what, I'm impressed with Anastasia in lane 4. She said she hasn't done any competitions before, but she's showing some good composure here so far in this event.
Yeah, definitely. Anastasia is looking very confident and just looking like she's like out there and just ready to go.
She's working through those double press. She's going to be making her way back to the bike here shortly.
You know, it's interesting. We're seeing these ladies utilize the hip hinge a little bit more. Down in lane number 4, Anastasia is already back on that bike. So again, like you said, I'm impressed by her too. Nicole is back. They're all back on that bike.
All the ladies
already.
now back on the bike pushing. Yeah, Anastasia impressed me in the start of that round. She ran off the bike to the jump rope and was able to get back on the bike first.
Yeah, it definitely has a competitive edge to her, I gotta say. It definitely took a little bit longer for them this time. I don't know if everybody was sub 1 minute, but again, some of them kept a very consistent pace. And we're seeing the bikes look almost the same on these athletes, unlike we saw in some of the first heats, as they went really fast and then really slow.
Some pain faces starting to show with these ladies a little bit, but Colette is still pushing that pace. We were a little worried in round 1 if maybe it was too fast, but she's looking like she's holding on. Everybody across the board doing well.
I think she's going to hold that. I really do. I think she's comfortable there. I think she's going to hold that pace. Anastasia, honestly, looking very content up there and looking like she's just pedaling away. Pretty strong on the bike. Those long limbs, like you said, definitely help taking in those calories.
Athletes looking around a little bit, scanning the room, checking the clock, trying to see how much time is left here. We have about 1:40 until we're going into that last round with the handstand walk.
Definitely. I think you need to pay attention to the clock, because if you get on that bike and you go too hard, you got a lot more time on that bike than you think you do.
Erin Duggan in lane 3, just kind of eyes closed, deep breaths, trying to will herself into the zone right now.
Yep.
Ladies will be racing on their hands to that rope.
So this next round, these ladies are going to go right into that handstand walk. I got a feeling some of them are going to just kick up and go right into it.
Yeah, I mean, we saw people jogging to the rope in round 2. I think we're going to see people kicking right up into that handstand here in round 3.
Yep, I think you're right.
Down, 60 more seconds.
So about, let's see, 50 seconds to go.
50 seconds.
Colette is still down there, just pounding away.
She's just
Anastasia
moving.
looks like she's kept the same pace throughout. Also over here in lane 2. Lane 2, Ashley looks very comfortable. I know that she was paying attention to the clock, so she's very aware of what is going on.
Nicole in lane 1, nice and steady, nice and consistent. We'll see if her handstand speed is the same as her double under speed.
Definitely. Almost done. They got about 40 seconds to go.
20 seconds.
Anastasia still looking really, really good right now.
She's in good shape. I can just tell she's got a good engine.
10.
She probably did practice this as well. I'm assuming so. 3 seconds to go.
2, 1.
And here we go, ladies going into the handstand walks. Colette
Into this
kicking right
handstand
up.
walk.
Anastasia kicking right up.
And lane finishes first.
Wow.
Erin Duggan looking good,
Anastasia and Erin.
as is Ashley Trendell.
I don't think we saw much hesitation there. All those athletes pretty much kicked up and went right into it. Only in lane 1 are we seeing a little bit of a struggle from Nicole to get those handstand walks. But again, the rest of the heat is already on the drag rope. Some of them are already through the drag rope. Anastasia.
And Aaron Duggan in lane 2, and Anastasia. Now we have Ashley Trendell here in lane 2 on that devil press. These ladies are pushing the pace here.
The crowd is definitely behind them. I think we got a little bit of a race to the bike, honestly.
It'll be interesting to see who can handle that second handstand walk back to the bike.
Yeah, I mean, it's a race with the handstand walk, and then you got to remember, once you get on that bike, you got about, 3 minutes of bike work, maybe like 2.5 minutes of bike left.
Colette back on the bike first, followed by Anastasia.
Sarah is taking off. Ashley back on the bike.
So we see Nicole did make it through on that first handstand walk onto her devil's presses now.
A lot of the other ladies back on the bike here.
Let's go, ladies.
So just pumping away. I gotta say, I am impressed with the pace that is being held by Colette. She really did just hold that bike pace, and I don't think she's gonna stray away from it. I actually think we're gonna see a little bit faster of a pace from her in the last couple of seconds.
For sure, she just shook out the arms a little bit. She's got 2 minutes left in this round. I'll tell you though, I knew Colette was gonna do well. I knew what to expect from her.
Yep.
Anastasia, for her first competition, coming out of left field and really pushing this heat.
Yeah, and again, I think that's an advantage there. Sometimes it being your first competition, you don't know your strengths. You're just going as hard as you can, and you're kind of surprising yourself, but it kind of gets you excited as you go.
Absolutely. She's impressed me a lot in this heat so far. She's pushing through that last bike. Next to her, Erin Duggan as well. She was fast off the handstand walk. She's pushing through that bike now.
Ladies got about 90 seconds to go.
Kim, coming up on that last minute. That last minute.
Just over a minute left for this heat of ladies, and then we're going to be in our final heat of event 1 for the women.
Yeah, I gotta say, Justin, I'm excited to see this last heat. I mean, this heat even is exciting me right now. We're already starting to see a competitive pace on the bike. There's only about less than a minute left, and they're already starting to push the pace a little bit. The crowd is behind Nicole as she just got that handstand walk. Again, super exciting.
Absolutely. Anastasia is my girl right now. She just looked to the left, she looked to the right, and she just decided to go a little faster than she thought they were going.
Oh, look at her go. Oh my, she is digging, 30 seconds left. She is really digging in. Colette also digging in down there.
I love that competitive nature to just look around and go harder.
Yeah, definitely. Even Erin in lane number 3, we're seeing her go. Her judge is really cheering her on as well.
10 seconds left for these ladies here in heat 3.
I think we're going to see a pretty big difference between calories like we did with the men.
2, 1,
and that's it for that heat of women.
Let's clap it up for heat 3.
Wow,
Anastasia giving it all there, falling down on the ground.
Honestly, I think Anastasia's going to have a competitive score.
100%.
I really think she is. Especially this next heat, it'll be interesting to see where her score lines up with some of these other athletes.
It's easy to overlook some of these people if it's their first competition, if they don't have a lot of experience.
Definitely.
But I think what we're seeing with the men's side as well, we're seeing some experience showing through for people where you wouldn't necessarily expect them to have it.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, they have the opportunity to practice these workouts if they wanted to. And like I said, sometimes not knowing how good you're going to do, not having competition experience can be an advantage because you just kind of go out and you just go as hard as you can.
Absolutely. So coming into our last heat of women here.
Last heat here.
This is going to be some fireworks. We got Amanda Goodman, who was an individual games athlete in 2013, 2014, and 2015.
Wow.
Amy Morton, who absolutely dominated the qualifier. Haley Hunter, who was close behind her. One thing about Amy Morton, who's going to be in lane 2, she had in the Worldwide Open, had a tremendous finish, but she also had a phenomenal finish here in the individual quarterfinals, ending in 32nd place. in the individual quarterfinals in North America. So that's a tremendous score. So
again, very impressive. Some of the athletes that we've gotten here, again, from all over, not just from this Boston area.
For sure. Now, lane 4, you got Mariah Lombard. Don't sleep on her. She was Lindsay Melanson's partner at that Granite Games competition. She's another member at CrossFit Southie, so she has some experience. She's strong. She's going to be able to push this bike. Now, in lane 6, you have Maria. She is a coach at Invictus Boston, a tremendous athlete. Really kind of young in her career as a competitor, but already showing a lot of promise, a lot of ability. And she actually won the Southeast Showdown in the RX division before COVID. So kind of used to competing on that stage and under pressure in those situations. Now rounding out in lane 7, you have Marie Cotter, and lane 8, Caroline Brantley. Now Caroline was also an Invictus Boston member a while ago. Now she's competing out of CrossFit Tuscaloosa in Alabama.
Wow. So again, a lot of experience in this final heat. I think we're going to be pretty impressed with some of the scores we see. And I have a feeling the handstand walk is not going to be an issue for a lot of these ladies. They're going to be able to just get up and go.
Yeah, I don't
might
think
even
we're
be
going
a
to
race.
see any problems with the handstand walk.
It's going to be a race. It's going to be pretty competitive, honestly, I think, as well.
This is definitely going to be an exciting heat to watch. This is one where I wish that our announcer table was directly behind the bike so we could see the calories ticking away.
I gotta say, I kind of wish the same, because I think the calories, it's gonna be pretty wild to see some of these girls just ticking away at this workout.
You can just feel the energy and the preparedness in this heat. Everybody's ready to throw down right now.
These ladies walked out here and they're just ready to attack. I can just tell.
Even just the little things like the adjustments of the bike, the way that they're laying out equipment, you're going to get a lot of experience, combined experience in this heat of women, and we're going to see some interesting things here.
Yeah, some of them already went like chalked up. They set their ropes up, set their bikes up. They're ready to go, asking their judges questions, which is actually really important. I think you and your judge need to be on the same page, like how you want them to count your double unders and stuff. That matters to an experienced athlete.
Absolutely. We're definitely going to want to keep an eye on these first 3 lanes. I mean, keep an eye on the whole field of competition here, guys. Everybody here is impressive. We're going to want to watch the whole field. I'm excited to see how these ladies compare in this heat.
Yeah, Maria, all the way down there. I met her last night. Super, super nice girl. She is also a freaky strong athlete. I know she dropped in at Invictus. But again, we got a very stacked field for the ladies, and this is going to be fun to watch.
10 seconds till these ladies throw down. Here we go. Final heat of women for event 1.
3, 2, 1, and we're up.
And they are off.
Amanda in lane 1, Amy in lane 2, Haley in lane 3, Mariah in lane 4.
Already making short work of these double unders.
Yeah, making these double unders look super
Look at Amanda
easy.
Goodman looking like she's got a regular jump rope in lane 1.
Amanda looks just like this is natural. Man,
A race to the dumbbell for the first 3 lanes.
Now notice, did you see that transition? How some of them had their dumbbells laid out in a certain manner so they could literally just put the rope down, slide over. That is something we're going to notice with these competitors in these later heats. Their transition time matters because they're all racing against that bike because they know the more time on that bike means more calories.
For sure.
Sprinting back to the bike. Oh my goodness, we got Maria, we got Amanda, we got Amy.
Amanda moving her rope so that when she comes back to it in the next round, she's ready to rock.
Smart.
Now, one thing about Amanda Goodman, so she obviously was a stellar individual games competitor in the past. She's been, still training, competing, whatever, but a little bit less so these days. But she has an OPEX background, so she has a lot of experience on these machines with the bike, with the rower. I think that's going to come into play on these events today between this and the 1,000-meter row coming up next.
Yeah, it definitely pays to have the experience. Some of these athletes are coaches, and having the idea of how programming works, the exercise science behind some of this stuff, can be such a huge advantage. And like I was talking about before, knowing your watts, knowing your intervals, and that's something a lot of athletes don't practice, is they just do Metcon after Metcon instead of breaking each skill down. And your aerobic capacity and knowing all those energy systems, your scores for that kind of stuff, it matters and it helps in workouts like this.
Haley Hunter in lane 3, pushing that pace on the bike early. So she's somebody, like I said, she took second in the online qualifier. She's a stellar athlete. She's in that top percentile.
Yep.
But she knows that she's got to push the other women in this heat so that she can come out in that top 3 to 5 after event 1.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we're seeing these ladies again. They're pushing pretty hard. I wish I could see the calories, but again, you can tell they are consistent and calm. But they're pushing harder than some of the athletes that we saw earlier. Same thing we saw with the guys. You know, that final heat has that experience, has that skill level. We're going to see some better scores.
I'm honestly more impressed with the transitions in this women's heat than I was with the men.
I got to say the transitions were impeccable. You know, ladies usually are pretty good at paying attention to detail.
But the attention to detail in this heat was tremendous. Everybody set everything up exactly the way they needed to.
I mean, honestly, it was probably less than a second transition. They placed their ropes down and just went right, like scooched right over into that dumbbell.
Last minute in this first round, and then they're going to be back on that drag rope.
Let's go, ladies.
Yeah, we got about 45 seconds to go here. These ladies, again, not even looking tired, honestly. They are kind of just cruising, breathing, knowing they have a consistent number that they're going to try and hit each time, I feel like.
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of ladies here looking very composed right now. They're pushing that pace hard, but it looks like they're ready to rock and roll and get back on that drag rope.
Yep, less than 30 seconds to go. I bet you it's going to be a race back to the rope. I already know
without
it.
question.
It's going to be a race back to the rope. And we'll notice who was smart, who replaced their rope, and who didn't.
Like I said, I saw Amanda Goodman just move that rope ever so slightly on her way back to the bike, so she's set up for this next set of drag rope. 5 seconds now before we're in round 2.
Yeah, that's the other part about the transition is resetting, you know, your rope and stuff after. Yeah, they got it right away. Picked up those ropes, they're already off, and they are in. Amanda looking super smooth on those. So is Haley as well. I gotta say, I'm impressed with her. She seems very consistent, very composed, jumping pretty high to make sure she clears that rope.
Amy with a trip, still finishing.
Done. Again, notice how Amy placed that rope.
On the dumbbell, Haley on the dumbbell.
I'm impressed with Amy Morton there to recover from that trip and still finish first amongst the ladies on that drag rope.
Yep.
Here we go, ladies. Let's get back to that.
Definitely just going hard on getting these single arm double presses done and getting back to that bike.
Running back to the bike is Amy Morton.
On the bike.
Back to the bike first.
So Amy now on the bike. Oh my goodness, here we go. Now they are all back to the bike. That's pretty funny. You know, we had like 2 outliers there and then everybody kind of finished at the same time.
Just over a minute into this round, and these ladies are all back on that bike. Definitely a fit group of women here in our last heat.
Yeah, I gotta say, these ladies are fun to watch, and that's one thing that's so cool about CrossFit is that there really is fun in watching both the males and the females compete. These ladies are so strong and so fit in some of these events. It is just so fun to watch.
We were talking earlier about some of the lifting numbers across the board in this women's field today.
It is crazy.
Not only are they strong,
found some strong ladies.
Oh yeah. Well, not only are they strong, but they're pushing the bike pace right now, showing that they have that conditioning, that capacity as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but I mean that strength just translates over into the bike. You know, if you're strong, it's gonna help you pound away at the bike. You got a good engine. You have more power. You can push those watts a little bit more and those RPMs and just get a little bit more calories as you go.
Following this heat, we're going to be resetting the floor for our second workout today. We're going to be having a 1K row, and everybody's favorite, we got some heavy barbells coming up next as well.
Yes.
59 for Haley and Lane 3.
You know, it's going to be interesting because you're going to be going into the heavy hitters WOD after that row. And I think if your energy system's going to be a little shocked from that row, it's going to be a little bit harder to pick up that weight than some people are assuming. Your pull is going to be a little fatigued. Your legs are going to be fatigued, especially from this workout before.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see the strategies come into play on that row workout. How hard can you go and still recover to hit that clean?
And I mean, that's the sport. It's like, how hard can you go and how fast can you recover? 1 minute to go on these ladies. You can tell some of them are really pushing the pace here.
Yeah, lane 3, Haley Hunter still really pushing that bike. Amy Morton just looking super composed, super relaxed. Same with Amanda Goodman.
Caroline all the way in the back at lane number 8. She actually has been pushing pretty hard the whole time. I've noticed her pace stay the same.
She's a dark horse contender. Caroline has a lot of experience. She's strong, she's skilled, she's got good conditioning. You know, she hasn't done a ton of major competitions, but she's somebody who has the experience and the fitness level to do really well.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm noticing Byrne moving the ropes now, and I'm wondering if it matters where their rope placement is. I mean, I'm assuming no matter what, because the handstand walk is up, they're going to have to handstand walk all the way back. We're about to see that.
And here we go, onto that handstand walk.
Yeah. Yep. Amy and Amanda right up. They're going to be racing here, I feel like. So, Amy with a trip on the beginning, but Amanda went right into it. She is looking super consistent.
Amanda and Haley both looking like they may go unbroken on the jump rope.
Yep, I agree. I think they're just like, you know what, hang on and just go. Wow. Amanda is finished. Amanda is going into those devil presses. Definitely looking a little fatigued into that first rep. Haley going right into it.
Mariah trying to finish that handstand walk.
Amy now also on the devil's presses.
Amy's speed on the devil press is really fast this whole workout.
Yeah, you know, I don't think she was too worried when she tripped on the double unders because she knew she was going to make up that time on these.
Mariah Lombard in lane 4 on that drag rope now.
Oh. So what's funny is Amanda almost forgot to do her handstand walk, but she last minute backed up and did her handstand walk. Amy is ahead, was the first to the bike, and now Haley. So it's basically a race between those three. And then all the way down in lane number 7, I believe.
Lane 6, we have Maria.
Lane 6, sorry, lane 6, we have Maria.
Let's go, ladies. Almost 2 minutes in.
Maria is a good competitor. Like I said, she hasn't had the same experience as some of these other ladies on the field, but she is an up-and-comer. She's got a bright future ahead of her, and I'm excited to see what happens to her today.
Yeah, you know, I think that's something I can definitely relate to. Like, I'm a younger competitor as well, and it's with COVID happening last year, it really stopped all these athletes that have been trying to get out there, get their name out there, and compete. There hasn't been that many competitions to do that, so I think that's also how we've gotten some bigger name athletes to come here. Is it's the first, back in-person competition, which is just super fun. This environment is awesome. I can tell everybody that is watching online.
Absolutely. And everybody is just loving the fact that they can throw down again, get out here in this environment after a year, almost a year and a half of just things being all over the place.
Yeah, and something very cool that they did is if you have a green wristband from your athlete that is competing, you get a special spot, so you'll be able to see your athlete. I know that other competitions, it's always hard to witness and be in the front row for that athlete that is competing. So we have a special spot for all of them.
Absolutely. I think some of our athletes are probably going to want to use their Hyper Ice, which is another sponsor for today after this workout to mash out those legs a little bit.
Yeah, I would definitely say a cool down and a rollout would be perfect after this. Maybe even grab a Fit Aid and some Ascent to help with that recovery in between.
45 seconds left. Haley Hunter pushing that bike right now.
We're seeing some of the stand-up technique. We're seeing just, these women are just pounding away on the bike right now.
To your point earlier, Caroline Brantley in lane 8 might be biking the fastest out of anybody in the field right now.
I think you're right. She looks really confident on the bike. I think this is a strength of hers. Oh, but she stopped.
Might have spoke too soon.
I think she misheard the announcer.
15,
They are digging deep. There are 10 seconds to go. They are
that
hammering
sprint by
away.
Haley
Wow,
Hunter.
Haley is going hard right now. I'm excited to see her score.
And time.
That was very fun to watch.
Excellent job.
What an impressive last women's heat.
Wow.
Everybody in the same position after that workout.
4. Dumbbells and jump ropes.
That was, I mean,
Go away.
that was a sprint to the finish. That is, you know, that was a big push at the end there when they just flat out lay on the ground like that.
Absolutely. I mean, super impressive heat across the
Super
board.
impressive.
We got to see that experience come into play, laying out the equipment, setting everything up,
Yep.
you know, making sure that everything was squared away so that they could push
Definitely.
that bike. I mean,
Yep.
literally, basically synchronized reps in that first round, getting
Yeah.
to the back to the bike again.
Yeah.
Solid performance across the board. So we're resetting here for our next event. We're going to be hitting that 1K row. We're going to be hitting that heavy hitters, that clean event following that.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to get to see some fun stuff coming up, especially with these ladies. I know this is going to be a fun one to watch.
I'm going to be going through everybody's recorded 1K time and comparing it to today, and I'm going to be saying, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I got a strong feeling we're going to see a lot of PRs. Because I got to say, retesting benchmarks like that by yourself is not the most fun thing in the world.
No, not at all. But when you got the crowd noise and the energy going like today, I think we're going to see some amazing stuff.
100%. I think we need to put a cone on the edge of our little monitor because we have people keep hitting our monitor.
People tripping over our table.
I know.
Judges and volunteers, we need barbells
Yeah.
and rowers.
Yeah. The jams are going though.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm surprised nobody's fallen into the table yet. Thank you.
No worries. We've been mentioning it, but I didn't know what you guys had. Cool.
Yeah, I guess we'll just like signal to him like when we want to talk about him.
Anastasia in first after heat too.
She did really well. Is it commercial right now?
this is a two-part event for men and women. It's the second event of the day, and then there's a cut after this for the top 5. So there's a final after this. Yeah, this is a standalone. So it's a 1K row with the time cap right into, I think, a 3-minute cap for 3 different weights. There was an online qualifier, and then there was some in place as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of our athletes ahead. If anyone has some spare contact solution on that, one of our athletes needs some help. We have contact solutions.
Talk about the women real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, let's talk about that.
All right, so big thanks again to Rack House Fitness for hosting this event. We
Yeah.
have the women's results in. So
We do.
Kind of exciting after that last workout.
Yeah.
So Amy Morton in first place with 117 cals, which not really a surprise after watching her performance.
Yeah.
She did really well there. Haley Hunter really close second and with 110, but
Your
my
girl.
Anastasia.
Your girl, Anastasia.
109. What a performance in that workout.
Yeah.
Showing her heart, showing her grit. She pushed the end
Yeah.
super hard, consistent across the board.
Definitely.
And Caroline Brantley, we were talking a lot about her and her bike pace.
She was very consistent. You know, she was very
Consistent,
confident, very
fast.
consistent, just kept in her own
Absolutely.
pace, and it definitely paid off. And she ended up getting 107.
107 in fourth place. Erin Duggan and Maria rounding out fifth place with 104. And one thing that was a little bit surprising is Amanda Goodman, despite being really skilled on the other movements, coming in with 71
Wow.
calories total on the bike. So just something that maybe
Yeah.
she struggled with a little bit. We'll definitely see her on this row and clean event, hopefully make up some ground.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that a difference there. I think with the guys, like we were saying, it makes a difference with the size. Like maybe you get to the bike a little bit earlier, but again, if you don't have a certain pace that you're keeping up with and you're not pushing and you're not getting those calories, that's your score. So, again, Devin O'Neill in first place for the men right now.
I guess talking about the men's side, right? We got
Yeah.
Devin O'Neill, Josh Beaker, your guy Kenny Pierce.
My guy Kenny.
Did you get a chance to? I know he came over a little bit. He must be feeling pretty good after
He's
that
feeling
event.
great. He's got his whole squad with him. I'm sure he's probably drinking coffee right now.
More caffeine. That's
Yeah,
right. You
you
got
gotta
to top it back off.
stay. You know, again, with our sponsors, we got Ascent, who I know has pre-workout. You know, some people like pre-workout. I'm more of a coffee person. I have to have my pre.
I agree.
Yeah, my coffee.
I like coffee. I'm also a big beta-alanine guy. I like to get I like to feel a little itchy. You know.
You're one of those.
Hey, you got to feel a little itchy. You know, depending on what you're doing. But
That'll
honestly,
get you moving.
Yeah, it'll get you going. We got some exciting heats of the men coming up again.
Yeah, definitely.
Solid performances in the first event. This event is definitely different in many ways, right?
Yeah.
Even people who may not be super comfortable on the bike, maybe they're comfortable on the rower, maybe they're going to be able to push that. The clean is obviously a pure strength test, but it's also a strength test under fatigue because coming off of that 1K row and going to the clean, that's a hard task.
Yeah, definitely, and that's what I was talking to Justin about earlier, is that we were saying, yeah, some of these athletes might be stronger, but when they hit these big numbers, you know, they might have been fresh. It might have been a 1-rep max at, you know, the beginning of the day in a testing cycle, in the middle of a cycle or something. but coming off of it after pushing so hard on the row, which I know is going to happen. I know these athletes are going to dig deep. Honestly, we might need someone to stand on the back of the rower because I can just tell some of the pull strength of these athletes is going to be insane on this rower.
Absolutely.
Super excited to look at some of these 1K row times. I know that we got some guys that probably are going to try and go sub 3, which would be the goal, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, they used the 1K row as a games, CrossFit Games event during the first phase during COVID last year where they had that online component, right?
Yep.
So that sub 3 is kind of like the elite level of scores for the men. You know, the women's side is definitely going to see some sub 4s, maybe even some women approaching that like 345 to 330 range. I think we're going to see some impressive times here today. And, you know, this crowd, this noise, this environment, I think is going to allow some people to PR, but that also is a double-edged sword going into the clean.
Yeah, it's like, are you going to push yourself to this extent, and then are you going to be able to go fast enough on these heavier weights? I definitely think, you know, you're going to go and you're going to be a little shaky in between.
You know, just one more time, I want to thank our sponsors for the day. They've helped bring this event together. We have Legends, Noble, DraftKings up there. I wish you could bet on this. Anybody know if you can bet on this event? Let's see if we can bet on this on the Invitational. But we have Spikeball, Fit 8, Ascent, Element 26, and Hyper Ice with all the recovery gear. So thank you very much to our sponsors for sure.
I'm sure the athletes are rolling out and using Hyper Ice right now. I know Mush also was sponsored for breakfast this morning. A lot of the athletes got Mush last night, which are probably like, what the heck is Mush? Mush is overnight oats that is pre-packaged, so a lot of those athletes had a great breakfast this morning thanks to oats.
They're easy, they're delicious.
Yes.
You can just throw them in your bag, ready to rock. So thank you again to our sponsors. Thank you to Rack House Fitness for hosting this amazing event. For the second year, they hosted us last year, which was it was crazy how quickly everything got put together last year and how amazing the event was.
Definitely.
Just kind of from an idea to execution in a span of a few months. Burn Prince has put on another tremendous event here today.
Shout out to Burn and Kay. I know Kay has just been grinding hard, working hard. She is very good at what she does. She is very behind the scenes on everything. All the volunteers know her, but man, she has done a great job in this.
Absolutely. Thank you to our volunteers also.
Yeah,
I mean, come on,
shout out our volunteers.
Shout out our volunteers. I mean, people giving up their Saturday, giving up their time, driving from far away in some places to help out. So this wouldn't be possible without them for sure.
Yeah, we are very grateful for all those volunteers.
Two-parter in this one.
Cam on the mic.
On the rower for Tom.
We're happy to have him back again as he was here last year. I know Justin was also here last year. This is my first year.
I was here last year.
I gotta say, I'm having a pretty good time, so maybe
this
I'll
is
be
year
back.
2 on the broadcast team for me, so we're ready.
7-5-3.
So coming up on Heat 1 of the men here, this is going to be the same as the first event, same lane assignments. We have Jag Singh in lane 1, JKEC in lane 2, Fabrice in lane 3. Lane 5 is going to be Pete Loria, who actually had a really solid event on event 1.
Yes, he definitely did.
Trey House, who actually impressed us quite a bit in event 1 with despite being his first competition, Trey was showing a lot of poise in that event. We have Arnold Sevilla, who was on the podium last year, so we'll see what happens here. And Diego Aldana, who actually was quite impressive in event 1 as well.
Yeah, definitely, and I'm excited to see some of these newer guys, especially the newer competitors, test out their 1K rows here, because I have a feeling it's going to be a lot different than it was when they tested it last.
Absolutely, and we're kicking it off now.
So here we go.
These gentlemen starting that row now. A lot of different strategies and pacing options here. Now, when you're rowing a 1K, it's not quite a sprint like a 500 meter, but it's basically an aerobic sprint. And I tell people basically it's the hardest pace that your lungs can hold, not the hardest pace that your muscles can hold.
That's a great point, I think. Yeah, I think some people pull way too fast, way too soon, and then they realize they can't hold it, you know?
It's going to be very important to settle in, to find a pace. to find a stroke rate that allows you to keep
Yes.
that tempo, and we're going to see what happens here with these
Yeah,
gentlemen.
and again, that's where the experience comes in. It pays to know, as an athlete, those numbers, knowing your splits, knowing your stroke rate, making sure you have the technique, because it matters that when you get to the higher level, at these other competitions, as we saw the difference between Heat 1 and Heat 2 of the females especially, we noticed, even the transitions were really making a difference there.
Absolutely. This is an event where experience doesn't seem like it would come into play, but it really does. If you know how to pace your row, if you know your stroke rate. More importantly, we're going to see that efficiency is key here on the row.
Oh, yes.
If your position is off, if you're not a technically sound rower,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to muscle this 1K.
Yeah, and I think, remember that technique, in the row matters just as much as it does in these cleans. Because when you don't have that great form and you're fatigued on top of it, things start to fall apart very easily.
We're going to see some people, I think, technically fall apart on the clean if they're not mindful of it going into those weights.
They're going to try and rush that first, the first few reps maybe even, and that will just, turn back and might not end up too well for them if they rush it a little too soon. Similar to how we saw the handstand walk for some people.
Yep.
It's like you want to go, but at the same time, it's like, are you capable of that? And that's where it comes to testing your limits in training, and where it pays to be around those better athletes for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it'll be interesting to see how hard people can push the pace, how aggressive they can be when they get to that barbell, because with events like this, when you're in a competition, there's a fine line.
Yeah.
You need to sometimes go sooner than you want to in order to beat that guy who's above you, but you have to make sure that you're recovered enough to hit that lift.
Yeah, and I will say these guys are definitely going at a much better pace than we noticed in heat number 1 last time, when they just kind of went straight away. They went pretty hard out on that bike. They're looking a little bit more composed here.
We're coming up around that 3-minute mark now, so it'll be interesting to see if any of these guys get close to finishing.
Who's coming up first?
So we'll see if any athletes are going to finish up here. So we have hit the 3-minute mark. No one has finished quite yet, but I have a feeling some athletes are getting close to it.
I think we're going to see some people come in around 3:15, 3:20 in this heat.
I think you're right.
It looks like Pete is close to finishing. He's taking some hard pulls here.
Let's go, boys, get to that barbell.
Yeah, and again, like you said, it's important to know those numbers, and then when you get to the end, you got to just pull. Lane number 1 is finished.
Jag finishing up that row.
I believe, and lane number 1.
And Pete finishing up that row.
Off the rower first in lane 5, 3.5 minutes in. Jag off the rower.
Lane
Jag
1 and
off
lane
the
5
rower.
are done. Lane 8, Diego finishing up.
Let's go.
So it looks like a lot of them may have paced that to some degree. So going hard but not sprinting so that they can recover for this clean.
Yeah, you got to pick your poison here. You got to decide, do I want to win the row or do I want to win the clean? Which one is, which one's going to be the one that I want to go after? Where is my strength? Where's my weakness? And that's a strategy. And again, that comes with experience and competition and previous knowledge of that.
What I think we'll see with the later heats of the men and women is I think we'll see people pushing that red line on the row, knowing that they can trust their strength on the clean.
I gotta say, I agree with you on that. I definitely think we're gonna see people push a little bit harder. I think this heat almost settled down a little bit more than we were expecting them to see.
Who's gonna go single? Who's squat? Who's power cleaning?
Starting here in 15 seconds with our clean ladder.
So there's a 5 minutes, and then they're done, and then they gotta pick it up and they gotta go.
Oh yeah.
5.
Here we go.
3.
It's 7 reps at this first weight. 7 reps at the first weight, 5 at the second, and 3 at the last. We're looking at 185 on this first barbell, then 225 on the second, and 275 on that last bar.
So again, these numbers honestly are starting to become a little bit lighter in the CrossFit world. But again, we have multiple reps. So starting at 185, everyone is going singles right now. Maybe we'll see some. Do you think we're going to see some touch and go?
I think you're going to see some touch and go in the last heat.
Yeah. I think so. I think we're going to see the competitiveness definitely of some of these females, especially later on. And they might even go touch and go on some of these reps.
These guys all working through single reps right now, some of them on that second bar. Jag working through that second bar. He actually won the row for this heat, and so he's working through that 225 now in lane 1.
One more, 225.
Fabrice working through that 225 in lane 3.
Yeah, they're slowly working their way through these weights. Again, the weights are 185, 225 is where a lot of the athletes are right now. And then that final weight is going to be 275, and they will be doing 3 cleans there.
Fab in lane 3 on to 270.
Fabrice working to that last bar. He just missed a squat clean there.
Boys, let's go.
Working
Trey
towards
House
that
getting the
last
crowd
bar.
pumped up.
On to 275.
Man, Trey has a fan club, that is for
Let's go,
sure.
Arnie.
I gotta love Trey's energy. It's been getting me fired up today.
Yeah, I believe I met him last night. Super nice guy. He was telling me all the inside scoops about Invictus. These guys are really pulling away, almost finished.
Right now, Fabrice and Trey going head to head. They both have 1 rep at that last bar. Trey with his second clean at 275.
Wow.
Fabrice with his second. Trey about to finish this out. Here's his 3rd rep. Fabrice back on the bar.
Let's
He
see
fails.
it.
Fabrice.
Oh,
Fabrice
he did.
gets it.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow.
At 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Now
Down
notice,
to the wire.
yeah, you gotta step over the bar. So you gotta push that bar down and then step on over it.
Well, that was what we were talking about. Fabrice and Trey both on their last reps.
Yeah.
Trey went for it a little too fast, failed his rep. Fabrice was able to sneak in and get that weight.
Again, comes with testing those limits, you know? Oh.
3 minutes.
So we're seeing Jag, I believe, who was the first off the rower, is now one of the last in the field to be working on these cleans right now. So again, maybe that was his strategy, that he wanted to push it on the row because he knew this was going to be a struggle, or maybe he's now the fatigue is setting in for him.
I think this is a heavy weight for a lot of these guys in this heat. It's going to be tough to finish this ladder.
Jag at 275.
We're seeing some of the competitors cheer on their fellow competition.
Diego getting the crowd going.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Good catch for Jag. Let's go, Pete.
Jake going for that 275 as well.
Let's see if the crowd will get behind him on this one. Oh! Wow.
3, 2, 1.
And that is it
Man.
for the men's first heat.
Wow. So the athletes only technically have 4 minutes to get through this clean ladder, which I think is something we forgot to mention. There is time that is ticking while these guys are going. It is 4 time, but they are also going to be capped.
So when we're talking about this next heat of men, we have Nico, Sam, Rashad, Scott, Blake, Marcus, Darren, and Tanner. This was an impressive heat in the first event.
Yeah.
If we're looking at a rowing and a strength perspective, Scott Tybert in lane 4 is going to be somebody to watch. He's a powerful rower. He's powerful on the machines, but he also clean and jerked 275 during the last open workout after doing the gymnastics work. So he can handle that last barbell.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to help him in a workout like this where you go in a little bit fatigued and you have to lift a heavier weight. I think that's a lot about what CrossFit is.
For sure. Obviously, Rashad Barksdale, strong guy. Sam Carmola in lane 2. He had the heaviest weight in the front squat portion of the qualifier. Another strong guy. He's looking to push that row. And I actually spoke with Sam a little bit because he goes to our gym. And I said, hey, listen, push that row because you know you can trust your strength on the barbell. Let's try to get you ahead and get you some points on that first bar.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a strategy right there. You know, you got to push it a little bit on the row and then just trust that you're strong enough. You know, he knows he is capable. He's going to push it on that, and he's just going to try and go. And it is for time. It's a speed event. Even though it's heavy, it is speed that matters in this.
100%. Even a guy like Blake Sama, huge engine, really solid rower. I think we're going to see a good score from him on the first part of this, and I think he's strong enough to push through that ladder as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think, you know, I am hoping we might see some sub 3 minutes on these.
I would love to see somebody row sub 3 minutes.
I think that would be pretty sweet.
I would get pretty fired up. We haven't seen it yet, but there is still plenty of time to see a sub 3 minute row.
Nico has a 3:21 on his 1K row, so maybe pushing that down to maybe even like a 3:10.
I think we're going to see some 3:15s or somewhere in that ballpark.
I'm thinking that's where we're going to see this heat. Maybe in the later heats, the sub 3 minutes will be a thing.
Now, in lane 4, Scott Tybert, good rower, loves cleans, also loves smelling salts, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has one in his pocket for the start of that clean ladder.
You know, I thought that was more of like a power lifter thing, but I guess
he's all about it.
I guess it's a couple of different types of athletes that do.
Judges, y'all know the drill. Give me a big old thumbs up when your athlete is ready.
All right, these gentlemen getting ready to kick this off here in a few moments.
So there's a 5-minute cap here. So they have 5 minutes to row, which for these guys, that's not going to be too difficult. That's pretty doable. But what the advantage of is going fast, you get more time to rest. However, you're in a little bit more pain going into the cleans. But some guys can trust it. Some guys know they are capable of pushing a little bit harder.
And then a clean ladder from 5 to 9. 185, 220, 275. Hands in the air. 10 seconds on the clock. Let's go. Heat 2.
So our sponsor, Mush, again, we were talking about them earlier, Overnight Oats. Legends, which I am repping their t-shirt that they kindly gave to a bunch of volunteers today. Super thankful for that. These guys are off.
Heat 2 of the men, they are running, off and running here on this 1K row for time.
So noticing a little bit of a different stroke rate throughout the mix of people. I'm noticing, so Tanner's being a little bit more consistent. Darren looks like he's got a little bit of a faster stroke rate. And when we talk about stroke rate, that's just the amount of times that you pull in a minute. So paying attention to that is definitely important. Knowing yourself on the rower, especially in these benchmark workouts.
Now, a lot of CrossFit coaches now are programming stroke rate specific rowing work for their athletes. So a lot of the high-level competitors are doing different time domains at different stroke rates so that you figure out what stroke rate you're most comfortable with, what allows you to recover for something like a clean. Or something like this, I would encourage these athletes to take a higher stroke rate. You don't want to be taking long, powerful strokes if you can get the same pace with taking more strokes in the minute, because you're going to have to pull some heavy weight coming up. So a little bit of a higher stroke rate here is probably a good strategy, especially if you're worried about the clean.
Yeah, and it's funny you mentioned that, because I used to be one of those athletes that I had a very low stroke rate, and I would just pull it super hard. And I've worked with my coach on that stroke rate and fixing that split, that 500-meter split is something that you pay attention to along with your stroke rate, and it just kind of helps you gauge your pain tolerance. When you consistently work on those intervals every week, you'll know yourself a little bit better. So when you go into a 1K, you're like, hey, I know that I'm pulling at this stroke at this amount of time, and when I get past the 500 mark, I'm going to do this. I'm going to push a little bit more. I'm going to push the pace because you want to get faster. You don't want to get slower near the end.
Absolutely. A lot of these guys looking pretty solid right now. We're hitting the 2-minute mark. Now, when you're looking at a 1,000-meter row, you want to think of it in thirds. So you have the first 250, you have your middle 500, and you have your last 250. What I'd like to see a lot of these guys do is just use the first 250 to calm the nerves. You're going to go a little faster than you want to anyways.
That's a good point.
That middle 500 is where you just hold your pace, and then when you hit that last 250, that's where you got to hit it and finish.
You got to hammer it home. Yeah, that's a very great point. I like the idea of breaking up into thirds. I definitely think that, again, strategy is just when you're tired, you got to be able to think through this kind of stuff.
A lot of these guys getting close here to that 3-minute mark. Maybe we'll see some low threes on the finish, anything like 3:20, 3:15.
Definitely. I think we're definitely getting close to that finishing point for some of these athletes. We're starting to notice them going a little bit faster.
We're going to definitely see people now in that last 250 trying to pick up that speed, trying to finish strong.
That final sprint.
Blake Sama picking up his stroke rate a bit here. Some of the other guys here are as well. Scott picking up his stroke rate.
So again, we are past that 3-minute mark, working towards 3:15 now.
I'd expect to see some of these guys finish here in the next few seconds.
That final stretch.
Scott is done right around
Scott is done.
Scott.
Blake is done.
I was gonna say, I wonder how Blake is doing, because Blake was one of the guys we kept our eye on. He was very consistent in the workouts before.
Nico is done.
Sam finished around that 3:35 mark as well as Rashad. Darren off that row at 3:40 alongside.
Darren is done as well.
Marcus finishing strong.
All of these gentlemen now finished. Marcus Wallace just finishing his row as well.
We have a minute
Yep.
until we hit this.
So all these athletes,
gentlemen.
so we got some results for you guys. We're gonna take a look at those.
So real quick, Heat 1 now. We're looking at, for that 1K row, Jag finishing at 3:20. We had Pete at 3:29, Jake at 3:27, Fabrice at 3:37, Arnold at 3:31. So right around that 3:30 mark as far as row times are concerned. A little bit, some faster times from this heat right now as well.
If we remember correctly, Jag went fast on the row, but then he had to kind of hold back a little bit when it came to the heavy hitters, and that hasn't been entered in yet. So we'll see how his score ends up going from there. But these guys are heading into that 5-minute time cap soon, and they're going to be starting heavy hitters in 5 seconds.
These are definitely some heavy hitters right here. Touch and go reps for Blake and Sam.
Yeah, I told you, I felt like we were gonna see some touch and go.
Quick single for some.
Rashad Barksdale touch and go as well.
Rashad is easy, you know, it must be all that energy from chasing all those chickens.
Blake Sama already on that second bar, going singles now.
Quick singles. 3 down for him. Rashad hits his first.
Seeing some more singles here as we move up to that heavier weight. I think we're gonna start to see some more touch and go as we as this weight gets heavier. So again, these athletes have 7 cleans at 185, 5 cleans at 225, and then 3 cleans at 275.
Blake hitting his first rep at 275. He's got 2 to go.
Blake has been very consistent throughout this whole competition, I've noticed.
Scott finishing up his 225, so is Rashad Barksdale.
Wow.
Sam hitting one at 275 there.
Sam looking very calm, has a whole crowd behind him. Sam going for another rep at the 275 barbell.
And easy rep, easy rep.
That was great for him. Notice how he braced his core very well when he caught that bar. It didn't just crash on him.
Sam has one more at 275. A lot of these guys finishing up 225. And Sam is done at 275.
Solid work by Sam right there.
Two for Rashad.
Rashad Barksdale hitting a rep at 275 there.
One down for Scott.
Nico at 225.
Nico definitely has a crew here with him.
2 left for Tanner.
Tanner and Darren here working through 225.
2 down for Scott at 275.
Marcus Wallace going for 225.
1 left each.
Nico trying to get another rep in here at the 225 bar.
And he hits it.
Across the line at 238.
We got Tanner trying to finish up his 3 cleans.
Let's go, boys.
Got about 10 seconds here.
Tanner Durstein over to 275. Let's get one team.
Or I'm sorry, they have 1 minute now.
They got
from
1
now
minute.
to finish. 1 minute from now.
60 seconds to go.
So some of these athletes are taking their time. They really don't want to fail this last rep. It's pretty hard to reset within a minute. So I think Tanner especially is taking his time, knowing this is going to be a little bit of a challenge for him. But I got a feeling he's got the crowd behind him and that he can hit this. Oh. There we go.
Nice.
Good. We got
Darren hitting that 225.
Awesome work by him.
Let's make some noise. Let's go.
Tanner putting a shirt on. I think it slipped off of his chest there.
Yeah, he went for that 275.
You know,
and it
it
slipped.
actually matters. That definitely matters.
Let's go.
Darren getting the crowd going.
That's what you got to do. You got to get all the energy you can through the crowd.
5.
Tanner trying to get this last rep. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Oh, man.
I think that would have been a PR for Tanner,
I think
actually.
You're right. Honestly, I think if he had his shirt on that one, I think he was going to hit it. Again, competition experience, you know, knowing, hey, I'm going in, I'm a little sweaty, the bar is literally slipping off of me. I might need to have a shirt on for this.
Yeah, it's a little damp in here. It's a tough day to be going shirtless on a
yeah,
clean.
I'm not going to lie, it's a little toasty in here.
Great job, you two.
So I think we're about to see a pretty competitive heat number 3 coming up. Maybe even a sub 3. But again, some of these athletes are looking like they're trying to be a little more conservative on the row to get ready. But that was more so, I think some of these athletes that might have been their 1 rep max, 275, maybe even 225, was close to their 1 rep max.
No, absolutely. You know, we have Andrew Guzman coming up in this heat, solid engine. We have Amir, who's a great rower. Jordan, who did really well in the first event. And we also have, really to round out this next heat, lanes 6, 7, and 8, we have Jordan Zerva, Devin Johnson, and Jimmy Zamsky, who all had solid performances on workout 1.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, we're going to see a pretty competitive heat here with these numbers. I think they're going to be, across the board, they're going to be pretty competitive. Like we kind of saw in the drop-off between Heat 1 versus Heat 3 and Heat 1 versus Heat 4, especially with this 1K before these bigger numbers. This is going to give the stronger athletes a chance to shine.
We're definitely going to start to see some stronger athletes coming in.
Yeah, I remember seeing, you know, that Heat 4 come out, and I just saw those guys, and they are strong.
We got some powerful, powerful dudes coming in on this row.
Yeah. It's funny, I was in charge of handing out shirts yesterday, and a lot of them were like, oh, I think I want a large, and I was like, I think you need an extra large.
Yeah, you might want to bump that up to an XL.
You might rip that shirt.
Maybe that's what they were going for, you know?
Yeah, you know, I hear that the crop tops are huge these days, and the tighter shirts are definitely starting to become a thing.
Yeah, Devin O'Neill, he was going crop top right from workout 1, so he's ready
With
for
that
it.
crop top power. You know, Devin O'Neill, I'm excited to watch him on this. I think he's going to do pretty well. Yeah. He definitely pushed the pace on the rope, and we noticed that it paid off. He won it, so.
Yeah, he's coming in with a listed 1K row under 3 minutes. Obviously super strong. He's got a 365, I believe, clean and jerk.
Yeah.
You know,
Super strong guy.
He dominated that first workout, and I'd expect to see much of the same in the second workout, given the movements involved.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely noticing, you know, some of these times for the 1K row, like we said, we're trying to see more sub 3. Right now we have we saw more like 320, 330, even somewhere a little bit later in this first heat. But I think this next heat, for sure, we're going to see some better numbers.
We'll hopefully have the last heat results in shortly that we can get to you guys. We're waiting on those. But definitely some faster rows in that second heat than the first.
Hold your hand high in the air.
And we're getting ready to kick things off with our third heat of gentlemen here.
All right.
So heat number 3 about to start up.
Judges, thumbs up. Judges, thumbs up. Are you ready? 10 seconds.
You guys all have fanny packs, I've noticed. That's
There
like
are a lot of fanny
that's
packs
like
out
a,
today.
That's like a thing. I was like, oh man, I should have probably got a fanny pack.
All right, here we go. Kicking off with our next heat of gentlemen. Heat 3. Definitely an aggressive start on
Wow.
this 1K
Yeah.
row right now.
Yeah, definitely seeing some stronger pulls. And I believe Jordan, is it Jordan who is from Ocean State CrossFit?
Yes.
Yeah, he, again, is used to being around some higher competition and has a team that just recently qualified with a very strong female on it. So again, it pays to be in a gym that has that competitive aspect to it, and you
Absolutely.
can train with them.
That just rubs off on you. It makes you push harder. If you have that carrot on a stick in front of you when you're training, you're always going to work a little harder, do a little bit more, push a little bit more, and that pays off when it comes to this type of competition environment.
Definitely. So noticing just a faster pace on this row.
Andrew in lane 1.
But they look very calm. So again, faster but very calm. They're used to this.
Mark in lane
They're
2.
breathing well. They're thinking about their stroke
Alex in
rate.
lane 3.
Probably holding a certain split,
Cameron in
honestly.
lane 4.
And like you said, breaking it up into thirds.
All right, so let's talk real quick about
Wow.
the row on the last heat. So results are in.
Yep.
Scott Tybert coming in with a win in that heat at 317.8. Blake Sama second at 318. And Blake actually, I believe, was the first guy to finish the 275 bar as well in that
Right.
heat.
Yep.
Jag is still sitting in third. Nico actually coming in fourth, and Rashad Barksdale in fifth. So Tanner with a 326, despite being one of the smaller competitors, he did really well on that workout.
Yeah, I think that's. I think that's a PR, honestly, for Tanner. I gotta double check. Tanner, let's see. Yeah, that's a PR for Tanner. So he had a 331. He just did a 328. So
Hey,
that's awesome.
not
for
a
him.
bad time to PR, right?
No, not a bad time at all. Just good luck testing that on your own.
Yeah, that competition environment definitely helps there. We have these guys pushing through this 1K row.
Yeah.
We are just over 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm impressed
Let's
with
go,
Blake.
boys.
He's been pretty consistent across the board. I remember he was one of the first to the bike, and he was the first off the rower, so he's obviously got a good aerobic capacity right there.
Coming up on 2.5.
So these guys pulling away.
Devin Johnson on the screen right now, solid competitor, really, really solid performance earlier, solid
Yep.
performance in the qualifier. That's a guy to watch for sure.
Yeah, Devin definitely has a good engine. I remember competing against him, watching him running, and he was pushing it. He was literally pulling his partner with the rope that they had to run with. So
I love watching those like partner runs.
I
you
know, because it's so hard to run with a partner and a rope at the same time. But
We're getting close to 3 minutes here. Let's
Yeah,
see if
let's
anybody's
see. I
close
don't
to
know.
finishing.
3 minutes in.
so 3-minute mark has just passed. Let's see if anybody is finishing up. They should be pretty close to be finished.
Amir with a 308.
Wow, that's a really good score for him.
310 for lane 4.
And Amir is a guy who's strong enough to handle this barbell. So I want to see how he recovers in these next couple minutes and watch him hit this clean ladder.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is a good event for Amir. I honestly think that this is going to be in his wheelhouse.
6 for Jordan.
A lot of guys finishing around that 330 mark here.
Lanes 1 and 2. 335.
I believe that's a PR for Amir. I
I
don't
was
know
gonna
what
say,
his.
I don't see his score in here, but I have a feeling that's a PR for him.
308 is fast. That is not
Yeah.
slow.
No, that's a pretty impressive score right
For
there.
anybody who doesn't want to do the math at home, that's a 134 pace for all 1,000 meters.
That's insane. That's like what people practice their like 200s at,
Literally, right?
250s at.
So we have 50 seconds to recover here. These guys are getting ready to go into this clean ladder next. Decently fast heat. Definitely some faster rows in the previous heat there.
Yep, definitely faster rows than some of the previous heats.
Across the board, not a bad performance there.
Yeah.
I mean, that 308 for Amir is huge. That's going to hold up well in the next heat as well.
No, I think you're right. I think 308 is going to be a competitive score in this next heat, and then I think it's really going to come down to who can hit that last bar and how fast they can hit it. We saw some of the guys go touch and go, but then it doesn't really matter if you go touch and go and you can't hit that last bar. It really comes down to that final weight.
I think we're going to see plenty of these guys in this heat handling that weight.
Definitely. I think these guys are going to handle it just fine. I'm not surprised if we see some touch and go.
And here we go, starting it up.
So they are off.
Touch and go reps here.
Devin is going touch and go with some really good form. Notice how he's bringing that bar all the way to his hips, utilizing that power, utilizing that momentum to get that bar up into that front rack position.
Devin Johnson making short work of that
Yeah. Easy stuff there. Honestly, Devin Johnson's going to have a competitive score in this, I think, especially on the heavy hitters. Powering that very high, obviously has a very strong pull. I'm not a celebrity.
Jordan Zerva looking good as well.
Yeah.
That's Ross looking good. Amir right next to him. Alexander Hutchins actually solid performance on the bike earlier.
Yeah, Alexander Hutchins is a little bit of a smaller build, but was able to be very consistent on that bike from what I noticed.
Devin Johnson on that last bar.
Yeah, this is easy weight for Devin Johnson. I think this 275 is going to be a power, so pretty impressive there.
He's got 2 more reps.
Wow.
That was Jimmy with the rep as well.
We're only about 6.5 minutes in, so again, very impressive here.
And that's time for Devin. Easy work.
Wow. That's going to be a competitive score.
Yeah, that will hold up in the next heat as well,
Yeah.
I think.
I definitely think it will.
Jordan Zerva on that last bar as well from Ocean State, pushing himself here.
Jordan coming up for rep 2 at 275.
So finishing up on the 225 there.
2 down for Jordan.
Amir with a 225. He's working his way methodically through these weights right now.
275.
Crowd is
Belting
trying
up,
to
strapping up. Let's get it.
Crowd is trying to hype him up.
275. Alex with a rep at 275.
Wow, solid technique right there.
Yeah, that was a solid lift by Alex Hutchins.
Yeah. Great pull, great catch right under that bar.
Here comes Mike.
Mike Sakamani here with a power, why not?
275. Ross going for rep 2.
Crowd is really, oh my gosh. The crowd is really involved on these last few reps. I mean, you need it. You're tired. You need it.
This is definitely the workout where the crowd is going to get you going.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it earlier with the bike. You know, once that crowd started cheering them on, people were really pedaling a little bit more as they went.
Ross with his last rep.
Amir with the rep at 275. Mike in lane 2.
So they got about 30 seconds, and then they're going to hit that cap.
And that was Ross in lane 5 just finishing his clean ladder. Alex Hutchins finishing.
Yeah, Alex definitely took a different approach. He was a lot slower, didn't rush to that next rep, took his time, made sure he was ready to pick up the bar. You really don't want to fail a rep at 275 here.
There we go.
Wow.
Amir just finished under the cap
Amir.
after that 308 row, so he's going to be looking
Pretty
good.
impressive. Amir did just finish that. Some of them just want to hit the weight. Honestly, that is like a PR to some people. So even if that time cap does hit, a couple of them do want to just hit that last rep. So we're going to get our next heat out here, and I'm excited to watch this heat. This is gonna be competitive. Got some big numbers. The row, especially to start it off, I think it's gonna be pretty competitive. Who's gonna be the first one off the rower?
Our last heat of men up next.
So right now, Blake in first place. He's been very consistent across the board. But again, we're still missing. We have two more heats that haven't been put into results yet. So we will get those to you guys in a second once those are uploaded.
And then we got that last heat of men coming up. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens with this last heat on that 1K row.
Yeah, honestly, this one, I think the 1K row is going to be as fun to watch as some of these bigger weights. We'll see if any of the sub 3 is possible, but I know some of these numbers that people have in, like Devin O'Neill, I believe, has 259 or 258 on his 258.
We had a 259 in there as well, I believe, right? At least a couple athletes who are, supposedly sub 3 on the 1K row, which is impressive.
Yeah, 259 from Malonzo. Malonzo has 259.
So
we're going to have to keep an eye on him.
Too.
Yeah. Again, he's kind of, he's very consistent, but he's quiet. We're not really paying much attention to him. I'm excited to watch Josh, too. I got to say, Josh has been a very fun guy to watch. And, of course, my guy Kenny. I know he is going to do great here. He's got some nice traps for this, so he'll just use those, help get that weight right up, power clean it.
Devin O'Neill in lane 2, followed by Devin Brown in 3. Katie in lane 5. Malonza in lane 7.
We'll update you guys on scores as soon as they come in.
Just
we'll
a
have
second,
that last heat here in a second.
I gotta say, it is packed in here.
The energy is great.
We have so many fans, and there's even more people outside. There's food, there's beer, there's
everything.
I mean, we got Lay's.
Everything you can want.
It's a great vibe. It really is.
It's a great community event. I also think people are excited now that we're able to do these types of things again.
Yeah.
So it's just a good time of year, after everything that people have been through, after the struggles of the last year.
Yeah.
People are coming together, supporting the community, supporting a really cool event. And it's great to see that community participation.
Definitely. I think that's part of why people are just getting so hyped up. That crowd makes a difference. When you are just dying and you just need some help getting a bar up, getting through that 1K row, getting through that bike especially. That thing is brutal, I'm telling you guys.
10 seconds on the clock. Let's make some noise for
So these guys are on the rowers. They are about to start.
Let's make some noise.
And I think we're going to see some nice numbers here. This is going to get competitive.
3.
So this final heat,
and
lane
go.
1, Josh Beaker. Lane 2, Devin O'Neill, who's currently in first. Lane 3, Devin Brown. In lane 6, we have Kenny Pierce. Lane 7, Malonza Hayes. This is going to be a battle here.
This is going to be a fight. These guys got some strong pulls. You can hear the rowers, and guys, it's loud in here, and we can hear the rowers.
Focus on lane 2 and lane 7. Both Devin and Malonza have listed 1Ks under 3 minutes.
Yep, so most likely we're going to see those guys going to be the first ones off the rower. I believe some other scores that we have, 315. I think that's some of the lowest scores that we have seen. But again, 258 and 259 are some of the best scores. A 305.
Definitely some high stroke rates in this row right now. People taking more strokes per minute than in some of the previous heats.
Yeah. I mean, look at them go. Like, that pull is insane. Their stroke rate is definitely up there, and they're not just pulling weak. Those are some strong
So
pulls.
we now have, we just got update for the row as of the last heat.
Oh,
so
look at this.
A mere 307.7 officially first. Jimmy Zemansky at 317. Devin Johnson 317.5, and Scott Tybert and Blake Sama still holding on to solid positions with a 317.8 and a 318.5. That's your top 5 on the row.
Pretty impressive, I gotta say.
He wants to get off this thing bad.
Look at these guys go. They look smooth. They look content. Notice the technique is just, it's really good on these guys. They know what they're doing. I mean, Malonzo is just pulling hard. Look at that. I mean, he's pulling so hard. He's got great range of motion, big, long pull, hard pull. Again, these are going to be some competitive times.
2 minutes in.
We're over 2 minutes right now, so we're going to start to see a powerful last minute from some of these guys here coming up.
Yeah, we definitely are. We're in about 2:15 in, so 2 minutes, 15 seconds in. Again, these guys have a 5 minute cap, plus they have 4 minutes to finish that clean ladder, which is going to be no issue for these guys. I know these guys are going to do a great job on this clean ladder. They're going to get these weights up pretty fast. Josh is doing a weird little bending over. I think he's just feeling that pain right now, but he is digging deep here.
Let's go, boys. Hang in there, gentlemen. Get it done.
So again, these guys should be finishing up pretty soon. It's 2:55 right now.
Are we going to see any sub 3s?
3 minutes in.
Oh,
Not quite.
all right.
Not
Not
necessarily
quite.
a bad move,
Yeah.
because you do have to do those cleans.
Yeah, I definitely think that in order to push that pace like that, you know, you got to be ready for the cleans. So I think
Josh Beaker done around
3:08 that we saw earlier is going to be a competitive road time.
Kenny
The
Pierce
3:07 was Amir, right?
Yes, 307 for Amir. Now people finishing up around 320, 325.
Impressive.
You know what? It's important to think about how much that first event played into how people feel on this event,
Yep,
right?
I definitely think that matters. You know, I don't think people realize the amount of lactic acid that people were feeling, and it's a pretty quick turnaround, you know? Right into a max test like this from something very similar, taxing that energy system. So again,
sure.
that fatigue is probably set in.
I think we are going to see some fireworks on this clean ladder here, though, and I'm excited to see some of these guys move this weight for sure.
Yeah, I honestly, I already know this building is about to explode with the amount of energy that is about to come with these guys lifting.
Just
in about
under a
50
minute
seconds.
to recover, yeah. Just about 45 seconds now, recovering from that row. I mean, your body's screaming, lactic acid buildup, everything hurts. You got to recover, strap the belt on, and go.
Yeah, that heart rate is up. Your legs are tired. So I'm excited to see Devin O'Neill here.
Let's make some noise.
I definitely think this is going to be a good event for him. Kenny as well. I know he's good with power cleans, so I know this is going to be a stronger event for him, especially throwing is not in his strength, so I know that the cleans is going to be where some of these athletes are going to try and make up for whatever they did on the row.
I will say, Devin Johnson's time from the last heat on this workout, I think, is going to hold up quite well here.
Yeah, definitely. Devin Johnson did a really good job on that first row. So these guys are off. Oh my gosh, literally muscle cleaning.
Yeah, a little reverse, a bicep curl from Alonzo there.
Alonzo knowing this is going to be a good event for him.
Hanging on to every bar.
Moving on to the second bar already.
Devin O'Neill behind him. Kenny Pierce on to 220.
So we see Devin going touch and go on the second barbell, which is 225.
Malonza on the last bar.
Wow.
Devin Brown with 225.
Malonza going for that 275 barbell. Devin O'Neill on his way. Wow.
That's one.
Power clean at 275 from Malonza.
That's
Easy.
two.
He is making this look simple.
Devin with one as well.
Wow.
Malonza crushed that workout.
Crushed that. Honestly, like muscle cleaned it most of the time.
Devin O'Neill finishing up, Pete finishing up. So one thing that's interesting, this is a heavy weight for Josh Beaker. So
Yeah.
he's going to lose some ground here.
Yeah. I definitely think Josh was trying to push it a little bit more on the row on purpose, knowing this was going to be a tough amount of weight for him.
Devin O'Neill done. Devin Brown done. Pete done.
136.
Kenny finishing up. We got Josh and
Let's go, Josh.
Devin Brown still going.
Josh is now up.
That is not a lightweight.
No, it is definitely
Devin
not.
Brown on 275.
So just so you guys know, they finished sub-7, most of those guys that just finished up, which is a pretty impressive speed to get
Unbelievable.
through all that weight when you think about how many reps they just did.
That's
Wow.
under 2 minutes for the clean work.
That is insane. Josh struggling a little bit, trying to get under this bar.
Devin Brown back up. 2 for Devin.
That overall leaderboard is going to be really interesting after this.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the scores after this.
Brown. Josh walking back up.
So Devin Brown having the crowd support him, getting that final bar up. And Devin Brown has just now finished.
I think that
So,
weight's just a little heavy for
I
Josh
think
right
it
now.
is. I think that fatigue has set in from the first round of the workouts in the first event, and now I think he's a little tired. But the crowd is not letting him give up. They are cheering him on. All his competitors are right by him. I think he's going to give it a go one more time.
For the crowd. For the crowd.
You got to do it for the fans. It is packed in here. Oh, hey!
Yeah!
There we go. Wow.
What a lift.
That looked, I got to say, that was a world of a difference compared to his other one.
That was beautiful compared to the last one.
Yeah, great technique. Stood it right up the bar, did not even crash on him.
Here we go.
They want him to go again. Here he goes, bar up. Wow, again. That is awesome. Oh man. He's
This
got
last one could be
10
huge. This
seconds.
could be huge.
Everybody is trying to cheer him on. Wow. Oh my gosh. And he will finish that workout. I have chills. Wow. I love CrossFit. Seriously.
That is a competitor
Yes.
right there. That is a competitor.
Awesome. I mean, we've seen this at the games before. You know, some athletes will fail a bar. Josh failed that bar a couple of times, and that is very defeating. And the crowd just picked him right back up. He got under that bar. I mean, he only had a couple of seconds in between that second and third one.
Yeah, he hit all 3 of those last reps in the last
Yeah.
45 seconds of that round,
That's
which
impressive.
is unbelievable.
At 275, I mean, that's awesome. We love seeing that.
Definitely got the crowd behind him for that one. Josh
Yeah.
did that one for the fans.
He definitely for the fans, but
That was
also
for the
probably for himself. I mean,
Well, let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
Hitting that lift helped him stay in the running for the
It did.
podium. If he hadn't finished that last weight, that
Yeah.
might have put him a little too far back to
Yeah.
podium, because really only the top 5 are making the final cut
Yeah.
for the last workout.
no, you're totally right. Everything matters here, and if he really wants to be that consistent competitor, he's got to hit all the workouts. You cannot get time capped, and you can't miss any of those weights.
Yep. Really, really well done. Josh showing how competitive he is, showing his poise.
Yeah.
We're going to be moving into our first women's heat next, starting with this row. We'll update you guys on scores as they come in. We also should hopefully have an updated overall leaderboard coming up.
Yeah,
What
hopefully.
we'll probably do is we'll cut the scores so that we can announce the top 5.
Yeah.
So those scores will update
I
for the
think
row,
that'll
but
be
not for the
important.
other ones.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have the top 5 of the men in a little bit here, and we'll get that information to you guys shortly. But I got to say, that was a fun thing to watch. I love watching in the local competitions those heavier weights and those guys that just struggle to get under a little bit more, and then having everybody around you just help you get up definitely makes a difference.
shout out again to our volunteers, to our pit crew. They're
Man.
changing out a lot of weight right now for the ladies.
They are. They are. I don't think you guys know how much weight these guys are moving. And I got to be honest, Justin, originally I was supposed to be on the pit crew. So I do have to say, although I might not have a voice tomorrow, I'm very happy to be helping you here.
Oh, I don't
I'm
have
not
a voice
moving.
now. I'm barely making it through.
Okay, good. At least we're on the same page.
Definitely a better job than the pit crew right now.
Yeah. I gotta say, I like the talking a little bit more than all the lifting. I do a lot of lifting all week, and lifting a little bit more weight. I'm okay with this.
So we will update you guys on the men's results here shortly. I mean, really explosive last heat, as expected.
Yeah, definitely. It's for the men, 185, 225. Oh.
Our volunteers are changing over the weights, getting this set up for the ladies for Heat 1. Definitely going to be some impressive performances on the women's side coming up.
Definitely, and I'm not sure, but a rumor has it that we had, I believe that we were going to just keep the men's bars out. So I don't know if they did end up keeping the men's bars out or if the ladies have the women's bars, but it definitely makes a difference when you go to grip that bar. It's looking like it's still a men's bar from here.
So that is a wrinkle for the women, a loophole, a challenge, or a curveball rather, a challenge for them.
It pays to have big hands here.
Yeah, let's hope you can hook grip and grab that bar because that does make a difference in the ability to lift that weight efficiently if you're used to using a thinner bar.
Yeah, no, it definitely does.
Hands in the air. Thumbs up.
I think that'll make a difference if we're going to see some people go touch and go, because if you don't have that hook grip, it's a little bit more taxing on your grip to not go hook grip and to have that thicker bar. It's a different ball game, I will say.
10 seconds.
All right, this heat of the women is kicking off now.
One and roll.
Just to recap, in lane 1 we have Tiffany Bishop, lane 2 Tay Examon, lane 3 Kiana, lane 4 Kit Lamb, lane 5 Mel Langersini, in lane 7 we have Star Simon, and rounding it out in lane 8 is Tanya Dennis.
Yeah, so these ladies are off. They are finishing that, they're starting that row, my bad, starting that row about 30 seconds in. We're seeing a little bit of a scattered pace, I would say, throughout the field. Some are a little bit faster, some are a little bit slower. But it'll be interesting to see these times of these ladies. The 5 minutes is definitely a little bit tougher for them to get under, I would say. A little bit less of a rest period for them.
So we do have results from the men's row in the last heat. We have Devin Brown. Devin Brown coming in at 301.8. We have Devin O'Neill sneaking in at 303.7.
Wow.
So Devin Brown with a hell of a performance there. We have Amir still holding it down in third with 307.7, but Josh Beaker with 309.9, and Jimmy rounding it out with Devin Johnson right around 317. Wow. Scott Tybert in the mix too, especially with Josh Beaker finishing that clean work at the end there.
Wow,
that's going to keep him in a solid position going into the final.
You know, I got to say, I honestly thought Devin Johnson was going to be in the top 5 for the row. And Josh is impressing me, honestly, with his scores, competing against these bigger guys and doing well on this aerobic capacity kind of stuff. It's pretty impressive, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's definitely got an engine. You can tell he's got heart hitting those last cleans.
Yeah.
I'm definitely looking forward to hopefully seeing him in the final event today.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think once we, well, actually, I don't know. We'll have to see what happens when we get these final numbers in. So ladies still going. There are 2 minutes in.
These These are some powerful ladies. We have some powerful women in all of these heats
we
today.
do. We really
so
do.
we're definitely going to see some impressive road times here and some impressive performances on that clean ladder.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what's interesting is you see athletes from all over, like all different types of sports jumping in. Like we were talking about earlier, Star.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was saying how she's a power lifter, and I think we're going to notice that, you know, that helps in rowing, and it helps obviously in cleans. So that'll be fun to watch her a little bit later. And then some of these other girls, we just know they have some strong 1-rep max clean and jerks.
Well, going back to Star, I know she was a little frustrated with the handstand walk popping up in that first workout, but this is an opportunity for her to really make up some ground
Definitely
and show
is.
how tough she is on this particular test.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Getting closer to the finishing time.
Star on the screen right now. Nice long pulls, looking good on that row.
Yeah, Star's looking very confident, some big long pulls. Definitely paying good attention to where she's at. 3:30 right now on the clock. So again, the women aren't going to have as long of a rest.
They're not, but I'm definitely thinking we're going to see some sub 4-minute rows.
And I got to be honest, I think the weight is a little bit lighter for the females, like 135. We see cycling, but for the ladies, we see cycling 135 of snatches.
There we go, sub 4s for many of these women out here.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. Sub 4 is a pretty good time. I honestly think, too, they're thinking, well, we got to get off the rower so we can rest before we go pick up that barbell.
Absolutely. Rest is important.
Yep.
Imagine having to go right from the row to
Oh,
the bar.
man.
No, thank you.
It turns into a mecon. A full AMRAP right there.
About 30 seconds until these ladies are on the barbells.
7-5-3.
So we got one lady still left in lane number 1.
4:45. 10 seconds.
Tiffany Bishop in lane 1.
Tiffany.
She's going to be solid on this barbell, I have a feeling. Tay in lane 2 was also very impressive.
Tay is very strong. So these ladies are off.
Star going touch and go. As is Tanya Dennis in lane 8.
135 on this first barbell here.
Star making this weight look easy. And I think what is also important is it's not just a 1-rep max type of thing. It's how well can you move heavier weight. And working that battery, not just how strong are you. Because I think a lot of times we see that. It's like, hey, for example, Haley Adams is an athlete who, in the CrossFit Games is known for being a weaker athlete, but she can move heavier weight consistently, which is more important than those bigger numbers sometimes.
In most of the tests that you're going to face in this sport, you need to be able to move a high percentage well under fatigue. And if you can do that, then you're in good shape.
Then you're good. Then you're set.
Star making short work of that last bar. This is going to be a competitive score on this workout.
Easy work on that. Yeah, I definitely think Star's scores are going to be very competitive across the board on this.
A minute 15 on that workout.
That's impressive. Again, to get through all that sub 630, that was what she just did. Very impressive. It's getting way more packed in here. I can definitely tell you that. People want to watch these athletes move this heavier weight.
Tanya Dennis on that last bar here. Mel on that barbell, that first barbell.
On to 185.
Tanya finishing up.
156. Kid is on 185. Tate's on 185.
I got about 2 minutes to go.
There we go, Kiana.
Kiana moving forward.
One down for 10.
The crowd helping her out.
This is definitely a big, you need the crowd kind of workout.
Yeah, you need the crowd, especially when you start getting to that heavier weight.
One down for
Kit Lamb hitting that last weight for one. Tiffany Bishop moving that last weight.
Let's make some noise. Let's make some noise.
Tay is also on that last barbell.
Yep. I believe
Tay with her second one at 185.
we have an athlete, her 1 rep max is 135. So just moving that weight multiple times is going to be a challenge for her. But I know the crowd is behind her and trying to help her get that bar up.
Just under a minute for these ladies to finish up in our first heat.
Kiana.
Another one for Kit Lamb.
Kit Lamb hitting her second at that weight. I know that's a challenging weight for her, so the fact that she's already 2 in is very impressive.
Yeah,
Tay
definitely.
finishing up in lane 2.
Definitely a lot easier to hit these weights in competition sometimes than in training, especially under fatigue. That crowd really does make a difference.
The crowd here at Rack House Fitness definitely helping these athletes out today.
Yeah, and it's just getting more and more packed. I just keep seeing more and more people show up.
Kit Lamb finishes up. We still have Kiana Bueno and Mel Langersini on the floor.
And they got about 5 seconds.
Nice.
And that will be their time.
Mel happy with that last lift for sure.
Yes. Yeah, again, some of these athletes, these numbers are close to their 1 rep max, and just hitting a 1 rep max multiple times, first of all, it's not your 1 rep max anymore, but second of all, that is just huge, and that's extremely exciting for any competitor to hit a number that they have felt stuck behind for a while.
No, for sure. Being able to come out here in this environment on game day and hit a PR or match a PR for multiple reps is a huge accomplishment, something that they should definitely be proud of.
Yeah, definitely just makes it that much better. So looking into Heat 2. Heat 2 is going to be a little bit stronger. So heat number 2 coming up next, we have so heat number 2 for the females, we have, I believe, Johanna, Olga, Victoria, Aurora, April, Lindsay, Juliana, Amanda. Pretty stacked crew here.
Absolutely. Solid group of competitors. We're going to be trying to get some of those women's scores up here as soon as they're in.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the scores of these guys. And we'll get to see who's moving on to the final. And I did hear, first of all, there's burpees over the bar in the final workout.
Ew.
Yeah, I know. But I heard there's also toes to bar. And I believe there's snatches, light snatches.
Okay.
So, if I remember correctly, it's gonna be a fun workout to watch.
Well, especially with the caliber of athletes who are going to be qualifying for that last workout.
It's definitely going to be very competitive with both the men and the females. This next heat of females getting ready to go. Some of them already set on their rower. One thing we haven't talked about is actually the damper on the rower. So wanting to change that around dependent on your pulling and how long you're going to be pulling for. So some athletes want it a little bit higher, some want it a little bit lower. It's definitely more of a personal preference. Some people just always do 5, I feel like.
It's especially for a row like this, I think being a little lighter on the damper. We talked about the stroke rate earlier as well. You don't want to have a super high damper and be doing a lot of work.
Right, and I think that's a mistake some athletes make because they want that pull, they want that tug. But that is really just not the way to go about a longer workout like this.
Our second heat of women kicking off here with that 1,000-meter row. I know you went through who's in which lane, but some people to watch here. Olga Axelrod did a really good job on the bike in that first event. Aurora Vellante as well. We have Lindsay Melanson, and obviously for the Rack House Fitness crew here, they're going to be cheering for lane 5, April Drolette, and lane 7, Juliana Pepe, who are local Rack House Fitness athletes.
Yeah, definitely an advantage there to be in your own gym. It's comforting. You know, it's fun to go out to these big competitions, but you got to think you have an advantage when it's your home gym. You know, you have your house, your kitchen, you can bring your food, you don't have to worry about eating out, you don't have to worry about hotels, you don't have to worry about travel. It's just that much easier.
For sure. And you're used to working out here already, so it's not like it's a different location. You know?
It's your home gym, your people are here. So these ladies about a minute in.
I think we're going to see some impressive times from this heat. I know a lot of these ladies have great engines, great conditioning. We'll see how they handle the row.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing some pretty consistent movement here, easy pacing. Again, a little bit faster than we saw in heat number 1.
90 seconds in.
So Burns' hat is actually in the way of the one camera.
Around that 4-minute time is when you'll see people start to finish.
So about 2 minutes in.
Over here in lane 1 and 2.
Ladies are about 2 minutes in.
2 minutes in.
We're going to be having that first heat of women's scores coming in soon, and we'll be able to update you a little bit later on overall standings after that as well.
Yeah, definitely. Aurora actually is doing a great job. It looks like she's got a good pace. She's a little bit smaller of an athlete, so she has to tug a little bit more when she pulls. But she definitely has a good amount of strength, and she looks very comfortable on the rower.
Well, we talked about this earlier, too. Her positioning is great right now. She's getting a nice long pull.
Yeah.
She's keeping that chain nice and level. It's not wobbling around. Definitely a solid position on that row.
Yeah, and I got to say, I like the hair. I'm all about the fun hairstyles.
Oh, for sure.
Keeping that hair out of your face is very difficult at times. So just coming up on that 3-minute mark in about 3 seconds. So again, these ladies have a very quick turnaround, whereas the guys didn't have as fast of a turnaround. They have a 5-minute cap on this 1K row. And then they go right into the cleans.
We're just past 3 minutes. We're at around 3:20.
Looks like we have some ladies in the home stretch. The home stretch.
So it sounds like some ladies are getting close to finishing.
That's going to be an impressive time given some of the men's scores.
Yeah. Some of these girls, again, another reason I love CrossFit. It's like the girls are just as good as these guys in some of these events. There's just, you got to have respect for each other. It's awesome.
Especially, I love watching on events like the Ruck or the Run, where they all go out together and you get
then
to
the
see
women,
some of them beat.
the women, like Sam Briggs comes in hot, like Tia. It's just wild to see these women overtake the guys in some of these things. So some very competitive times on this heat.
45 seconds. Lindsay finishing the row.
Yeah, solid scores across the board for the women there.
Yeah.
They have about 35 seconds to reset for the clean ladder coming up for heavy hitters. We saw a lot of touch and go last
Yeah,
heat.
we did.
Maybe we'll see some more this heat.
I think we will. Notice how Aurora put her shirt on. We noticed Tanner made that mistake of not putting his shirt on, and he slipped and he missed the bar, causing him actually not to get a clean at 275.
I wonder if she was watching that heat.
She probably was. Or maybe she just knows from past experiences.
She might just know.
Some women do it too, also to protect their collarbones.
Touch and go in lane 4, 3.
Aurora going touch and go.
Singles for everybody else.
Aurora going touch and go a little bit. A lot of these ladies doing singles and just picking it up as fast as they can. If you can't go touch and go, it's really not a huge deal. You just gotta pick the bar up right away. You gotta follow it down, you gotta pick it up right away, get those elbows through, and then get to that next bar.
A lot of times fast singles are faster than touch and go over a workout because you spend less time resting.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because it's easy to open with touch and go, but then rest for a while before the next weight.
Right, and again, that just comes with knowing yourself and knowing your strategy, what's going to be best for you. If you want that longer break, or if you want to go fast, you want to be efficient.
This first barbell heavy for some of these ladies.
Big ref for Victoria. Another one for Johanna. Aurora with another one.
So we got some solid pacing. Johanna on to the final bar here.
I was going to say it's heavy for some of these ladies, but not for Johanna.
Not Johanna.
Over to 185.
Johanna on that last bar now.
Johanna.
That last one is a little heavy.
Yeah.
Johanna in lane 1, 185.
Here we go.
So
Hopefully that crowd can get her going for this last
I
weight.
think she needs some support here. Wow.
That's one.
She's just got some raw strength to her, you can tell. Wow.
That's two. I'd like to point out that Star Simon from the last heat still has the fastest time on this workout.
Very good point.
Coming up to 185.
You know, you want to win the heat, but you also got to remember there's multiple heats that you are competing with, and that's why you got to keep going to get your best time, even if you're in first place.
Absolutely. Amanda Berta moving that last weight well here.
One left.
The crowd helping her out.
Juliana Pepe getting that home crowd behind her.
Yeah. Definitely helps to have the home crowd here.
Amanda Berta done.
And she will finish.
Aurora passes.
We got a couple ladies struggling on that 155 bar. Amanda and Juliana trying to get through. Again, this weight for some might be heavy, and some of these ladies are super, super strong. But again, for this weight, it's all relative. So again, some ladies are struggling a little bit more than others to get through.
I mean, none of these weights are light, if we're being honest, in
No.
the grand scheme of things.
Technically, no.
Lindsay Melanson going for that weight at 155.
20 seconds.
Again, crowd trying to get behind them. We have a couple ladies finishing up, trying to hit this last weight here. Olga and Victoria.
Couple clean pulls there.
Yeah. They're just trying to get some technique practice in. We're going to check on those results for you guys, see if we have anything updated. So the men are actually finished now. We're waiting to see who will be heading into the final workout.
Very interesting with the addition of the
Wow.
heavy hitters workout. So Devin O'Neill sitting atop the males
O'Neill.
leaderboard right now.
I gotta say, I think he was a favorite coming in.
He
Devin
was a
O'Neill.
favorite coming in. What I'm impressed with is
Wow.
Melanza Hayes
Melanza.
absolutely dominating the last workout.
It's impressive. He really has just kind of hit it under there. But notice, Devin Johnson. See, I'm really happy for him. That's awesome because we noticed before his road time was a little bit, it was good, but then it got beaten, and I knew he did really well on that heavy hitters. So he upped it. And then, of course, my guy, Kenny Pierce, is in 4th, so he will be moving on. And then last but not least, Devin Brown. So again, I gotta say Devin Brown also kind of under the radar.
Yep.
Wasn't really anyone we were watching too much, kind of hidden in between Devin O'Neal and some of those other athletes that were out in that heat.
But the benefit is Devin Brown was able to be in the last heat, right?
Yep,
And if
yep.
you're able to compete directly
That
against
is a good point.
the-
That is a
the-
very
the
good
top
point.
heat, that helps. Devin Johnson is impressive to me
wasn't.
because he was in the 4th. He was not in the last heat. He was in the heat before. Hey,
You
our
see
our
it?
guy, Kenny.
You see 4th? 3:11. I don't know yet. I don't think they've said anything about it. Okay.
So some of the women's scores are coming in. We got some heavy hitter scores coming in now. The row workout is being added in as well. So that stuff will be updated here shortly. But we have our next heat of women getting ready to hit the floor. This is going to be lane 1, Nicole Considine from CrossFit One Nation. Ashley Trendell in lane 2. Lane 3 is Erin Duggan. Lane 4, Anastasia crushed that first workout.
I think Anastasia and Devin. I know Devin has a little bit more. He has a little bit more competition experience, but again, we see similarities as they're not in the most competitive heat, but they're competing very hard.
Absolutely. Anastasia really impressed me with that last workout. I think we're going to see that same grit and determination on this row.
Yeah.
And
I think she's going to be a favorite. I honestly think she's going to come out of this a favorite, and I hope she makes it to the final. I really hope she pushes hard, doesn't look around, just does her thing like she did last time. I'm excited to watch her, though. Definitely keep an eye out for Anastasia.
Yeah, watch Anastasia. Hopefully in that final heat. We have Crystal Mayer in lane 5, Sarah Sullivan, the pilot, in lane 6. We have Kim Seeley in lane 7, and rounding out this heat of women is Colette Monique Casey in lane 8.
10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1.
Next heat of ladies starting off on this row.
Ladies are off on the row.
Nicole in lane 1, Ashley in lane 2, Erin in lane 3, Anastasia in lane 4, Crystal in 5.
We're seeing a solid position, solid stroke rate across the board from these athletes.
I want to say keep an eye on Colette. I honestly think that she has a little bit of a skill to her, her ability to push on these events right now. We noticed that with the bike. We weren't sure if she was going to be able to hang on, and she was. And then, like I said, Anastasia and her were kind of like the two outliers in this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to. I'd love to see Anastasia in the final event because I want to see what happens when she's surrounded by the top competitors and how she's able to push.
I think that would really. I think that she would just notice there's a whole nother level added to her ability. I think she's young and she's new to this, and I think she's going to be great leaving this competition with more experience and her ability to just grow from this whole experience. But I really want to see her in the final for sure.
I mean, look at this row stroke from Anastasia. Just nice long pull. She's using that length, really finishing through. She just looks confident, and she looks like she has many more years of experience under her belt than she does.
So Anastasia actually has a 3:48 1K row listed, so a sub-4 row. And I mean, just look at the way she's built. Long legs, she's got some strong arms. She's definitely super strong and definitely a good athlete overall.
But on either side of her, you have Erin Duggan in lane 3, who did phenomenally well in the last workout. You also have Crystal Mayer, who's got the red hair, and she's solid as well. It's important to really, focus on these other girls in this heat who were able to push that bike workout as well.
So interesting fact about Anastasia, as she just recently got engaged, and her her fiance holds multiple indoor rowing records and won the 2021 Indoor Rowing World Championships in 2 different divisions. She's also a Puma ambassador.
Wow. So maybe
she's got a little bit of knowledge when it comes to rowing.
It would be nice if she could tag her in for the row.
Right. Hey, tag in. You do this, I'll do that. I believe that is a team competition.
Tag her in for the row. I'll
Yeah.
do the cleans. You do the row.
I would be down for that. I'd be like, hey, you
We'll
do the
call it
row,
a day.
I will do all the cleans.
So we're rounding the 3-minute mark, or nearing the 3-minute mark now on this 1K row. These ladies pushing the pace all the way through. Solid technique across the board. Good pulls here. Good stroke rate. These ladies are looking good.
Yep, definitely. They're definitely looking good. Definitely consistent. 3 minutes in now, so we should see some of them starting to get. Oh, Anastasia, notice how she has picked up the pace. She's definitely very confident on
She's a
that
game
rower.
day competitor. I think we're going to see a PR.
But you know what's interesting is I'm looking at her stats, and she doesn't have any previous sports experience on anything. She doesn't list anything. She's like, she literally put on her CrossFit stuff, I ain't got nothing. So she really doesn't have much. I think she just wants to work hard, and she found something that she really loves.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely picking up that pace. She's trying to finish strong here. She's right around, so 3:43. That is a PR based on what she listed here for us.
Wow.
3:28 for Colette in lane 8. Under 3:50 for Ashley.
Yeah,
3:54
another impressive
for
performance from
Very
Anastasia.
impressive performance.
Erin. 3:57 for Sarah.
Some other ladies finishing up.
67.5.
Colette is done.
Colette, I'm not surprised Colette is done early.
Crystal is done.
I'll see if we have a time for Colette in her previous scores.
Erin Duggan finished. Crystal
40
Mayer finished.
seconds.
All these ladies getting ready to rock, all done the row under that 4:15 mark.
Wow, so Colette Casey actually had a 350 row listed. So, again, you know, some of these ladies really strong competitors on the rower.
Getting ready to go into that clean ladder here in about 20 seconds.
20.
I think this will be a good time to see how Anastasia's strength compares. She does have a little bit lower of numbers. I know her final clean and jerk is a 215, and not that that's a low clean and jerk, it's just compared to some of the athletes that are here, that's a little bit lower.
But she's going touch and go on that first bar.
Very impressive. And again, if you can move heavyweight well, it doesn't matter that much of what your 1-rep max is. There is no 1-rep max at this event.
One thing to keep in mind too, that could be limited by the jerk, and she may be a strong cleaner.
That is a
She's
good
got
point.
a strong pull
Yep.
and strong legs, so we'll
Yep.
see how that plays here.
Sarah on the bar 2.
Yeah, adding that jerk in there definitely makes a difference.
1 down for Colette. 1 down for Sarah. Anastasia on to bar 2. Ashley on to bar 2. Erin and Nicole on to bar 2. Woo! Few more for Colette down here.
So these ladies moving through it. Anastasia looking very, very confident at that 155
Erin
bar.
and Nicole on the right.
Powering through on that barbell.
Colette in lane 8 on to last bar, 3 reps. A minute in.
Colette doing I believe Colette is on the last bar.
Yeah, she's moving on these weights.
Anastasia with a rep at 185. Ashley on to 185. Crystal at 155. Colette stepping
Anastasia working towards
up.
finishing
One for
that
And
clean
Anastasia
ladder,
is
and
done.
she will finish up.
Colette. 2 down for Sarah.
That's going to be a great score.
636. I believe that's pretty competitive when we saw Star's score in the beginning.
One more for
So
Sarah.
Star came in around 113, so that was around 130 for Anastasia. That's going to be a
Yeah,
solid
wow.
finish.
Another one for Crystal.
Again, definitely a competitive score there.
Here we go, ladies. At 207. 1 rep for
We have a
Erin.
few of these ladies still on the floor finishing up that
Oh,
last
that
bar,
185
but powerful women across the board.
Definitely
Kim
some
with the rep at
powerful ladies across the
185.
floor. They got about 90 seconds to finish up here.
55. Let's go, girls. Let's go, ladies. Erin stepping up.
Tighten up that belt, get ready for that last weight.
Yeah.
synchro on those
Easy.
cleans. All three
Simple work.
ladies hitting them at the same time.
Yeah.
Nicole, keep it on up. Here we go, Nicole. Make some noise.
They got about a minute left to get through these weights.
Nicole with a rep. Every lady has 2.
We got Nicole in
Kim stepping
lane number 1, working through.
And she nails it at 3:10.
That was Erin Duggan going for that last weight. She's got to reset. Crystal Mayer getting ready to hit that last weight here.
Oh, so close.
Just a little bit heavy after all of those other
Yeah.
reps.
Nicole gets it.
Erin Duggan with a power clean.
Yeah. Nicole finishing up in lane number 1. Crowd definitely was behind her, helping her get through those
Let's make some
reps.
noise. Let's make
We
some
have
noise.
20 seconds, 20 seconds.
Let's go. 15 seconds.
Crowd
Getting the
helping
crowd going for Crystal.
on this last one. Let's see if she can get this. Wow.
Yeah.
With a power clean to finish. That's awesome.
The crowd definitely helping
It
on that
does.
lift.
I'm telling you, if I had a crowd for all the times I had to lift something heavy, I think training would be a little bit easier.
That was an exciting heat of ladies. We have our last women's heat coming up here in a little
Women's
bit.
heat, that is going to be competitive. We have some strong females coming up. And definitely the row is definitely going to make a difference. As we noticed, you got to do well on both. You got to be consistent as what we noticed.
Yeah, the best scores we're seeing are people where neither one of those events was particularly bad, right?
Yep, definitely.
And obviously, you want to do as well on the row as you can, and being faster is better, but you have to do damage control.
Yeah.
And what can't happen is what happened to Josh Beaker, where that last weight, he
Right.
was able to hit it, but that time made a big difference.
Yeah, it definitely did. Definitely did. And that's CrossFit. You know, you can't be a specialist. You can only get so far when you specialize in one thing. Like, yeah, it's great if you're strong, but if you can't lift that weight under fatigue and move it well, it's going to be hard for you to advance on into some of those other workouts.
Well, especially in a field like today's, right?
Yes.
We have a decent amount of competitors, but you're not looking at a huge field of athletes. So
Yeah.
winning an event helps,
Yeah.
but it's more important to not have holes in your game.
Yes.
You can't afford to drop any workouts
Yes.
or lose any workouts in this environment.
And I think we saw that with Devin Johnson. He's kind of overall got the full package to his in his ability. You know, he can do it all, and I think that's why we see him in that final round.
Yeah. Devin Johnson has impressed me today so far.
Yeah. Yep. I believe he has also competed at Wadapalooza, from what I last spoke with him. But like I said, I competed against him at a team competition, and it was impressive to watch him. Definitely a competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can tell the way he turned it up here today. This last heat of women, definitely going to be some fireworks. I think we're going to see some great rows. I think we're going to see some solid cleans across the board. I mean, these are some fit ladies we saw with that assault bike workout. Their ability to push and the ability to push that high skill as well.
Definitely.
Obviously, Amy Morton with a huge front squat to qualify for this competition.
Amy Morton with a very heavy front squat to qualify for.
She ended up hitting, I believe, 260 for the front squat in the qualifier for the Invitational. So obviously super strong competitor. Amanda Goodman is strong as well. She's a great rower.
Yeah,
And Haley Hunter with her ability to really push the last workout.
Yeah, and then Amy with a 230 clean and jerk. Pretty impressive. Her 1K row at 335.
Wow. A 335 is a very fast
So we
row
got to
for the
keep an
women.
eye on that. So I believe she's in lane
2?
I want to say lane 2.
Yeah, lane 2.
lane 2.
Keep an eye on lane 2 around the 330 mark. I think we might see something special.
You just might see somebody finish a little bit early.
This was an exciting heat of ladies for the first event. I think it's going to be an exciting heat of ladies for this event.
Definitely going to be exciting to watch these ladies.
Let's make some noise for our final heat.
So their countdown has started.
3, 2, 1, and go.
And they are off. we're already seeing a much faster pace.
Much faster pace here from the ladies. I mean, this is one of those things we saw with the first workout with Haley Hunter. She knew that she needed to push that bike hard to stay in the mix with Amy Morton. She was able to do it successfully, but I think we're going to see the same thing here on the row. When you know that there's a woman in that field who's got a 335 listed 1K, you're going to have to push yourself to a little bit of an uncomfortable place.
Yeah, and I'm watching Amy now, and she looks very content. She looks like she doesn't have a very fast amount of pulls going. She's going pretty slow here with big, long pulls.
Yeah, right around a 154 pace right now.
Yeah.
Assuming she'll probably pick that up a little bit as she goes, but she's definitely in control of her pace right now.
Yeah, definitely very comfortable in her pace right now.
Haley Hunter taking some long, powerful strokes. Definitely looks like she's working a little harder to keep that pace, but moving fast nonetheless.
Yeah, and I want to take a look down in lane number 7, Marie Cotter. I spoke with her yesterday. Super strong athlete, first of all, and second of all, I mean, she's got a great pace going on the row. It looks like she is just cruising. Yep, camera's actually on her right now. So she is doing a great job, as you can see, pulling away. Can't see her pace right now, but I'm assuming she's definitely got a good pace going.
Well, solid position, just like we saw before with Aurora. Really good stroke, chain staying nice and level. She's using her legs. She's returning in a straight line. All of those boxes that you want to check on a good row, she's taking care of those.
Definitely.
Now, one thing with Haley Hunter, if you watch her knees, they're coming outside the arms as she comes in on the row. That may feel okay for her, but that's definitely an inefficient stroke, and I think that may cost her some time here moving quickly through the 1K.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw her have a little bit different approach to the bike. Her arms were out really wide, if you remember, and she was standing up a little bit, which again, it depends on the athlete. But again, efficiency goes so much farther in this sport than anything else. So you got to be efficient, and it will pay you so much in the end.
For sure. We're looking at Mariah Lombard in lane 4. She's letting that handle dip a little bit on the way in. I'd like to see her keep that chain a little more level.
Yep.
But right now she does look like she has a good pace and like she's staying relaxed on that row.
Yeah, she definitely does. So coming up, we are going to be hitting the 3-minute mark.
2 minutes left.
So pay attention here in the next, 35, 40 seconds. Amy Morton is picking up that pace, dropping down to a 140. You can see her picking up that stroke rate a little bit.
Yeah, Amy, look at her go now. She's definitely picking that pace up. Very confident in her ability right here. She definitely is aware of her pace and of her stroke rate for sure. All these girls really starting to pick it up. Down in lane 7 and down in lane 6, we see Marie and Moria.
All of these ladies doing a great job.
Wow. So Maria and Marie.
Caroline Brantley coming out of nowhere.
Wow.
She did very well on the bike. She put herself in great position.
Yeah.
She showed her ability on the row, coming through really, really fast pace. All of these ladies finishing around the same time.
Yep.
Some very, very fast rows across the board.
She's been very consistent across the board, I gotta say.
Some shirts going back on from everybody here.
Yeah, they're being smart. I mean, they're sweaty. It's hot in here, guys. It's really hot in here.
Everybody learned from Tanner earlier in that heat.
Shout out to Tanner. Somebody's got to mess up so everyone else can learn, right?
Hey, somebody's got to be the guinea pig, you know?
Right.
So these ladies have 30 seconds until they start these cleans. I definitely think we're going to see some touch and go in this heat.
I think you're right. We're definitely going to see touch and go, and I don't think the 155 weight is going to be an issue for many of these girls. I think they should just cruise through it, honestly. It's going to be more of a race, I think.
Absolutely. It's going to be a race, and it's going to be about making sure you don't hit failure on that last bar. Staying, like we saw that with a lot of the guys, right?
Yeah.
Making sure you're not failing on that last weight.
Definitely.
2, 1, and go!
And these ladies are off at that 135 bar.
Maria making that look easy, all the way down in lane number 8. Already moving on to the second bar. So for the ladies, it's 135, 155, and then 185.
These ladies are flying.
Maurice, this is easy weight for Maurice. She is just cruising. She went touch and go. Now she's going for the 185 bar. And this is easy. This is not a challenge for her at all.
No, Marie Cotter flying on these cleans.
One more for Marie.
Marie Cotter is crushing at this event. Easy.
Wow.
Wow.
Three passes.
That's going to beat Star's score from
Yeah.
that first
Yep.
heat.
One down for Haley.
Amy Morton on that last bar.
Amanda also on that last bar.
Amanda Goodman looking great on that clean.
Yeah, looking really good there.
Caroline on to 185.
Wow.
Haley Hunter's now on that last bar.
155.
Really fighting hard here for these last few reps. But again, that sub 630 is important here. You got to get sub 630.
Amanda Goodman and Amy finishing at the same time.
Yep. Definitely.
Haley up at 85.
Caroline
Wow.
Brantley on that last bar dominated the row. Needs to
Yep.
make sure that she gets a decent score here.
Yeah.
Don't go crazy. Don't go too fast.
Right.
Do what you need to do.
Haley passes.
Yeah, again, you know, it's like it's great if you do well on the road, but you got to do well on it all. You got to get a good time. Otherwise, you're going to be bad in those other heats.
Absolutely. Caroline showing good composure, taking the time she needs. She's not rushing it.
Definitely. Taking her time here. She's got plenty of time.
One down for and Mariah passes.
There we go.
At 203.
She's got one more to go to finish
Two
this
down
out.
for Caroline.
Plenty of time on the clock.
One.
Almost through. There we go.
And she will finish.
She passes.
And she will be through.
Let's make some noise.
Now, there were a lot of ladies in the earlier heats who did not finish the clean ladder, so it'll be interesting to see how things shake up.
Yeah, we got one more athlete, I believe, out there
A little over a minute.
working towards, I think. I can't really tell. I think we have one more athlete out there.
Let's make some
Perea on the floor.
Let's make some noise. Let's go.
She's
The
on that
crowd
last
is
bar.
behind her. The competitors are all behind her, trying to get her to lift that last bar.
That crowd getting behind her. We've seen it all day. It's helped people hit that last
It
weight.
makes a difference. It really does. Wow.
One down for Mariah.
And
Two
she
to
hits
go.
it.
Keep it up.
I think she's
Keep
gonna go
up
for
these
another
noise.
one
Let's
here.
go.
She's got
She
time
should.
for another attempt here.
She definitely should.
30 seconds.
But
She's got
same thing.
30 seconds.
Got to stay composed, right?
Yes.
Don't rush it. Make sure
Yeah.
you have it. Do what you need to do.
Yeah, you do not want to pick up that bar and fail again. Definitely not worth it.
20 seconds.
Especially if you only have time for one more. You got to make it count.
Two down.
Wow.
Let's go. 10 seconds.
Crowd was really behind her too.
3, 2, and time.
Oh, she's going to do an extra one for the crowd. Ah.
I love that.
I
Crowd's
know.
going crazy. I know the time's
Yeah.
up, but I'm going to hit this because
Yeah,
I'm here.
yeah.
I want to go for it.
Again, you never know. That could be a one rep max for her, you know?
So what we're going to do, we're going to tabulate scores. We have women's scores coming in. We're waiting on that last heat to come through. Once it does, we will update you guys on
Yep.
overall standings as far as who is
Definitely.
making it. We do have the men's scores. And so as far as our men are concerned,
Yes.
we know who is going into that final workout. We have Devin O'Neill in first place heading into the final. Melanza Hayes in second place, in part due to that huge finish on the clean
huge.
ladder.
That was huge.
We have Devin Johnson, who was just consistent across the board. We have Kenny Pierce from CrossFit Wicked in fourth place, and Devin Brown rounding out the top
Yep.
5, thanks in part to a huge event win, a 301.8 1K row. in that
I
second event.
I think it's going to be interesting to watch Malanza on the gymnastics that's coming up. I don't have the exact workout in front of me of what the final is going to be, but I do know toes to bar are going to be. I do know toes to bar are definitely going to be a struggle for some athletes. I believe the number is 22. So again, just enough that it's like, do I go unbroken? You know.
Well, that's going to be an interesting test for those men and for these women, whoever does qualify. We have most scores in. We are waiting on the last heat. Once that is in, we will update you guys. But it's been a great day of competition so far.
It has.
We've
It's
seen
been
some
so much
amazing
fun.
performances. I mean, across the
Yes.
board.
Yeah, it's been a blast. Honestly, it's been very competitive. Each heat is competitive to its own. And then those final 2 heats have been really, really fun to watch, especially this last heat that we just watched. The women, some of them just go through those weights like it was absolutely nothing for them.
Absolutely. You know, I want to take a second just to talk about Caroline Brantley because we didn't talk about her enough during the heat because she's in the final heat. She's there with Amy Morton, who is a top 30 worldwide or in North America in the quarterfinals. She's there with Amanda Goodman, who's a games athlete, and she goes out and wins the bike, or comes close to winning the bike, and wins the 1K row. I mean, that's a stellar performance for Caroline Brantley.
She's just kind of like Malanza. Like she was quiet. She kind of just hid under there and just slowly, made her way through and made it to the final.
Yeah. We also have, obviously, Anastasia, stellar performance.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see where she shakes out after the final scores have been tabulated.
Me too.
I know she did really well up until that last heat, so we'll just see where the cards fall. But I think we're going to have some really solid, well-rounded competitors in this final workout.
Yeah, we definitely are. This final is going to be fun to watch. We're already switching, actually, the layout on the floor right now because, like I said, we got some toes to bar. So when this was originally planned, Byrne was saying he didn't know. It was during COVID. We thought this was going to be outside. We didn't know what was going to be available, so there was a limited amount of gymnastics put into this. So last minute, he made the decision to actually change the final workout and throw some gymnastics in there, again, other than just handstand walks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there are pistols as well, I believe.
Yeah, this is going to be a spicy workout. Byrne will brief it for the athletes. Obviously, the athletes don't know what that workout's going to be, but they will get a briefing on that event coming up. And it's going to be an exciting event for those top 5 men and top 5 women.
Yeah, definitely.
While we are waiting on these final scores to come in, just one more time, I want to thank Rack House Fitness for hosting this event for the second year in a row. They've been amazing.
They are awesome.
They have some hometown heroes of theirs competing as well, right?
They definitely do.
So, it's good to see them bring that energy. The crowd here has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the crowd's been awesome. I like you said, it's just the fact that we can have, this live option of competing in person.
We also have, to talk about our sponsors. These scores are coming in now. To talk about our sponsors, we have Noble with the apparel, giving out gift cards.
Yeah.
We have Legends Apparel giving out shirts.
Yep.
Awesome, apparel for the volunteers, for everybody. Legends is, this stuff fits great. That shirt is super comfortable. I can't wait to put mine on later.
It's awesome. I'm really digging it right now, I gotta be honest.
We also have Element 26. These guys, they're making belts, wraps, all that stuff for the athletes.
Good grips. I have a pair of their grips. I gotta say, their grips are awesome.
Great equipment. They've been awesome to us, to the athletes, to the whole event. From there, Spike Ball was in town. They gave away Spike Ball kits to the competitors who won different events during the qualifier.
Yes,
so
they
shout out
did.
to Spike Ball for that.
Yes, thank you, Spike Ball.
We have on the recovery side, Hyper Ice. They donated a bunch of recovery tools, rollers, all that kind of stuff that Byrne was handing out at the beginning. They're providing stuff for the athletes to use between events. We also have DraftKings. I don't know if you can bet on this still, but DraftKings, if you haven't got the final set up for betting, please do that. But we also have on the recovery side, Fit Aid or Life Aid beverages. They've been great for providing stuff for athletes, for staff, for everybody here. If you want a great recovery drink, look no further. And last but not least, we have Ascent Protein, the official recovery post-workout protein of the 2021
Yeah.
Invictus Invitational.
And they also have, some pre-workout too. So I'm sure these athletes that are about to do this final
For
workout.
anybody who needs to get amped up, right?
Yeah.
All right, I believe our women's scores are in.
Oh my goodness, your girl is right there.
The top 5 overall on the women's side. Amy Morton in
Yes.
first place. I mean, not a
Not
huge surprise
surprised
there.
by that one.
Anastasia in second.
Yeah.
Look
Look
you
at
know
that.
What? I love to see that, and I love to see Caroline Brantley
Man,
in third.
how awesome would it be if she podiums in this? I mean,
First competition, way to
Yeah.
go out with a bang,
right?
In fourth, we have Haley Hunter and Marie Cotter with a great score on that last workout, helping propel her into the top 5. And honestly, I got to shout out to our girl Star Simon for
right under.
crushing that last workout, being right on that line.
And then right under Star is actually Colette. So Colette in 7th place. So
Yeah.
again, 2 really consistent, but just didn't have that extra edge and it really came down to how fast you could lift those weights.
That's it. Great performances by the ladies, great performances by the men. That's going to
Amazing,
be
yes.
a solid final heat for
Yes.
both men and women in this final workout. That workout's getting set up now. Byrne is going to be briefing that workout momentarily, so
Yep.
hang with us while we wait for the show to unfold here.
Yeah. It's in process. So we know there's toes to bar. We know there's some pistols. There's some hang snatches and burpees. Burpees over the bar.
Look how quickly they set up the seats for spectators as
I know,
well.
I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with how fast they just switched that. You gotta say that is a very nice background though of the gym. I love the setup of this
Oh,
gym.
yeah.
So open.
They did a great job here. Beautiful gym.
Yes. Okay. I'm hungry. So soon, I believe we're going to have the briefing of what this workout is. So some of the athletes don't know it, but Byrne did announce it last night in a meeting. So that's why I have some insight behind what the workout's going to have in it. But again, if they were here last night, they got a little insight as to what the final workout is going to be. So very soon, Byrne is going to be announcing that final workout for you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty. Let's listen up for a moment, everybody. Quiet down, please, and thank you. We're going to go over the final workout.
Really? Oh, thank you. Okay.
Alrighty, guys.
I got a new career.
We have one more event to go. Who wants to know what it is? So, you guys hear me okay? Projecting, I'm yelling. I can't. Our final workout is going to be 4-time.
here is what it is. Listen up, folks. Magic number is 22. It is going to be 22 power snatches. Gentlemen, 75 pounds. That's right here. Ladies, 55. You will then follow that with 22 toes to bar on the rig behind me here. And then you will go back to your barbell for 22 more power snatches. After those power snatches, you're then doing 22 pistols. 22 pistols total. Followed by another set of 22 snatches. And then last is 22 lateral burpees over your bar. Listen up, everybody. Keep it down, everybody. I'm almost done, I promise. Few house rules. When you're doing your power snatches, you're facing the rig. When you are on the rig, you're facing the opposite way, facing the crowd. Your pistols, you can stand in this box and face whichever way you want to. Your lateral burpees, your pistols and your lateral burpees are all facing the door. Thank you, Bert. There is an 11-minute time cap on this. Our final 5 for the men. In lane 1, we have Devin O'Neill. In lane 2, we have Malonzo Hayes. In lane 3, we have Devin Johnson. In lane 4, we have Kenny Pierce. And in lane 5, we have Devin Brown. Devin Brown, come up now. 11-minute time cap on this workout. Men are going first, ladies going second.
Oh man, the bar is a little low for some of them.
Yeah, it's going to be. I'm definitely going to comment on that. That's a lot of meat.
Yeah,
22
there's a lot of
snatches.
meat hanging on that bar.
22 toes to bar,
The ring
22 snatches, 22 pistols, 22 snatches, 22 lateral burpees. Let's get our final men up. All right, we're going to get this workout started soon.
Are we on?
Judges.
We'll show it to you. So these guys are getting ready to go. Lining up under that rig. I believe they are going to run out and do snatches
Judges.
to start.
It's a lot of snatches. It's some
A lot of
gymnastics work
snatches.
mixed in. It ends with burpees. This is a nasty
Yeah.
workout. Perfect for a final.
It is. It's definitely going to be a
Seconds on the
race.
clock.
We're going to see some good gymnastics in here, and definitely, you know, like I said, it's going to pay to be efficient, and it's going to pay to
5,
move weight well. These snatches are going to be
3,
super light,
2, 1, and go.
and these guys
Power
are
snatches.
off.
I think we're going to see some obviously unbroken snatch sets
Oh
here.
yeah, snatch. I mean, this is stupidly lightweight for these guys. We saw
Very
them.
lightweight for these guys.
We're seeing mostly muscle cleans.
This bar is nothing for her.
Kenny just going straight up, whereas Devin is going right into that hip crease. A little bit of a difference in the techniques right there.
Especially from Alonzo Hayes. I mean, he's
Yeah.
a big, strong
Yeah.
dude.
Honestly, though, if we're looking at the field, they're all big and strong. So you wait until they hang on that bar and that thing is going to be shaking.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see Devin Johnson competing in this heat with these other guys because we talked about that he was in the second to last heat leading up until this final event.
You know, and I think Devin deserves to be here. I really think that this is going to just show the competitive edge that he really does have.
There is a lot of beef hanging from that bar right now.
A lot of beef hanging from that bar. Definitely needing the grips. Honestly, I think we're going to see some unbroken reps here. They're about to do 22 toes to bar.
Well, so think about it, right? You really only need your grip for the first 3 movements. So if these guys can hold on to those 22s, then going unbroken isn't necessarily a bad move.
Nope.
Because from there you have pistols, then you get a little bit of a rest during the pistols before you have to get back on the snatch.
Definitely.
I think it might benefit these guys to try to push for big sets.
Definitely. I think it's going to benefit them. Wow, Malonzo coming off. Devin Brown. Again, Devin Brown just so quietly just moving on into the next thing. Kenny off the bar now into those snatches.
Malonza Hayes looking good right now.
Devin O'Neill cruising through.
This last workout is worth double the amount of points.
Wow.
So
okay.
It's worth pushing hard here because you can make up a lot of ground on this workout.
Interesting. Yeah, and it's going to come down to some of this more technique, the pistols, especially if you can move well on those pistols or not, it's going to matter.
Some guys dropping the bars here. Short breaks on this last set.
Smaller sets here.
Pistols are next.
And honestly, I don't think people think about it, but when you cycle that barbell, you got to think about your breathing. You know, you can't just move it through at 22 reps and just hold your breath the whole time. You got to breathe
100%.
through those reps. Breathing at the top of that rep, bringing it back down, focusing on the efficiency while you're moving that barbell.
Well, even with the toes to bar, really all these movements, right? You have to stay smooth.
Definitely.
Devin Brown looking good on pistols. Malonza Hayes looking good on pistols. Devin Johnson, everybody now on the pistols.
Notice Devin Brown just easing on in, doesn't even need to grab the leg, just goes right into that pistol, popping up right away.
Taking a quick break there.
Keep an eye on Devin Johnson. He's moving at a good pace. He's going right up, right back down. Again, these bigger guys doing some of these more gymnastic skills, it's definitely a challenge.
Malonza Hayes moving well for a big guy on these pistols.
Definitely, and you gotta remember, they're gonna end on burpees over the bar, which is a very taxing thing.
Devin O'Neill looking smooth. He's been in control this whole day. He's really got a good sense of his abilities and his pace.
Yeah, for an athlete like that, it's important to understand yourself and know your body well.
Devin Brown back there ripping through those snatches.
Devin Brown and Malonzo again, already back. Devin Brown.
Now we're talking. He's got that cycle speed. I think he's going to turn it on here going into the burpees.
I think so too. It's really going to come down to these burpees.
Devin O'Neill picking up that speed. This is the pain cave right here.
Yeah,
this is where you go.
This is hurting. It's going to hurt now. You got to just hang on.
Sell out. You got to get it done.
Devin Brown, that cycle speed is tremendous.
Man, Devin Brown making that look easy.
It's Devin.
It's going to come down to burpees. Who wants it more?
It really is. Here he goes, right into it. Devin Brown coming out of nowhere.
Devin Brown can make up a lot of ground here.
Yeah.
He's not that far off the podium right now, and this workout is worth double.
Devin Brown came in at the bottom of this list, you guys. I think that's important to know. He is fighting for this place on the podium right now. Malonzo and Devin O'Neill doing their best to get over that bar as fast as they can.
Devin O'Neill moving, Malonza moving. These guys are all moving. Devin Johnson. Kenny is finishing up his snatches now.
Let's make some noise.
Everyone.
5 minutes in. Now let's make some noise. Come on.
They're almost in sync on the burpees there. Oh my God.
The crowd getting these guys going to the finish. Devin Brown is done.
Wow. I believe Devin Brown just finished.
Let's go, let's go.
It's going to be interesting to watch 1 and 2. I want to watch Devin O'Neill and Malonza here. Malonza finishing.
Malonza. Oh my gosh. with a dive to the end there.
That was the most impressive thing I've ever
That was
seen.
awesome.
He hit the ground after
Yeah.
being done with burpees, realized he needed to get back up, and
That was
jumped back
awesome.
over.
Make some noise for
Kenny finishing up here with those burpees.
The crowd helping Kenny finish up.
Again, guys, this hurts. This workout is
Let's go, Kenny, finish
painful.
Make some noise for Kenny.
Barbell cycling is nasty. On top of some of that gymnastics, it's really fatiguing at the end of a day like this.
Get it done, get it done.
So that's an interesting finish. The final score is going to be tight because Devin Brown was in 5th but won that workout. Malanza finished 2nd. Devin O'Neill finished right behind. There's going to be some shuffling on the podium.
Yeah, definitely going to be some shuffling on this podium here. Oh.
And he finished. Make some noise.
Wow.
What a finish for the
That
gentleman.
was a fight.
Under 6:30 for everybody across the board.
That's impressive, guys. That is a lot of repetitions in a short period of time.
They're going to swap out these weights for the women.
Women, I believe it'll be 55 pounds.
Yep,
so again,
we have
they're gonna rip
women's
this
bars
weight.
already set up on the side, so 55 pounds. All the other movements are going to be the same. I mean, what an exclamation point to a great day for those gentlemen.
I mean, honestly, great work by all those guys. I know they pushed hard for that.
I mean, let's think about that finish, right? So we're talking about the podium now.
Yeah.
Devin Brown might have got himself on the podium
I think
with
he
that
did.
workout because he came in and won. That's 200 points up for grabs.
That's
now
pretty
we'll see what
impressive.
the final scores look
Yeah.
like, but that's 200 points.
Listen
now,
up.
from there, you have Malanza coming
Thank
in
you,
second,
Rich.
right in front of
2
Devin
seconds of
O'Neill.
time.
I don't necessarily know if that's going to move Devin O'Neill out of first, but that is going to shuffle up the podium.
Yeah, Devin O'Neill was a very consistent guy. We saw him just stay very consistent, very confident in his positioning. And then when we got to the burpees, you noticed he was a little bit slower compared. He's a bigger guy than all the other ones. So you'll notice that he went a little bit slower on the burpees, and Milano and Devin Brown just like picked it up on those burpees and really made a difference there.
We have the women coming out now. We have Amy Morton in lane 1. She's been in control all day, dominating performance. Marie Cotter in lane 2, coming off of a 45-second event win on that clean ladder on the last workout. That bumped her out quite a bit. We have Anastasia, my girl, coming in lane 3. Caroline Brantley, lane 4. I'm excited to watch that head-to-head, Anastasia and Caroline.
Yeah, we gotta
and we
see
have
that.
Haley Hunter rounding out your top 5.
Definitely. This is going to be a very competitive heat, and as we saw with the guys, it actually makes a difference. Really, when we come to the gymnastics of things, with the pistols and the toes to bar, who can hang on, and then who can hang on to that bar. And if you can't hang on to it, you got to take a short break and pick it right back up again. And then just burpees, you got to sell your soul. You got to just go all out.
I mean, we just saw it with those guys at the end. Those burpees, they were flying.
Yeah. It was like, and I believe it was Devin Brown. He pretty much dropped that bar and went down right away. Just get down. That's what I always tell, when I'm coaching, I say get down as fast as you can on those burpees. Stay bent over, stay low to the ground, just get those feet up and just hop right over that bar.
Absolutely. Devin Brown really impressed me with his last round on that workout, the last set of snatches, last set of the burpees at the end. He was in control to that point and knew when he needed to drop the hammer,
Yeah.
and I think that might be enough to get him on the podium.
Definitely. I think you're right.
Well, I don't think these ladies are going to have any trouble with this weight today. 55 pounds for these ladies is a lightweight.
We're going to see a lot of muscle snatching.
Amy Morton in lane 1. Marie Cotter in lane 2. Marie Cotter in lane 2. Anastasia Love in lane 3. Caroline in lane 4. Haley. 22 power snatches. 22 tumps to bar.
So ladies getting all settled into their lanes, talking with their judges.
22 power snatches. 22 burpees.
I forgot about Haley. I'm going to be interested to see her technique on some of this stuff and see how she does compared to some of these other females.
No, absolutely. She's been an impressive athlete today. She's had her moments. She's definitely pushed where she needed to push. She's sitting in 5th right now, but once again, the women's race is extremely tight. So the men's race, Devin O'Neill had a solid lead on first place. Right now, Amy Morton has 275 points. Marie Cotter right behind her at 262. And then the third through fifth, we have 250 points for Anastasia, 246 for Caroline, and 243 for Haley Hunter. So really, it's anybody's game with this final workout.
It really is, honestly, at this point. It could be up to anybody. It's going to depend. Again, when we get to the pistols, you notice how that was where the big drop-off kind of was. If you can go fast on those pistols, then, hey, you're good. You're going to just run home with it. But if you can't, and then you slow down on burpees on top of it, you're going to fall out of the race. It's going to get competitive. It's going to get fast, and it's going to hurt.
Absolutely. If anything is guaranteed, it's that this workout is going to hurt.
Yeah. I might even try this workout.
You have to, right? At this point, right? You watch these guys do it.
Just leave it set up, guys. We're going to hit it after.
Yeah. I got you, Devin. I'm coming for you, Devin Brown.
Devin Brown.
That guy
What was your
flying.
score again?
Oh, man. I mean, that whole last heat was under around 6 minutes. I think this is going to be much the same.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think, and then again, that's the fun part is comparing the women's and the males' times. Some of the women might do better than the men on this.
That is going to be an interesting thing to see.
1, and go.
And they're off.
Right.
These ladies getting started.
22 matches.
Amy just easily gone through. Marie showing this is no heavyweight for her at all.
Haley Hunter flying on that barbell cycling right now.
So Anastasia a little bit slower on the cycling versus the rest of the crew. Again, it could just be her technique, could be just trying to save herself for later.
One thing I like about Amy Morton is she's doing like a true power snatch right now, catching it high, but going through that motion because when she gets fatigued, she's probably going to need to rely on that later on.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
She's getting herself in that mode now.
Definitely, I know we saw Marie is up, Haley is up onto the toes to bar.
Haley and Marie on those toes to bar, both of them flying through this right now.
So just
Caroline
22
Brantley
here.
moving to the bar, Amy moving to the bar, Anastasia finishing up her snatches.
Hanging on, trying to get these reps in. Anastasia now last to the bars.
Still fighting that grip. Haley Hunter and
Marie breaking up
Marie breaking
those
them up.
toes to bar. I don't
Again,
think that's a bad move.
No, I don't
that's
think
smart.
so. It's a long, it's a short, but it's a long workout in the same sense. It's gonna get painful. It's going to hurt.
I think Amy is going for unbroken here.
I think
We're going to
you're
have
right.
some of these ladies heading back to the bar. Amy Morton heading back to the
Amy.
bar.
Wow.
22 unbroken.
Haley Hunter back on the bar.
And Haley, neck and neck these two.
Haley's cycle speed right now is a little faster than Amy's. That
Yeah.
may play out in her favor. It may bite her later on, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see if that pays off later on. Honestly, Haley looks like she's just kind of going for it.
Marie back on the bar as well.
You got to remember, you have those burpees coming up, and you're about to go into pistols, which are a pretty challenging movement.
I respect that about Haley, though. She's coming in fifth. She knows that this is a good workout
Yeah.
for her, so
You
she's
know
got to
what?
push it.
Yeah, I think you can't lose if you just go all out on this, and you know this is where you got to make up ground. You got to just do it. Amy's still going. Haley's still going.
Caroline moving that bar well. Marie moving that bar well. Anastasia picking up her speed on the barbell a
Yeah,
little bit.
Anastasia definitely getting faster now on that barbell.
Amy working through pistols, so is Haley.
Few left for these ladies.
See, that's what we're talking about. Amy getting rid of her grips while she's doing pistols.
Wow.
Those type of things, that's where the
Matters.
experience comes
It
in.
matters.
Marie moving on to her pistols as well.
So Marie moving on now.
Marie is the third athlete on the pistols.
Haley on those pistols as well.
Woo! Amy Morton back to the
Amy
bar.
is back on the barbell.
Wow.
And take the fastest
Amy
time
made
off
that
the
look
head.
easy.
Marie
22
working through those
pistols.
pistols right now. Amy was flying on those pistols. She's cycling the
Wow.
bar right now. Anastasia
Wow.
actually moving well through those pistols right now. Haley trying to finish up.
Caroline Brantley on her pistols.
Amy making this look easy. It's only 3:40 in right now, which is incredible. It's a
Unbelievable
great time.
All of these ladies are at least on the pistols here. Haley now cycling that barbell. She's trying to make up some time here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Haley sneak in on those burpees.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think Haley's gonna make up a little ground on those burpees.
Marie and Anastasia working through those pistols. Haley keeping that speed on the bar. Amy's slowing down on the bar.
Those snatches.
But now she's on the burpees.
There we
Amy
go.
on her burpees.
She's just gonna send it here.
I mean, what an exclamation point on a dominant day for Amy
Yeah,
Morton.
definitely.
She's got to push through here. She can't keep this speed because Haley is going to push those burpees when she gets there.
Haley is definitely gonna push her on this pace.
There we go. Now Amy's picking it up.
Yep.
I think the ladies might beat some of the men's
I
time
think
here.
they will. I mean, it's already 4:40, and she's got to be like 10 reps in.
Caroline Brantley back barbell.
Marie finishing up her pistols. Anastasia on that last set of snatches now.
Wow.
Caroline Brantley on that last set of snatches.
Haley on her burpees.
Amy's probably almost done with those burpees.
She's got to be close.
Flying over that bar.
It's Amy and Haley right now fighting for those burpees. Amy
Amy's
just
gonna finish
finishes
it.
at 5:18 unofficially.
Wow. That's really good.
Snatches for these ladies.
Here comes Haley now.
Let's go, ladies. Let's go.
Haley's sending it. She is almost done.
Marie is also on the last set of snatches.
Caroline trying to get through these snatches as well.
This could put Caroline on the podium if she can dig in here. And Haley finishes at 5:44.
Yeah.
5:44.
It's definitely going to be a fight for third right here.
Who's getting
Anastasia really going here. Oh, let's see it. She's into the burpees.
So right now, Anastasia's in third. If she can hang on here, she'll stay on the podium.
Stay there.
Marie is in second, but she is behind
Wow.
all of these ladies right now on this last workout. If Caroline fights here, she could end up on the podium. This is going to be a showdown right here
This is
between
going to
these
be
ladies.
where it matters. Crowd is going to start getting involved here. It's a fight right now for the podium.
Marie's got to dig in. She's hanging on to second. She's got to push.
Cruising through these burpees. Come on, Marie.
And you got to stay low. You got to just get down. It's just going to hurt.
Caroline moving on those burpees. Good speed there.
Caroline has great speed on those burpees.
Anastasia
Popping up, jumping right over. That is great technique on her part.
Marie is not looking good on this set right now. Anastasia
Marie's
and
standing up a
Caroline.
little bit more. Oh, wow.
Anastasia
Anastasia.
finishing.
Beating out Caroline.
Caroline finishing. The women's
Wow.
leaderboard is going to be interesting.
Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here.
almost there. Make some noise.
Marie finishing it out, getting that crowd behind her right now.
Yeah, definitely good to have the crowd help you out with those ending of those burpees.
Almost there. People on the bird. Make some noise for Marie.
Last three reps here for Marie.
She is almost done.
3 more. 2 more.
She's finishing up
Still
here.
a very good score on a workout. It just
Unbelievable.
shows you how competitive these females were.
And that'll do it for
Wow.
the ladies today. That podium is going to be very interesting.
Very interesting.
That top three for the ladies, especially
Yeah.
after that workout. So you had Amy Morton coming in first,
Definitely.
sealing first place,
We
dominant
kind of
win.
saw that coming. But I got to say, Anastasia, your girl, just like
Unbelievable performance.
unbelievable.
But we also have Haley Hunter coming in second
Yeah.
on that final workout. She was only 7 points off of the podium. Now,
Wow.
you had Marie Cotter, who was in second by a decent margin, but she also came in last on that event.
Yep.
So it's anybody's guess as to who the top 3 is going to be.
Definitely,
I mean,
definitely. We
Haley
don't really
Hunter
know.
Could move up. I think maybe she'll end up on the podium. I think maybe
Yeah.
Anastasia keeps her 3rd place spot, but we'll have to wait and see for the scores to come
Yeah,
in.
we are going to have to wait and see. It's going to be interesting. But, I mean, what a final workout.
What a workout.
Fun, but, man, was that nasty.
That is, I mean, short time domain, very
Yeah.
much a sprint. You're looking at sub 8 minutes for sure.
Yeah,
a
sub
lot
8
of the
for
women
sure.
were under 6. A
Yep.
lot of the guys around 6 minutes. I mean, I think Amy
Yeah.
Morton beat Devin Brown's time. I'll have to confirm.
I think she did.
But
I
I'm
think
pretty
so.
sure she did. I mean,
And she just went out so consistent.
so consistent.
You know, in that workout, so consistent.
Those ladies were flying. I mean, unbelievable scores. Shout out again to the volunteers, pit crew, breaking things down right now.
Thank you, pit crew. You guys rock.
I mean, Rack House Fitness, unbelievable location
Awesome
for this
facility.
event. Great facility, great day. We are now waiting for final scores to be tabulated. We will have your podium finishers here momentarily.
Yes, we will. And thank you guys for tuning in. We hope you've enjoyed the live coverage.
It's been fun. It's
It
been a
has
blast.
been fun.
It's been a blast.
Me and Justin aren't going to have voices later, but it's okay.
No voice. It's all good. Don't need it.
Good job. I'm proud of you. I know. You did great, Kenny. I'm proud of you.